going to take victory. They're going to claim the 30,000. It's only Orange Marmalade to fight to the end. And he is going to run it out. He doesn't want to leave this finals. He can't believe that they've lost. They've come so far from the lower bracket. They almost claimed victory. They tied it up at 1 apiece. He is going to run away, and in comes the final abilities, the final kills that they need, despite having to fight against a very resilient Orange Marmalade. So look at her counter kill. This is incredible. Oh, Orange Marmalade turned that on his head. SK Gaming were playing like they won.
We know what happens next. There's the Wolves and Bloodlust on Vinruki, drops down to half. Wow, and down goes Vinruki.
He didn't try to give him up. I don't know if it's possible. He landed back up in. Vinruki's at 80K. He's alive. They're all alive. And Zenu pulls off the miracle. Are you kidding me? They are all alive.
Here comes the Metamorphosis. They're looking at strike tag. Fast and dangerously low. There's nothing left for 9 more seconds. Down to 10%. Trying to get away from the onslaught. Portal's at 5%. They're in hot pursuit and taken.
No way.
The panic almost.
Yeah, but Method have won the game. If they can just stay alive here, Snuts just needs to live a few more seconds. Incarnation is up in 1.
No bubble, no pop, no Avenger Crusader. Here comes the Incarnation. It's gone. There's nothing he can do. The mighty Bastia. He doesn't have anything left. So many appeals from Swansea. They're desperately trying to get the key. They're gonna win BlizzCon.
See him barely hanging on. This is insane. But the Wolves are going to take it. The 2-time champions.
Don't open.
I've opened on him, man.
You're joking.
A ship mage.
1 star surge, 2 star surge.
Big swap on Rooney though. Pistol stun into cheap round into gas. And they take him too. What was that damage? The game winning gouge coming in from Juan, denying anything from Looney. That was absolutely insane.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2022 AWC season. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host this weekend, and of course, I'm joined with Zico, Vinruki, and Supatiz, and we are so excited to get this season started, especially Zico after that 15-year anniversary trailer.
Absolutely, it just gets me fired up. So many memories, so many great moments, and it's good to be back. I mean, the first AWC in 2022. New meta, new patch, new teams, roster changes. It's gonna be epic.
It's going to be epic. We're going to have insane gameplay all weekend. Ven, you made it into that trailer a couple of times yourself. Any memories that are sticking out to you?
I mean, how could I possibly forget the down goes Vinruki? You know, I'm not constantly reminded by you guys every single day. There's some other cool moments in there, you know, the 3 amigos with Sidu and Snuts, and then, of course, getting to raise the check. I mean, the down goes Vinruki. They did me a little bit of justice there. So, yeah, it's awesome to see. I mean, it's been such a long time of WoW esports. I've had the pleasure to be through or see a lot of it, playing it as well as cast, and it's been an honor. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm really excited to see what 2022 has in store.
I am as well. I feel like just on this desk alone, we have so many cool memories together. Supatiz, anything that sticks out in your mind?
I mean, for myself personally, it might not sound as epic as like all of these highlight moments, but I'm kind of missing just getting breakfast with the players at these live events and these tournaments, like just going down to the lobby and seeing all the players, just having breakfast, sitting down with one team one morning, seeing how they're doing, sitting down with another. I think I used to get breakfast with like Pry and like Doomson back when they were competing, and I kind of miss it. I'm hoping we can get it again.
Yeah, I'm hoping as well. I know that the four of us were kind of reminiscing a little bit before we got started live, but yeah, I hope we get some land soon, because really the players are such a cool group of people, and you can really see in the hype trailer just the energy that is, just resonates throughout the World of Warcraft esports community. So excited to get started on another amazing season. We can take a look at what we're going to be seeing today. Of course, we're starting off in the European region. Once again, we can see a little overview of what we're going to be seeing today. But Zico, I mean, the level of competition, you said it yourself, there's just going to be a little slightly different meta with the changes that we've seen coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. We got brand new patch, new items, new trinkets, set bonuses. We're not going to be working with the double legendaries just yet, but those will come in as well later on during the season. And of course, this is our format for the year. We're going to have 4 separate online cups. Teams are going to be, trying to get place as highly as possible in these cups, earn themselves some AWC points, and then the teams with the most amount of AWC points will qualify for that circuit later on. So it's going to be very, very nice to see, especially starting off here in Europe in my home region. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I think something that's really cool as well, Ven, that I'm excited to see, in the offline bracket, as well as the teams that we're seeing compete today, a lot of old faces that we're seeing kind of return, as well as some new players.
There's been a real shakeup in Europe. I mean, one of the teams that interests me the most is TBD. So you have Tessia, Blizzo, Swapsy, Lontar. I mean, this is kind of an all-star roster coming from some real Titan teams throughout the years. So I expect big things from this team. Then, of course, you have KUNGARNA, which is Waz, Chaz, Meh, and Raikou. People are interested by that roster because traditionally both Meh and Chaz heal. And that's actually something that happened in North America as well. We can talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, some of these rosters really interesting. I'm curious to see how they're going to work out because you wouldn't think that they would necessarily have the best synergy. But I mean, these are just all-star players. And even just looking at this, I really couldn't tell you who's going to win this one. It's so up in the air. There's so much good talent. And I just can't wait for the games to start.
Yeah, me too. I mean, things have really gotten shaken up in the European region here from the rosters that we're seeing on the screen right now from what we're used to seeing. If you take a look at last season, because I'm right there with you, Ven, I have no idea who's going to come to the top at the end of the day on Sunday when we crown our champions for both regions. But a lot of star names, a lot of long-term players in AWC, and a lot of new rosters. We can take a look at the bracket here for the European top 8, and we've got just right off the bat, Zico, some matches that look pretty exciting. Any that stick out to you?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. The first thing that I noticed is KUNGARNA versus TBD, and then the rest of the bracket just says TBD, TBD, TBD. But TBD definitely, like Venruki mentioned, this is going to be an all-star lineup. I'm very excited to see, of course, Blizzo and the gang back once again, and of course, KUNGARNA. Then I think you got to work on your Swedish a little bit there, but.
I definitely do.
We can just leave that to you if you want to be the professional team pronouncer.
Wait, say it one more time for me.
Yeah.
KUNGARNA.
KUNGARNA.
Okay.
KUNGARNA.
KUNGARNA.
I don't think you pronounce the R.
KUNGARNA?
KUNGARNA.
Do we sound okay, Zico?
It could be better. It's okay, though. I think as well, SK Pieces, actually down in the lower bracket. Very surprising to see them down there, but that is another big name team in the tournament. So a lot of big name teams all over the place here.
I'm excited to see SK Pieces just back in the World of Warcraft space at all. I mean, they just picked up an arena team and they picked up a guild that's currently competing in the race with first. Like, it's cool to see Super T as these big orgs invest in the WoW esports space, because I think we're going to have an amazing year.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a phenomenal year. I mean, there's one team we didn't even mention, which is the returning champions for EU, which is MYWAY. They were Horizon last year. Like, we didn't even talk about them. They literally won the whole thing last year. They took Waz's team out in those RMP versus Jungle games, and they're competing today as well. They face Casual Dads. It looks like they decided to not take Gelu, or Gelu has decided to not compete, so they're only a 3-player roster, which means they're probably only going to be running the Jungle Cleave, which is kind of the classic for them. They've been competing with that. There's always a couple teams that only run in with one comp and try and go the distance. So can they maintain it is now the question. Did they just have a good patch with Jungle in that last one, or can they sustain it now into this patch with this completely new overhauled set bonuses, trinkets, and double legendaries next week? But like, there's a lot that has changed. So can they keep up with the pace with only having that one composition?
Yeah, it's always interesting to see kind of how those jungle teams do. It's like they kind of rise and fall, a bit of an ebb and flow with that composition, just based on the things that you were just mentioning, Supatis. Do you have any idea of where you think they're going to be, or is that just going to a wait and see kind of a thing?
I mean, it's a good sign that they're in the upper bracket. I think we got a details link from one of our admins, Toxic. I think he linked it, and he showed the damage meter, and they were doing a lot of damage, like a lot of damage on the details that I looked at. So they could be a dark horse and a menace no one's expecting. Because right now, I think what's looking strong is things like Ret Warrior and Rogue Mage. Ret Warrior in North America actually is the team that tossed the Golden Guardians down to the lower bracket in North America. So any of those possibilities are always going to be a big threat, but I don't think you can count out the reigning champs. Like MYWAY are the best jungle. If jungle is even moderately strong in the meta, then I think that they could have potential to take it.
It's really interesting, just even looking at these infographics for Europe, I don't think there's a single Ret Warrior team that made it into the top 8 that I can see. So yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, I would never. Too? I'm not. No, in NA there definitely is at least one, maybe two. But yeah, talking about MYWAY, a team we didn't really mention too much. Glad you brought it up, Sid, because I feel like this is a composition that's absolutely insane. We always talk about jungle, and if it's good, then it's good against pretty much everything, and they've proven themselves time and time again throughout many different patches, and I feel like they could definitely be a dark horse in this tournament. But we are going to be getting into game number 1, SK Pieces going up against GRAFTAL, our first series of this weekend, of this season, and I'm curious to see how exactly this one's going to play out. SK Pieces actually locking in a composition we've seen them play many times.
Yeah, it's nice to see Z-Pi back into the arena. I feel like they kind of had him on the bench last year for a bit. In the first season 1, we saw him, but Elemental Shaman looking like it could be in a strong position with the new 4-set bonuses, buffing their Lava Burst damage. But GRAFTAL immediately starting on the healer, Asgarath. A Holy Priest is a vulnerable target to the Rogue Mage Priest. How is Asgarath going to deal with this threat? So far, so good. Not having to trade anything in the opener. That's a great start for him, but they're going to use Blind on Z-Pi. Maro is just blasting down Yes Dave. Big heals come in from Maddie, stabilizing Yes Dave. Maro under control in polymorphs. Yes Dave still taking some damage from Z-Pi. Take Note's going to shut him down. Move back over to Asgarath. Kidney shot has been secured onto Asgarath. It's just training down the healer. Is he going to be able to survive? Z-Pi supporting him. Man, they're making it look like Holy Priest is impossible to kill from SK Pieces in these first 2 kidney shots. They're in a great position.
Yeah, so far so good. About a minute into the match right now. Z-Pi pushing forward, trying to get the pressure rolling onto Yes Dave. Looks like he should be durable enough. He gets caught into a stun. Ring of Fire drops down by Maro. Decent damage here. Can they take him down? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to just yet. This is a matchup that could come down to mana potentially if they can't find the setups, as both these Holy Priests are looking very durable. Holy Priest very strong in the meta right now. Potential Ring of Frost coming in. Maddie looking for a Mind Games, finds it onto Z-Pi, but I believe it does get dispelled. So Z-Pi should be fine. There's a Guardian Angel coming in from Asgarath as well, as both teams looking very stable so far.
Yeah, and Maddie's going to refresh that Holy Ward here. And just going to stay back here. Mana so far looking pretty even across both teams. And you can see Take Notes here trying to set up for that next setup. Lightning Lasso is going to come out, and they are going to grip Yes Dave back to that pillar. Take Notes trying to get a setup going here with that next kidney shot. And, we have seen a lot of buffs to the assassination. Ooh, nice grip right there on the smoke bomb. But Yes Dave does get the polymorph. This is the combustion, and they will at least get Asgarath's trinket there. And now I think this setup might be over here. Now Maro going for his own setup here. Dragon's Breath into a full sheep. They have the damage here onto Yes Dave. Beautiful chastise stun. Mind Game's going to connect as well. Yes Dave might have to ice block here. And it will be the ice block there. Maro actually trading out the late combust there as well. And now we should be kind of tied up there, as they did get the trinket and they did get the ice block. Now another setup here happening onto Z-Pi.
Yeah, he's got Astral Shift, but he's stun locked. He trinkets a 1-second cheap shot to try and get the fear, but he's out of range, it looks like. No Tremor Totem coming down from Z-Pi. Barely holding on. The Guardian Angel trades for Asgarath. This is a terrible position to be for SK Pieces. Having no Medallion and no Astral Shift and no Medallion on your healer means that both targets can be vulnerable, and they still have big combustion coming up soon from Yes Dave. As long as Matty can make Yes Dave feel stable here, they can easily go for the kill if they execute perfect control. How are SK Pieces going to avoid this checkmate position? They're going to have to be so slippery and preempt their moves here if they want to survive. They're getting ready. Asgarath rolls up, stuns Matty. They're trying to keep them on the defense, keep them on the back foot, but here's the kidney shot onto Z-Pi. Not really committing too much cross CC just yet. No polymorphs onto the healer. Not a big fan of this setup just yet. from GRAFTAL. They've decided to commit the Shadow Blades. They're still going for the kill, trying to get a Ring of Frost Polymorph on Asgrath. They do get the full Polymorph, no trinket available. Maro into a fear, but Zeepai is not stunned. They used the kidney shot so earlier on that he's not going to be locked down. They're actually able to survive there. Now Zeepai setting up with the Stormkeeper. Lava Burst, huge damage potential for Yes Dave. If he gets in line of sight, gets kidney shot on the follow-up. Asgrath gripped him behind the pillar, out of line of Yes Dave. Thunderstorm on Maddie and Take Notes, out of range. Maro's chasing down Yes Dave, trying to go for the kill here. They need to buy 16 more seconds for Asgrath's medallion so that he can escape crowd control. That is a critical moment for SK Pieces. Can they hold on for the next setup? 8 seconds for his trinket, 6 seconds. They need to hold on 5 more seconds. Asgrath preemptively Shadow Word Death's a blind. He tried to anticipate it. Take Notes was patient. He held on to it. Now they go for the full fear. They're trying to go for the win, but Zeepai is just looking like a tank right now, just taking no damage, just pummeling down Yes Dave. This is, I've never seen an elemental shaman look so stable against this matchup.
Yeah, Yes Dave right now. He pops a combustion. It gets immediately stolen, though, by Maro. Purged off by somebody, and Yes Dave's going to be sad about that. His damage severely limited right now, and Zeepai should be able to survive with his Astral Shift. Yes Dave behind the pillar, almost completely tapped on mana, trying to run. He gets behind the pillar right now as Maro and Zeepai are in hot pursuit. Takeout's not really in much danger right now, and it seems like he's going to be fine. He still has his Vanish as Yes Dave's realizing he's the target of choice, just trying to run away, but he gets caught into the lasso. Big burst coming in here from SK Pieces. Yes Dave's on fire. He's got no ice block. Can they take him down? He's crossing the map. The Guardian Angel comes in. If we look at mana, both these healers are running on fumes here, and that could be the stun and deleted. Yes Dave runs a little bit too far. SK Pieces with a beautiful swap and making this Ellie Fire Mage look beautiful.
That was an absolutely incredible amount of damage there onto Take Notes, and you got to give it up to Zeepai there. Sid was kind of mentioning in the cast, just looking bulletproof like a tank, surviving, you know, when his healer doesn't have a trinket, able to just stay alive there, and actually as soon as they get that trinket back and you can kind of weather that storm with the blind, they're able to immediately punish Yes Dave, make him kind of have to cross the map and then find that swap.
I can't believe they turned that around. I was thinking they were in checkmate so many times in that game. Like, Rogue Mage is just a comp where if you have no trinket on your healer and no trinket on the DPS you're trying to go after, it's usually game over. I feel like GRAFTAL just got a little bit ahead of themselves at that moment, and since they lost it, now you can see the medallions are coming up for SK Pieces, which means they're going to have options to escape, and because the Mage Yes Dave has no block here, it's actually so pivotal, so SK Pieces can just turn this around and keep their aggression, and they get a full polymorph onto the healer towards the end of the match. Yes Dave thinks that he's the target this whole time. He's trying to kite, he's trying to avoid using Soul Shape and running around corners, but little did they know that Take Notes was actually going to be the primary target. Like, they've got Yes Dave at half health. They're thinking Yes Dave is the target. There's no way it's going to be anybody else. Lightning Lasso, they've got him so low. They proc his Cauterize, he's burning down, gripped him back. They think Yes Dave has got to be the target. He's running for his life. They trade Guardian. He's still burning down. Like, yeah, no, you know, we're going after Yes Dave that whole time, but we'll take the Rogue. He's over here. Okay. All right, that works for us. Like, they're not going to waste their time chasing down Yes Dave, who is just like running Olympic laps and marathons to stay alive. It's like, this Rogue is good enough over here. We'll take that and move to the next match. And yeah, SK Pieces kind of asserting dominance in game one. Like, to me, I feel like Rogue Mage, this should be a pretty good matchup for them. There's just so many vulnerable targets. Like Holy Priest and Ellie Shaman, that I'm surprised that they looked so confident. Their damage was so high, and their stops and their setups looked like nothing, basically. Like, the Rogue Mage just couldn't get anything going.
I mean, you look at this damage breakdown. Yes, they've got about 380,000 damage. Maro got a million damage, so there's a huge difference. And one of the things about this matchup, I feel like Yes Dave has a really difficult job here because his combustion is not protected at all. He's not playing Triune Ward. So unfortunately, he has basically no dispel protection, and you have a mage ripping off your combustion, you have an Ellie Shaman ripping off your combustion, as well as a Holy Priest. So if you don't have basically perfect cross crowd control, getting out effective damage on that Fire Mage is going to be really difficult. And I actually think GRAFTAL, I don't know what you guys think about this, but I think GRAFTAL should switch it up, get away from the Subtlety Rogue, try to go for more consistent damage with that Assassination Rogue. Just put the Assassination Rogue on the Shaman. Traditionally, that's a very effective strategy. Don't try to go for, you know, the most insane setups, because it seems like SK Pieces is able to deny them, and just go for raw damage, raw pressure, and kind of just let the CC fall into your hands from that pressure. And I think that might work out better for them, because Assassination right now is really strong.
Yeah, Assassination now with the new set bonuses, with the Shiv extra damage, and with the Vendetta also making your bleeds basically tick faster. It just looks incredible. That's why I was a little bit surprised actually at the start of it, because I did think we would be seeing a lot more assassination rogues now that, you know, they got such significant buffs. So I mean, I don't know exactly, because the meta is still brand new, right? Maybe they feel like they misplayed, because they did have them in a checkmate position as well at one point, where they had a full blind. Askareth had no trinket. They could have gotten a cleaner setup there and maybe taken down Zeepai. But at the same time, you gotta wonder if having that insane amount of burst damage wouldn't be better. So I think there's definitely an interesting comparison right now between the two specs.
Yeah, I just feel like Holy Priest is so vulnerable to Rogue Mage. Like, having just seen Rogue Mage in this matchup, it's like 3 clean goes on the Holy Priest, it's over. Like, you've got 3 guaranteed survival stuns, but they're not even getting trinkets on their setups. So, like, they just need to be cleaner. They just need to cover all 3 targets, Chastise Fear 1 target, DB Sheep, go after the Priest. I feel like if they're clean on isolating Asgrath, I mean, you can go after Zeepai, but I actually think Asgrath might even just be the best target overall, that they should be able to take him out. Like, I don't know what's going on with their damage output. Like, it's almost like they didn't even look like Rogue Mage. Like, they got the first stun on Asgrath, and it's like, usually that's a Guardian Angel at least. Like, you're in stealth, you get to get right on top of him. It's like the best time to get the most cooldowns, and they got nothing. So it's like, they need a stronger opener than that.
Yeah, agreed. And it looks like we are going to be going to Asha Mains for game number 2. So kind of an open map. You'd honestly expect, if you were talking about maps and who's favored, you would expect the Fire Mage Elemental Shaman to pick this composition. So an interesting choice here by GRAFTAL. Maybe just wanting to go for a bunch of restyles. Going to be playing Subtlety once again with a very aggressive opener here onto Zeepai with a sap on Asgrath. Beautiful Fear. Gets tremored by Zeepai. Asgrath into a poly. Nice death on that one to free him from that crowd control. And now it looks like they are going to be trying to go after Yes Dave. Looks like Yes Dave. Oh, he actually trinketed there. So he trinketed, used the Shimmer. I was wondering if he was playing Blink Stun, but not playing in this match. And now SK Pieces, now that they deflected that first attack, they're looking to get very aggressive here on Yes Dave.
Yeah, and Zeepai right now did use his Stormkeeper there as well, so just doing a lot of damage there to both targets. Mar now going for the Dragon's Breath, and defensive Smoke Bomb coming out from Take Notes here, trying to protect his Priest from that Dragon's Breath Sheep. And you typically don't want to see the RMP using those defensive, offensive cooldowns defensively like that, but it will help them at least survive that setup. And they did get Yes Dave's trinket on the side of SK Pieces, so I actually would say SK Pieces are in the lead, and Zeepai here with a beautiful preemptive Astral Shift right there means that he should be completely fine here. Askareth though gets caught up in the Ring of Frost. They need to get some peels here. Mar with a nice Dragon's Breath defensively there with the double Nova as well, and Zeepai will survive there. And the big objective, of course, for GRAFTAL is to get those trinkets, to get those Gladiators medallions. Big swap onto Maddie. He might have to use something here. The mind games are on him as well. Maddie will actually survive that one, but that was a very close call there. And you can tell SK Pieces, they are just going after everybody right now. They're going after the Mage, the Rogue, and even the Priest as well. Just showing a lot of firepower in their setup so far.
Yeah, you really cannot afford to get caught out against SK Pieces here. We see GRAFTAL retreating behind the pillar, trying to set up for their next attempt. They've only got the Will of Forsaken from Asgarath. Zeepai setting up Stormkeeper. He's ready to go for some big damage. Preemptive Grounding Totem already setting up the Equilibrium. Big Lightning Bolts coming in, but take note, Shadow Steps, Kidney Shots. Maro's blasting Combustion, though, at the Rogue at the same time. Who's going to fall first here? Take note, dips dangerously low, but so does Zeepai. And yeah, Maro's just saying, I don't care if you've Kidney Shot my Shaman. I'm going to go for the trade there. They do get Guardian Angel, but no Cloak of Shadows. They were really hoping for Cloak. They're going to swap the Yes Dave in a Lightning Lasso. Maro is just bullying GRAFTAL, standing right on top of them. Triple Dragon's Breath, getting control of the whole team. Yes Dave tries to intercept. Kick and Dragon's Breath from the side of GRAFTAL to stall for damage here. Maddie stabilizes with a heal. Asgrath playing far away from the fight, looking to attrition the Rogue Mage Priest. Huge damage onto Yes Dave, cracking him down to 10%. Maddie caught in a fear. Yes Dave trying to stay alive with the Blazing Barrier. Zeepai going to get stunned up. Take note, stuns Asgrath. Yes Dave, Ring of Frost around the corner, snipes it around the corner. Maddie lines up the Mind Games, fakes out the Grounding Totem. Now not able to connect it though. Still it seems Asgrath into a Polymorph. Zeepai going for a Fleshcraft. He's going to be A-okay with the Astral Shift and Fleshcraft. Good defense by Zeepai. SK Pieces still have 3 medallions. This is not what you want to see as the Rogue Mage. There's no openings for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an absolute one-sided matchup. Zeepai right now with his trinket going to be completely fine. He's got the Grounding Totem. Yes, Dave in a little bit of trouble. So he's once again running, trying to go for a full Polymorph. Is he going to get grounded? Looks like Asgrath is able to escape. Big Mind Games on Zeepai, but with no crowd control on Asgrath. Finally a cheap shot. Take Notes trying to help him out. Yes, Dave gets the full Ring of Frost. This could be a scary situation, but it's actually Take Notes on the back foot. Beautiful pressure from Morrow and Zeepai. Zero gets stunned up. Maddie doing everything he can to keep him alive, but burning through some of his mana down to around 50%. Ring of Fire dropping down by Morrow, so that could be a big reason why Morrow's damage is so much higher, playing that very aggressive talent, AoE damage, just kind of AoEing everyone down in the match. Another stun here on Take Notes, and this game is all about just SK pieces doing as much damage as they can while denying the setups. Once again, here's a kitty shot onto Zeepai. See if they can take him down. Asgrath caught into a full fear, but Zeepai is just looking so incredibly durable on that Shaman. The damage just isn't there for GRAFTAL.
Yeah, it really feels like GRAFTAL hasn't been able to force out any of the trinkets so far. Big swap here on the Take Notes. Looks like he will be A-OK. Maddie now actually gets caught up in the Ring of Frost. Big damage on the Take Notes. He doesn't have a Cloak of Shadows. He might actually go down. The Mind Games is onto him as well. Do they have any more follow-up CC? Do they have the damage here? Take Notes will Shadow Step over to Yes Dave there defensively. And once again, be A-OK. But that was a defensive vanish. I saw him use a defensive Shadow Dance earlier as well. Defensive Smoke Bombs, defensive Shadowy Duels. So far, it just hasn't looked like they're able to get anything going. And Take Notes is still not out of the woods yet. He gets absolutely crushed here. 1% HP. That the Guardian Angel will come out from Maddie. Should be enough to stabilize him here. And once again, you just see GRAFTAL here falling to pieces.
You know what? Zeepai is full tank build. He's wearing no set bonuses. Yeah. He's wearing full versatility. He's wearing Resto Shaman Legendary. He's wearing Resto Shaman Conduits for Earthshield healing. So like if they don't strip that Earthshield off, Zeepai is basically a Resto Shaman. So he's got Earthshield up. I was not expecting that. With how great the damage bonuses are for the Elemental Shaman on the set bonuses. But against Rogue Mage, when you know you're the primary target, just go full tank and full send it. I do not think that he is going to be going down anytime soon, wearing the Battle Master as well. He is just maxed out for survivability. GRAFTAL need to switch their targets. I do not think that he is going to work out. But even at the same time, it looks like his partners are also wearing maybe only a 2-set bonus and still stacking more versatility to be durable in the matchup. Finally, I think they've realized it. They've swapped Tomorrow, getting an Ice Block immediately on that setup. Now Zeepai needs to help. He'll also be able to heal his allies, though, with that Earthshield benefit. He's just going to need to make sure he's switching it to his allies when necessary, but this is a good read by GRAFTAL to realize, like, this Elemental Shaman, something is fishy. Something's going on with his gear set that is not going to work. We need to mix up our strategy. Now they're going after Morrow, but it might be too little, too late. Yes Dave gets blasted down. We're 1 minute into dampening. Massive Spell. Mind Games gets counterspelled. Yes Dave goes for a Polymorph. Asgrath caught in a kidney shot. They're trying to set up for damage, but they could get blasted away while they go for it. Zeepai into the Polymorph. Ring on Asgrath. 3v1 on Morrow, but Morrow just kites behind the pillar. They can't connect to Morrow. Maddie is getting blasted down still in midfield. His whole team withering away. He has almost no mana left. However, maybe the glimmer of hope for them moving into the series is that they now know what gear set Zeepai's got, so they can switch up their targeting. Can they pull it off here with nothing left? Basically nothing left at this point in terms of mana. Can they still pull it off?
I love how aggressive Morrow plays in these matchups. When he sees trouble, he's behind the pillar. But as soon as he knows the crowd control is out, he just goes in, triple Dragon's Breath, triple Ring of Fire, just eating interrupts for his team. That aggression works really well in this composition. But yeah, Zeepai, his build, really interesting. Basically just trying to dampen and out-attrition the RMP, which, you know, isn't a bad idea. Right now, Maddie's mana not looking too good. Full Polymorph on Asgrath. Looks like they're going after Morrow once again. They could take him down. He's caught into a Fear of Sap on Asgrath. Morrow's got to live all on his own. Guardian Angel potentially going to proc here. He does have to cauterize. Needs to survive. I think he will be able to. Asgrath gets out of the crowd control. Morrow holds on. And now we need to see SK Pieces play really aggressive here. We're at 14% dampening. This is their moment to close it out.
Yeah, and they don't have much time here. Like you said, dampening at 15%. Maddie's mana definitely could be better. No trinket as well on Maddie there. And yes, Dave as well, without basically any personal cooldowns. The only thing that they really have going for them is that Morrow is low, and they're going after Maddie right now. Zeepai is just blasting him. Asgrath now as well going after Yes Dave. There's the Lightning Lasso and the Chastise full blind onto Asgrath. No trinket available. Can they take Morrow down? Morrow taking massive. What a beautiful altar time there from Morrow. And Yes Dave instead is going to be on the receiving end. Conrad's going to proc here. Can they take him down? Maddie counterspell for one more second. And there is the pod. Can they zap it? Zeepai looking for it, and he will find it. Takes it down. And SK Pieces will take game number 2.
Look at these builds. Asgrath is also wearing the Resurrection Legendary. So Asgrath is like taking every single option to give himself survivability. ZPie is also doing that because they know their specs. Like Holy Priest and Elemental Shaman are normally the easiest specs to kill as Rogue Mage. I would argue. I feel like they actually are like maybe number 1 and 2 easiest specs in the game to kill as Rogue Mage Priest. But on the tournament realm, where you can customize your character to the full extent right now, they've just created these builds that are making them so durable. And GRAFTAL realized it, but 7 minutes into the game when their priest was Zoom and they started going after Morrow, and you could start to see glimmers of potential for victory. Like at this moment, they got Ice Block 2 minutes earlier. They got Guardian Angel here on tomorrow. Like they were showing potential, but it was just a little bit too late. So now moving into game 3, SK Pieces, they'll also know that Morrow is probably going to be the only target. So what if ZPie switches his gear up? After that point, this is kind of stuff that we see in arena tournaments on the tournament realm. Like people just come up with these unique builds, come up with ideas to try and counter, and because they were able to be so durable and just survive to dampening so easily with these builds, they can just go after whoever they want. Like look at this point in the game, they could kill Maddie if they want, they could kill Yes Dave if they want. Take Note's probably not with Cloak and Vanish, but who cares? You got an out of mana Holy Priest, you got a mage with no block. Like you can just chase them around and bully them. And yeah, SK Pieces might have found a bulletproof strategy for Rogue Mage. Just take all of the personal defensive options for a Holy Priest, personal defensive options for an Ellie, don't make them a target. Fire Mage, not a great target either. When you got to cover like a Grounding Totem and a Greater Fade and a Holy Ward on cross CC, and Fire Mage is just already a very difficult spec to kill, that they may have crafted exactly what they need to get through the tournament in this patch.
Yeah, it's really interesting. This is my favorite thing to do today is going to be checking out the GCD AWC like gearing. If you guys want to check that out, it's awc.gcd.tv. My eyes are going to be glued to it all day because I really want to see what these players are coming up with. Just even looking at Morrow's build, he's using a weapon I've never even seen before. It's called Entumbra. Gives you like versatility stacks and a big versatility on use once you get to max stack. So just really bringing in the item level, bringing in all the stops and tricks, and it's just so fun to see these players experiment and try to figure it all out. SK Pieces right now, they are up 2-0 in the series. And I honestly, for GRAFTAL, I feel like right now what they're doing is scripted, and I think SK Pieces, they're just one of those teams. I mean, Morrow and ZPie, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I feel like they've been dodging and beating RMPs for as long as possible. Like if there's any two players that know how to play into RMP and kind of disrupt it, they've always kind of been that team. So I really want to see GRAFTAL just go for raw damage, bring in the Assassination Rogue. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but I think it could help them, especially if they get later on to dampening. You know, the power of Shiv on the Assassination Rogue, that huge Mortal Strike effect, as well as the burst that it adds. I think they might actually be able to win the matchup on mana, potentially.
Yeah, I would love to see the Assassination Rogue at this point. And what is this? Is this the Coliseum? Yeah,
wow.
Super tease. The Coliseum is live here, and this is interesting, right? Because typically, you said, Venuki, that Ashamane's Fall. That's basically a map that you would expect SK Pieces to pick, right? Because they're playing, Mage Alley. They're playing Wizards. Well, this is, in my opinion, also kind of a Wizard map. Like,
oh yeah.
What do you think here? Do you think that GRAFTAL are picking some good maps here for SK, or do you think it favors the RMP a little bit more here?
I mean, they got to be thinking something, but I'll tell you what, like playing this arena, originally when I played this arena, I was like, you know what, this is kind of like the Grand. Like it's pretty neutral for melee and casters, but the more I play it, the more I play caster clues, because I'm a Mage Lock player myself. You know, I like playing Mage Boomkin, Mage Lock. I like playing Frost Mage. And this map, every time I get it, I got a big smile on my face. It is definitely a Wizard map. So I'm really surprised that they're going to these large maps like Ashamane's, like Maldraxxus Coliseum. But yeah, this is a beautiful map. Let's just take a moment to appreciate it, because I think it's been a great new addition to World of Warcraft and the AWC. So let's see how it plays out.
Oh, shall I step in?
This is going to be the debut here of the Coliseum, and we're going to see exactly how it plays out. They're going to stick with the sub-rogue here once again, but now SK Pieces, you know, some of the pieces to their puzzle has been revealed here. Oh. We do know that ZPie is running that tank legendary, and immediately going after Take Notes. Mind Games is going to connect. Beautiful setup right off the get-go here. Immediately, almost taking Take Notes down there instantly, forcing out the Cloak of Shadows, forcing out as well the Guardian Angel there. And now Maru gets gripped on the smoke bomb there. Disastrous opener there for GRAFTAL right there. And SKPs is looking solid so far. The counterspell Z-Pi there. Maru still needs to cut a little bit. Asgraf caught up in the Ring of Frost. Can they get anything back? Yes, they with the combustion. Look at the rip in. Can they force out the cauterize at least? And Maru is on fire here. But I don't think they have any more crowd controls there. And there is Asgraf with a beautiful big heal there. And now it looks like SK Pieces will be alive there. But a strong opener here so far from both sides.
Maru preemptively altered timed the bomb, got gripped, altered back, and still had his cauterize procced. So Rogue Mage still looking lethal here potentially for Maru as the primary target. But Take Notes is gonna have to be careful because that opener was abysmal. He didn't even get an opener. I feel like if you're gonna pick the big map, it's because you want to like safely cross the map and get set up. But their openers are just not strong enough in this matchup. Now finally Fear onto Asgrath, Dragon's Breath onto Z-Pi. They need more crowd control on Z-Pi though. They left him open. No follow-up after that Dragon's Breath. He can just grounding totem him behind the pillar. Maru's not going to take too much damage. Lightning Lasso on the Rogue. Now Maru is popping Combustion. Take Notes with no cloak. They hit his medallion. Stormkeeper getting lined up by Z-Pi. He's setting up for big damage. Take Notes going to vanish away. They're just going to swap to Yes Dave. Have his health chunked away by Z-Pi. Now swap back to Take Notes. Maddie and Asgrath, their mana is at least even, but Asgrath can do what he's doing, just escape at any time and drink behind the pillar. And he's going to be able to out-mana Maddie as a result of that. I really don't like the map picks from GRAFTAL, like we talked about it in the pregame. These big maps are wizard havens. I really don't understand, especially with the tanky builds that SK Pieces are running. They get cross here on Z-Pi, but no follow-up onto Asgrath, so they're not going to be able to clean setup once again. And now Take Notes on the back foot, Polymorph on his healer. Take Notes is trying to assist and run behind the pillar. He's down at half. Z-Pi's cornering him on the left side. He's got Maru on the right. They knock Take Notes back into the middle of the map. He shadow steps over to Maru for a kidney shot, trying to turn the tides of battle, and they do get an ice block on the back foot, keeping themselves in the match.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing one of the new trinkets utilized in this matchup by GRAFTAL, the Resonator trinket. Put a little bomb on the ground, and if it after 3 seconds it explodes for large damage, so that's why Maru was being very cautious. Big setup here on Take Notes, though. Could get dropped. Guardian Angel going to be used by Maddie. It doesn't look like they actually proc it, so just a lot of additional healing here by Maddie. The Holy Priest, I think we're going to see a lot of it this weekend. It is very powerful right now. I mean, I don't even remember the last time we saw Asgrath on a Priest, and now he's basically been maining it for this entire series, doing a phenomenal job, quite honestly. Maru right now going to be running away. He's got no ice block. Keep in mind, he's got no cauterize, a nice alter time, so should be able to protect it. Doing a great job using it before Maddie's actually able to get there and dispel. Asgrath mana still looking good, but Maru's in some trouble here. Another nice setup here by GRAFTAL, and they might be able to take him down. Maru has basically run out of his escapes.
Yeah, Maru in big trouble. Asgrath, though, does have his trinket back up, but if he does trinket, he's going to be sitting a full blind like we just saw here. And now onto Yes Dave here. Massive damage coming out. Maru's going to pop the combustion, and that is going to be a defensive shadowy duo coming out from Take Notes here. And he's going to be completely fine there. He's going to be able to keep him alive, no problems whatsoever. They fear up Yes Dave. Asgrath trying to avoid CC here, trying to avoid being on the same pillar there. And now Mind Games. Oh, beautiful knock there from Z-Pi. That's going to be the Cloak of Shadows coming out from Take Notes, but he's trying to do a counter go here. He gets the sheep onto Asgrath, and they get to their target. So that is the question. Nice preemptive Guardian Angel there onto Maru in trade for that smoke bomb. And now Take Notes immediately ducking for cover. And so far, you got to give it to GRAFTAL. This has been their strongest performance in this matchup. Yes, Dave, though, taking massive damage, and he will be going back to the pillar here. Maddie getting a cool counterspell. Ring of Frost gets sniped there around the corner by Maru, but I don't think Maru can be too aggressive here, realizing that he is the main target. He needs to start making some distance. Asgrath needs to also keep his distance here. Mana definitely going to be a big factor in this matchup. So far, Maddie basically out of mana, whereas Asgrath has a lot still to work with.
Yeah, and that goes back to the map. I feel like a smaller map to get on top of the mage and cross CC, run them down, win fast is the Rogue Mage. They're trying to play like the old school dampen Rogue Mage where you just do a go and then run back behind the pillar, but I think SK Pieces were more than ready for that strategy, apparently, and this could be it on match point. So they could easily just be sent out of the tournament here and now in this game. Take Notes is trying to lead the charge, but Maru pops Combustion in a one-on-one. Dragon's Breath is vanished. Take Notes barely wraps around the corner, clutches out a big heal. and manages to recover. Morrow almost taking him out single-handedly. Now Zeepai lobbing in the lava burst. Take notes on the run, trying to line a sight here while Maddie sits for a drink across to the left pillar. They're all isolated though. Yes, Dave on one pillar, Take notes on the other, Maddie on the other, and he's going to have to trade a block here, I think, if they want to get any mana. Cauterize block at 1%. Master Spell from Asgrath could still happen here. Is he going to go for it? Master Spell is going to connect. Cauterize is still rolling. Yes, Dave down below half and getting blasted. 4% dampening at this point. Take notes getting lava bursted. Asgrath into a blind. He's comfortably sitting a blind. Now into the full sap. I do not think he's going to want to sit that. Guardian Angel going to trade for him. Maddie rolling forward, trying to get crowd control. He didn't get any mana though from that drink. All they did was lose a Cauterize and a block for no mana in exchange. This is a terrible position to be as GRAFTAL, and with Ice Block coming up for Morrow, and Asgrath is running the Resurrection Legendary. There's no options right now for GRAFTAL, and they've got their healer and a Polymorph. What are they going to do on match point in the lower bracket? Asgrath is pushing in aggressively. Zeepai on the right side, Morrow on the left, trying to just isolate them, wither them down, and take this clean 3-0.
Yeah, this map is backfiring in a big way here for GRAFTAL. SK Piece is looking invulnerable right now. Oh, big kidney shot on Morrow. He's got no trinket. They might have to trade the Ice Block. He's got Cauterized, but no. Asgrath there, finally caught into a Polymorph. I think Morrow's going to be able to survive. Yes, save on the back foot, having to run away, getting very lucky in that last situation. Cauterized proc, he went down to basically 1% health and got his Ice Block off. That could have been a very scary situation. I mean, this is match point right now. SK Piece is looking to eliminate GRAFTAL from the tournament. And they're in a desperate situation. I mean, Maddie's got no mana. That's his Guardian Angel. Yes, they've no cooldowns left. Oh. I think he's going to get taken down, potentially. What? Power Shield comes in. Yes, Dave holds on, going for a Ring of Frost. A counter setup. No way are they actually going to be able to do it. The Guardian Angel, I believe, Brox. No, it's still available. Morrow has 2 cheap deaths. The Guardian Angel, as well as his Cauterize. And now that he's survived, I really think GRAFTAL's run out of time.
Beautiful counter setup there to stay alive, and that's the thing, as RMP, you just got to keep going there. But now, yes, Dave caught behind the pillar here, and Maddie working with basically 0 mana. Nice alter time here. Yes, Dave's going to go back there to about half HP, still in trouble. Goes for the sheep here, gets it onto Zeepai, swaps it onto Asgrath, and Morrow could go down here. He has his Ice Block, he has his Cauterize. Asgrath does not have a trinket here, but yes, Dave is going to be procced into a pod. Zeepai with tons of damage there, and they will be able to take the game here. Beautiful play here coming out from SK Pieces, taking this one 3-0 and just countering the aggression with the aggression. And I gotta say, I really love to see the new map, but I do think it did backfire there a little bit for GRAFTAL.
I feel like that was a big mistake. They should have at least experimented, right? Like, you picked the big map, Ashamanes, didn't work out. Maybe they got baited. Maybe it was like, oh, we figured out that he was wearing Earthshield Legendary. Let's go after the Mage instead. So maybe it's like, we don't think it's map. It's got to be strat. We'll just keep going the same line of picking this big map. But you can see the problem right here. Look at Yes Dave. He's all the way over there in the far right, just dying to 3 members of SK Pieces while Take Notes is trying to re-stealth, and Maddie's alone on the left side. He gets stopped on his drink, and you just get pulled out into the open. And as Rogue Mage, that's not where you want to be in this matchup. There's way too much open field on these maps that they selected. And even right now, just Yes Dave getting blasted, even though it's Asgrath in the blind, and they try and line a sight, but even on these small pillars, there's a lot of gap behind them on every side, so you can push in and still get in line of sight around the corners. So I do think the map picks ultimately lost them, but at the same time, you can't really blame them. They're fighting SK Pieces, they're fighting Zeepai, they're fighting Morrow, they're fighting Asgrath. Like, these guys are stacked and jacked when it comes to arena here, and they came ready with a strategy. Like, these gear sets weren't even something I was considering as like dropping the set bonuses. Like, what, you're gonna drop your 4 set at this point? Like, those just came out. Like, you're not going to want to experiment with them, but they ran the numbers, they ran the math, and the durability is going to be a better exchange for them in this matchup. Is definitely well prepared by SK Pieces, and it's still astounding that they're in the lower bracket, right? Like, I think it was Casual Dads that sent them down here, and that was Alex's team and Nixie. So we got some reigning BlizzCon champions there, having already sent SK Pieces. Just looking at how prepared they were, like the fact that they're in this lower bracket, I don't want to be down in this lower bracket. Like, I'm worried about any team that's down here.
I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, Morrow and Zeepai, bringing in Asgrath. I mean, this is just such a phenomenal roster, and this is such a composition that's exclusive to them. They're always making Ellie Mage work when a lot of teams just can't do it, or nobody else is. Kind of reminds me of like Cloud9 playing Magelock Druid when no one else really was. Morrow and Zeepai, the Ellie Mage, they've been disrupting and ruining RMPs for the longest time, and I mean, it's kind of nice to continue to see that. I mean, them bringing that level of synergy and really just kind of putting on a show for us.
Yeah, I feel like both of those players that you just mentioned, Ben, Zebai and Maro as well, like on previous rosters that they've been on, they've kind of been that fourth player sometimes, and they don't really get to utilize the, the absolute skill that we just saw here with this roster. So it's great to see that all come together. SK Pieces just right off the bat, first game of the day for this tournament, and they're just absolutely dominating already. And I think you're totally right, Supatees. It's crazy that they are in the lower bracket. That's an incredibly scary place to be. So GRAFTAL, unfortunately, going to be knocked out. SK Pieces going to be moving ahead, and I don't want to be. I wouldn't want to be down there either, Sid. I wonder how the rest of the teams are going to go up against them, considering how they just played, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, and they have so many options as well. Like we didn't even see Mercy come in, and Warlock is looking a little bit more prominent, right? Like the Mage Lock, like they are a Wizard King comp, and they've also got the Warrior, so maybe we see some potential Warrior Mage as well from them. That was a very popular comp in Season 1, so it's nice to see how the meta is unfolding, seeing what options people are going for. I know right now that you need to be able to beat RMP. Like if you want to win these tournaments, you need something that can beat RMP 100%, and it seems like they have a good answer right now. 3-0ing GRAFTAL, which is like the main one of the main RMPs coming into this, so they've got a good strat. Now the other teams have seen it though, so if they're like, okay, we know what build Zebai is running, that's not going to catch us by surprise, and we're going to have different options that they may actually have to adapt even mid-tournament.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get to see that today from them. But speaking of SK Gaming, that esports org, they're based out of Germany. They just got picked up, and now they're SK Pieces. I was talking with Bastu a little bit during that game. He's the GM of Pieces, and I guess they've been friends with Maro for quite some time, and they were looking for an arena team. Knew that they were solid players all around, and decided to bring them onto their roster. And I have a really funny picture, if we can share, of Mario. Here it is. He's being coached by the photographers in SK Pieces on how to like gamer pose. Can you guys see that?
The classic.
Shots.
Wait, I feel like people have been doing cross arms forever. Does he really need to be taught how to do that? I feel like he's done that so many times.
To me, that looks like I was like, wait, hold on. Is he being coached on how to gamer pose? And apparently that's what's happening. According to Bastu, don't shoot the messenger here in that photo. But yeah, that's Mario visiting the Race 1 First headquarters where they're competing over there. So they've got a lot going on right there with SK Pieces, and both of those teams doing super well. So I'm excited for this team, excited to see how they're going to be moving forward. And that's going to wrap up that series. And now we can go on to talking about the next one that we've got coming up here. We've got Bugs versus Spawn of Damage, Zico.
Yeah, Venruki, I got to say, your gamer pose, it looks
Did you
good.
do one?
Yeah, he's been
Did
practicing. You could, yeah.
Let's
do
see
it again. Do it again.
Let's see. Hit it again.
Come on, I can't do it again.
No.
All right.
Wait, was on broadcast? I just missed
do
it.
Together. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You gotta look
Come on,
real
Zico.
serious,
Come
like
on, join us, Zico.
You're ready.
Yeah, maybe we should sign up, actually.
yeah, any orgs want to pick us up for an arena team. We're really good at that. So we can practice that. But in the meantime, do we think that this next game, Zico, is going to be just as a clean swept 3-0, maybe on one side as the last one, or how are you feeling about this one coming up here?
Well, we got, a Spawn of Damage. It's interesting, right? Because these guys, we got Aritros, we got Big Max, Heavensfield, and Luxia. A lot of these, at least 3 of these members are definitely big-time arena players here in Europe with a lot of experience. So it could be a very nice roster there. But again, on the side of Bugs, they actually have the same compositions here that we just saw from SK Pieces. Maybe we'll see another Fire Mage Elemental coming out from Jamie there. Could happen. Otherwise, maybe some Windwalker Mage. Should definitely be an explosive match no matter what. And of course, it is a new meta. So honestly, who knows what these guys are going to be gearing, what comps they're going to be bringing, what strategies. It's just all stuff that we kind of have to figure out together right now. And I'm definitely excited for it.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. Hopefully you guys watching from home are excited. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have more gameplay, another elimination round coming up for you soon.
2.2 Eternity's End is here, and with it, Shadowlands PvP Season 3. In this video, we'll be covering all of the important changes and features of the new season to help you stay up to date on all things PvP. 9.2 includes Maldraxxus Coliseum, a brand new circular mid-size arena map. This battlefield features 3 small pillars that can be used to avoid enemies and protect yourself with line of sight. For competitive play, Maldraxxus Coliseum has a portion of open area that benefits casters, as well as pillars that are quick to access for melee compositions. A quick tip for range classes. You can use the large starting room to force melee and their healers off of a pillar and into the open field to set up crowd control and unescapable damage. Remember this if you're a melee. Be careful of overextending in this position. Your healer will thank you. Season 3 will also feature 5 new Cosmic Gladiators PvP trinkets with unique, powerful effects. These trinkets can deal powerful cosmic burst damage, absorb enemy healing, protect you from magic damage, and give temporary immunity to crowd control effects. One of the new trinkets to look out for is the new Cosmic Gladiators Resonator. You can use this trinket to deal large amounts of cosmic damage after a short 4-second window, split amongst all enemies caught in its blast radius. Multiple players using this trinket can cause lethal damage. You can protect yourself from this damage by using the new Cosmic Gladiators Eternal Aegis. This powerful defensive trinket absorbs magic damage and all incoming cosmic damage. A well-timed Eternal Aegis can completely prevent the damage of one Resonator. The PvP trinket 2-piece set bonus, Gladiator's Distinction, has also changed. In earlier seasons, the set bonus granted a 40% increase to the damage and healing bonus of versatility. This made versatility very important to stack for PvPers. In 9.2, the set bonus will change to an increase in primary stat and bonus stamina. While still an important secondary stat, stacking versatility will be slightly less important this season, giving you more flexibility with multiple secondary stat combinations. You'll be able to unlock the ability to wield 2 powerful legendaries at the same time. In addition to the original legendary effect you've created, you'll also be able to use your unique Class Covenant legendary. There will be many powerful combinations that can greatly increase your defensive and offensive capabilities. You'll need to experiment with these effects to utilize a combination that works best with your playstyle and preferred PvP content. Class set bonuses have also returned to the game. All specializations have their own unique 2- and 4-piece set bonuses. These powerful perks may greatly increase a player's damage, healing, or defensive abilities. You won't want to miss out on the power of these bonuses as they'll provide a huge power boost to your character. For PvPers, set bonuses can be acquired through the Great Vault, so make sure to cap your characters to access these powerful sets. Finally, a brand new brawl has been introduced in 9.2, Solo Shuffle. This game mode allows you to queue up by yourself and jump straight into the arena for conquest points and honor rewards. 6 rounds of 3v3 will play out with different combinations of players, giving everyone an opportunity to play multiple rounds with each other. After all 6 rounds are played, the players with more overall wins will claim victory and earn bonus rewards to purchase and upgrade their PvP gear. For more information on the PvP content discussed, check out the links in the description of this video. And don't forget to subscribe to the Warcraft YouTube channel for more content like this in the future. In the meantime, queue up and we'll see you in the arena.
Hello everybody and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just eliminated a team right off the bat, SK Pieces, moving forward in the lower bracket. Now we're moving on to our second series of the day. Still going to be in that European region, and it's Bugs versus Spawn of Damage. So someone that may not have watched last year, that doesn't recognize some of these names, Ven, do you want to just like walk us through some of the faces that we may not recognize just yet?
Sure. I mean, we could do that. I mean, these rosters, there's a lot of players in these rosters that have participated in the AWC. Some of them have done exceptionally well. Eritros in the past from Spawn of Damage. Luxia is another familiar face. Jamie from Bugs, really holding it down at Elemental Shaman for a long time. Some of these other players haven't played that much. Big Mex actually has. But yeah, I mean, these are brand new rosters coming together. Haven't really seen them play together in the past, so curious to see how they will do. Something to note is they both are in the lower bracket right now, but it's hard to say how much that matters, especially when you see teams like SK Pieces in the lower bracket. I just feel like the level of competition right now is really high, and you really, I mean, if you're a good team, you could get knocked down to the lower bracket and make a deep bracket run all the way to the grand final. So it's definitely possible, and I'm curious to see what compositions they're going to run. On the side of Bugs, potentially, we see the same thing we saw from SK Pieces, the Elemental Shaman Fire Mage. For Spawn of Damage, I think they could run potentially the Warrior Hunter a Warlock Hunter could be really interesting.
So Spawn of Damage, Erytros, like we know him for Warlock, but he actually played Shadow Priest in the offline bracket. They played Shadow Priest, Survival Hunter, Resto Druid. They're the only team that are playing it. They had a nail biter road to qualify. Like they had to beat Kara, BlizzCon champion, Ret Warrior as that composition. I think they reverse sweep them 3-2. So like they got in here barely by the skin of their teeth, but they are a phenomenal team, and they're the only ones playing that, the Survival Hunter. And it's a spec that got some really amazing set bonuses for its Wildfire Bomb damage. And we saw the little clip of you on your Shadow Priest, so I'm curious to see if we see the Shadow Priest set bonus come in here, because I didn't even know that's what it looked like. The Dark Thoughts summoning in that big little shadow guy behind your shoulders to start adding some extra damage in. I'm very curious to see what they're bringing if they open with that Survival Hunter Shadow Priest. I didn't see Heaven's Field play in any of the games that I watched on Big Mix's stream. So I don't know if he has other options too of classes and not just the Warrior. They're going to be a bit of a surprise for us, I think. Whereas Bugs, I'm imagining there's no way they put Jamie on the bench for game 1. So they're going to play the Windwalker Elemental Shaman, and their Survival Hunter Shadow Priest is coming out of Spawn of Damage. I feel like that's their main comp.
All right. Well, let's see how this one goes. They're going to be bringing in some interesting compositions. So Windwalker Monk with the Enhancement Shaman. So very durable cleave right now. The Enhancement Shaman really strong. Windwalker Monks as well. Looks like Brun is going to be playing Necro Lord. Now, Fist of Fury with the set bonus, if he's playing it, does insane damage. In the past, Windwalker Monks didn't put too much stock in their Fist of Fury, but if you see him fully channel one and he is running the set bonus, it can absolutely devastate someone. And I think at this matchup, Erytros will likely be the main target, and on that Shadow Priest, you got to be very scared of what Bugs is bringing.
Absolutely, and I'm just excited to see Big Mex actually in action here, but he's going to be caught up in a leg sweep immediately here. Siphon is out and channeling here onto Brun Hitty. There's the Fury that Venrico was talking about, but Big Mex does avoid it, and they're swapping over to Erytros right now with the Chastise as well, taking a decent chunk of damage there, and so far both teams kind of trading blow for blow, but no major defensives forced out yet. They would like to get that dispersion off the checklist, but so far no luck with that. And I wanted to say that I'm really excited to actually see Big Mex in action, because this guy has been holding it down for such a long time on the EU ladder, and to see him back in tournaments, it's going to be very interesting to see what he can actually bring to the AWC.
Oh, but right now he's on the back foot, stun locked. That Windwalker Enhancement Shaman doing a lot of damage. In the meantime, Erytros, though, going for big pressure onto Brun. With the silence on the neck, stun onto Jamie. Good cross, but they break out and immediately stabilize. Luxia's mana's in a solid position. The first Resto Druid we're going to see here for patch 9.2. It's looking like a Holy Priest meta, so is he going to be able to hold strong against that? Big Mix stunned up, caught in that Lightning Totem. Erytros kills it for him, and a Cyclone onto the Enhancement Shaman's Ascendance slows down the damage. Big Mix harpooning away to the enemy healer to try and escape, but Jamie's Ascendance is ranged at this point. He's going to still need to be careful, silencing Jamie, pulling away, trying to make sure he's not getting attacked by 2 members of the team at any moment in time. I think this might be even the first time we've seen Survival Hunter in AWC for Shadowlands. It's kind of been a Beast Mastery run show for a long time, so it's awesome to see him on this spec. I know he's always talking about it in his own content, so let's see if he can perform here in the lower bracket, keep it alive for his team, and extend it. Brun stun locked in midfield. What's he going to trade? Touch of Karma might not be enough. They could bust through that. Fist of Fury parrying the attacks, trying to stabilize, but there's a full freezing trap. Brun ports behind the pillar, trying to stabilize with Vivify, but they swap over to Jamie. He's now getting crushed. He's going to pop his new Cosmic Gladiator's Aegis, and that shield is going to absorb half of all of the magic damage. He's basically not a target right now. They swap back to Brun. He's going to pop his Aegis as well. Having gotten through those 2 cooldowns is important, though, and the Hunter's damage, still some of it physical, is going to cut through. Can they get a double kill? Brun down at 30%. Next is struggling to keep his team alive, but here comes the stun lock. Will Big Mix be able to survive? Down at 30%, big heals come in. Roar of Sacrifice, he's looking stable now at this point. This is back and forth, but mana is in favor of Spawn of Damage.
Yeah, right now, huge mana lead. This is something you would really expect. I mean, the Survival Hunter and that Shadow Priest is going to be putting out a ton of consistent damage and very slippery as well. I mean, you can see Brun, they're doing the setups, but unfortunately the damage just isn't sticking. They haven't forced out too many defensive cooldowns. And Brun is just going to get dropped. He's down so low. Flushcraft gets interrupted. He kicks all over him right now. Fury Turbo. This will be enough to survive. A little bit of a counter setup here, but a beautiful grip there by Erytros. And it's just one thing after another that's denying the damage and the setups from Bugs. Ooh. Big setup on Erytros. He's forced. trade out his dispersion, and that's going to allow him to survive. Now going after Big Mix once again. This is a huge offensive push by Bugs. I mean, this is the best they've looked in the game so far. It looks like a big chain harvest from Jamie. Almost drops Big Mix, but he does manage to survive. And now Spawn of Damage is going to be looking to turn around the pressure, but Big Mix still, he just can't get away. He's in a full stun. Leg sweep, going to get feared away by Eritros, and that should be enough for Big Mix to survive. Next, unfortunately, he still hasn't been able to recover his mana, and Bugs is on a time limit in a big way.
Yeah, if they can just get one more crowd control onto next, they could just take down Run through that Touch of Karma. We'll see if they end up going for that. Big Mix right now doing tons of damage here as well. He's got the aspect of the Eagle active and ready to go. There's the stun here, and there's the Touch of Karma. Jamie, I think, grounded actually the trap right there. Beautifully done. And Big Mix will be able to get that Touch of Karma and run away. And now, once again, it's going to be Spawn of Damage here looking for the damage. Can they get Big Mix? Nice grip there by Eritros. Should be enough to stabilize him. Eritros, though, with no dispersion, could get swapped to, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. But Brun taking massive damage. Nice offensive cyclone, defensive cyclone rather, by Luxia is going to slow down the assault. Brun now taking massive damage here from the Hunter, and Big Max looking for that final crowd control. He actually manages to interrupt the heal next there, using that Holy Ward as well to avoid incoming crowd control. But at what cost here? They need to get offensive, but at the same time, Brun, if he does, he might just go down, and he is dead right there. Big Max is going to be able to take him down, and this composition, it just looks incredible from Spawn of Damage here. The new Survival Hunter with those Wildfire Bombs. I mean, I want to see the scoreboard here, because it looks like they have insane amounts of damage.
Oh, they do. There's no doubt about that. That legendary is like literally a 25-30% damage increase for Survival Hunters. It's pretty wild. Another thing I'm noticing in the Smash is Eritros. There's certain abilities that benefit from conduits in a huge way. And as the conduit item level goes up, these abilities get more and more powerful. One that I'm noticing
my god!
Look at the damage.
He's looking like a warlock, bro.
He did the same damage
insane.
as Brune and Jamie combined. Like, so that's just saying something. But I wanted to shout out one of these conduits as well. The Leap of Faith cooldown. What is the cooldown for Eritros's Leap of Faith? Because I feel like every single one of these leg sweeps is just getting gripped.
It's sub 1 minute, I think. It's like 50.
Yeah, so every leg sweep he has grip. That's pretty devastating for the setups coming in from Bugs consistently. But this is that really great push we saw from the side of Bugs in the match, where they got the dispersion from Eritros. They got exhilaration from Big Mix. He got really, really low as well. But ultimately, they were able to hold on. And once they stabilized and Nex has no mana, I mean, it's very one-sided at this point.
What I like about the comp is that Gladiator's Aegis is like a hard counter to magic damage, but because they're bringing in a Hunter, they still have a little bit mixed of physical damage, so they can actually penetrate through the shields. Like, they almost killed Brune through that Gladiator's Aegis at that moment in time, and here they try and go for the kill. They have nothing left. They have to win the game here, so they drop the totem, try and pin Big Mix, but it's too little too late. They have run their clock. They can't go for the kill in that final second. Big Mix is just going to turtle to make sure that there's no risks run. And yeah, I mean, Survival Hunter looking strong with the new set bonuses. Next week when they get the double legendary as well, because they're going to be able to wear the damage legendary that he's currently wearing plus another one. He's probably going to put the Feign Death one on, but it would be cool if he found another way to get a second damage legendary, just to see how high he can run the scoreboard, because it's not very often. Like I said, I think this is the first time we've seen Survival Hunter. I'm trying to think. All the jungles have either been, I think, have all been BM and Marksman. And maybe one game we've seen Survival and it didn't do well. So this is looking like a really good patch for it right now, just by judging based on that performance. And it's going to get stronger moving into next week with the second legendary. So Big Mix could be a big player in this tournament.
I'm scared. I want to make a Survival Hunter, honestly. That looks kind of fun, just throwing out these huge bombs, AoEing everyone down. Like, it definitely looks solid. In terms of map, I think if we see these same compositions, I don't know what else Bugs could run. Do you think it's... I feel like if there's one thing that the Shadow Priest Hunter is good into, it's good into Fire Mages. So I feel like Oscar likely going to be sitting out this series. I mean, you just have too many defensive cooldowns to rotate through. You have the Roar of Sacrifice. It's another one of those benefits of the Survival Hunters. It's actually very good into Fire Mage, which is super meta. So definitely a big benefit for Spawn of Damage. And I don't know if Bugs really has better options. They're going to be going to Ashermane's Fall, which is once again a map you would expect to be extremely good for Spawn of Damage. So I really don't know what's going on. They better switch their comp. If they don't switch their comp, I'm going to be really surprised because it doesn't seem like a good map pick from Bugs.
Maybe we see Mage Ellie again. I mean, they do well, Fire Mage though. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I feel like a melee cleave on Ashamane's fall, it doesn't sound too good, especially into what Spawn of Damage has been bringing. So I agree with you. I think we're going to see some kind of comp swap, but what that comp would look like is a completely different question, of course. And another thing that we haven't really touched on actually is the fact that we're seeing Luxia stay true to himself and lock in that Resto Druid. Everybody's locking in the Holy Priest so far, but Luxia making the Druid honestly look kind of good. There was one point though where it looked like he couldn't really keep up with the damage of Bugs, but once they were able to kind of weather that storm, we saw some nice cyclones come out from him as well, especially when they were actually able to get that kill. He got a nice cyclone that forced out the trinket of the Windwalker, and then he was able to swap that one over to Jamie and actually give his team a little bit of time and a little bit of space to actually move in and get aggressive. So it's nice to see the first Resto Druid as well.
And not just going to be a Holy Priest show. Everybody's bringing out their Holy Priests. So the other healers are still, I think, strong. I think some, like Paladin, we're waiting for double Legendary. And we might start seeing some Necro Holy Paladins come into the mix. But prior to that, it seems like most of the healers are not set on running the Holy Paladin. They're sticking with the melee cleave. So is this going to be another series where the map picks are going to cost them the game here? I like the strat. You use the lightning totem to pin the target so it can't get life gripped or disengage away. You leg sweep, you drop a bunch of damage. Like the strat of the comp actually is strong for Bugs. It's just they couldn't get it to the point where they could deliver it to victory, unfortunately. So maybe they changed their targeting. Checking out the builds when I looked at it, it looks like Erytros was actually just opting to run full versatility and not any set bonuses. I don't even think he had the 2 set bonus on. When I was looking at him, he's running the double power infusion legendary, which to me seemed a bit odd. I don't know what type of scaling that's got for Survival Hunter, but at least on the armory here that I'm looking at, he was running double power infusion, which might be buffing Big Mix's damage. It doesn't, again, this double purge. I don't know how much of a fan I am of that. But again, they're the ones that run this comp. So at the same time, how much do they fight Windwalker Enhance? Like Windwalker Enhance is not exactly the most popular comp. So they adapted well to it, I think, for game number 1. They survived those scary moments, dragged the fight on, played for attrition, and were able to pull it off. Can they do it again? It seems like they've set themselves up for failure on the side of Jamie's team by picking this map, because it's going to allow the Hunter team a lot of space and to be able to kite. Perhaps they're going to try and get their priests some drinks earlier on is the goal with this map. If it isn't, then I'm not sure if it makes too much sense.
Yeah, I mean, the static field totem is going to be really, really important for Jamie. That's the only thing that's going to deny those life grips. And if they don't manage to get that down, or if you see Erytros immediately snipe that off, then I don't know how Bugs is going to possibly win outside of just a random one-shot, which could happen. Don't count it out. I mean, Bone Dust Brew can do some amazing things for Windwalker Monks. So definitely not out of it yet, but we'll see how they do. Big Mix right now going to be playing at max range, just dotting everyone up, throwing in some damage. The power infusion coming in right away. Huge pressure onto a Brune immediately. He's caught into the middle of the map, into that steel trap. Going to be using the Tiger's Lust to free himself from that, pop some defensive cooldowns, and try to play aggressive. Let's see what they can do here to Erytros. All the images get feared away, and it looks like Erytros should be able to hold on, and Brune's actually the one that has to run away and play defensive.
Oh, that trap.
Nice. Yeah, beautiful route right there. Trying to shut down the trap, or trying to shut down Brune from eating that trap, and they do land it. And now they are going to be going after Erytros here in a little bit on the midfield. And Erytros so far looking good. He still has his fade. He did have to use his trinket though earlier on, and he also has his dispersion, of course. Brune looking like he's still going to be in trouble here next, doing what he can to keep him alive. And it seems to be a bit of a race here. They're trying to race down Erytros, and of course Big Mix is just trying to poke them off of him. And if they can win that race, they are going to be rewarded with that big cooldown. Here comes the spinning crane kick with the procs. Erytros in that leg sweep. And I think the strategy change here is to just go after Erytros more because of those life grips like you mentioned, basically just lining up perfectly. And once again here, Big Mix does land the freezing trap. Brune trying to eat it. Brune actually using the fuse magic right there to just stay alive here during that push. So they do land the trap. They do net themselves a little nice defensive cooldown. And now Brune and Jamie looking to get back onto Erytros. Very fast pace so far. Erytros, of course, in void form right now, doing tons of damage himself. But the procs are coming in from that spinning crank kick. And that is going to be the dispersion right there forced out. So Bugs definitely showing some signs of life.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. The Shadow Priest looking a lot better for them offensively, but their mana is burning down faster, just like game one. They're going to trade Guardian Angel onto Brunhilde just to stay aggressive on Erytros, try and push for the win here. If they can get that leg sweep, they have images for it. They could just push him over here at any moment. If Erytros gets interrupted, it could be lights out. He's going for a Fleshcraft, trying to premeditate the attack, and with no interrupts, he actually gets that full Fleshcraft. Now turning around the battle, Power Infusion. This is when Big Mix is going to pop off. His damage is going to scale out to an enormous level. Full trap onto the healer. Brunhilde on the run. Big Mix chasing him down behind the pillar. Grapple weapon onto the Survival Hunter, but I think he can still use the grenades and wildfire bombs even despite that, so he's going to still be lobbing out some big hits onto Brunhilde. Those kill shots, procking massive bleed damage. Brunhilde turning it around, spinning crank, but will he be able to stay alive to go for the kill? Erytros recovers. Brunhilde down at half. Big Mix is still laying in, but here comes the Zwen. Another set of images from Brunhilde. Jamie looking to connect as soon as possible. Ring of Peace interrupts the Cyclone on Luxia. Luxia going to wild charge in for a bash onto the monk. Full bash, looking for Cyclone. Cyclone gets grounded. Brunhilde down to half, trades Karma and Diffuse, and it's such a risky gamble for the team of Bugs. Anytime they want to get aggressive, they are getting punished for it big.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. Right now, Bugs is on a timer. Spawn of damage looking good to go up 2-0 in this series. Let's see if they can take down Erytros. Needs to be very careful. Yeah, Windwalker Monk and the Enhancement Shaman, they have a large amount of burst. Here's the Bone Dust Brew. Big spinning crane kick. Erytros going to be forced to use the dispersion. Luxia tops him off quite quickly in that situation, but now with no trinket, no dispersion, Erytros very vulnerable. This is the moment that Bugs has been waiting for. This is their opportunity to win. Fade comes in from Erytros, and unless Big Mix can get some CC onto next, I feel like Bugs might be able to continue this push. That being said, it's going to be scary for Brunhilde. He's got no defensive cooldowns whatsoever. If he keeps getting dragged into the open, it could be lethal for him.
Yeah, they kind of need to kill Erytros fast because they're running out of mana, and this could be the push. Luxia are going to trinket out there, trade out big heals there to keep Erytros alive in that situation. That's a very fair trade now. Luxia actually charging in, getting entangling roots, getting a bash here onto Jamie. Nice Cyclone. Jamie's going to have to trinket out of that one. Void Eruption coming out from Erytros. Big Mix trying to cause a havoc there in the backline, chasing down Brunhilde. Can he get any more damage though with those wildfire bombs? Actually gets a nice spear there by next onto Big Max, and Erytros now dropping dangerously low. This is the situation where they kind of need to push and try to go for the kill. Erytros dropping dangerously low, but Brunhilde once again forced to retreat, and so much damage coming out here. Brunhilde using that trinket there as well, trying to stay aggressive, and there it is. Beautiful setup coming out here. This has got to be it. Massive damage onto Erytros. Will he survive? He gets the greater fade right there. Nicely done there by Erytros, and now Brunhilde forced to trade out the Touch of Karma there as well. Next has no mana left, but so Erytros, 5 seconds left on that dispersion. Can he access it in time? They get a full freezing trap onto next. Brunhilde with no defensives left. Can he keep chasing? He's got that Guardian Angel right now, keeping him nice and offensive, but once that fades, I don't think he's got anything left really to work with. Luxia still has a little bit of mana, and Brunhilde might have lost this one because Erytros has his dispersion ready to go.
Full Fist of Fury there, in cap onto the Cyclone, going for the win here, so evenly matched, down to the wire in game number 2 between Bugs and Spawn of Damage. Brunhilde stunned up in midfield. Power Infusion was already used though, but Big Mix activating the aspect of the Eagle, trying to stay away from the fight and launch in damage from afar, but he's caught in a mind control. Brunhilde, I don't think he's going to get soloed by Erytros. Mind control finally purged next, pre-blinking the trap, but Big Mix, I think he held on to it. Big Mix is chasing for the trap that could win the game. He fakes the Shadow of Death. He lands the full trap. He fakes out all the stops, and now Brunhilde is desperate. Line of sighting behind the pillar with Fleshcraft. Big Mix Door of Shadows into the left. Brunhilde incaps him, rolls back into line of next, dispelling off the dots, but was that the right time to do it? Brunhilde still down at half. Big Mix rooting up the healer. Erytros trying to hold strong for his team and go for the kill. 20 seconds left on that Karma. 1 second on the Guardian. Guardian's available now. Is next going to have the mana to pop it. He pops the Guardian onto Brunhilde. He's running for his life. Ring of Peace bouncing Big Mix away for now. Trying to recover behind the pillar. 1 minute into dampening. 0 mana left for both sides, but
more defense for the side of Spawn of Damage, and I think they've got the momentum. 3 members of the team rotting down from the damage of Aeritros. I'm not sure how much longer they can hold on at this point. Another stun onto next. Brunhilde down to 30%, going for the Bone Dust Brew, going for the swap to the Hunter, an all-in swap to the Hunter to get him to 1%, but Aspect of the Turtle will allow him to stay alive, but that could have swung the momentum for them. Now they can go after the Shadow Priest while the Hunter is low on health. Big Mix is trying to get damage out. Power Infusion is rolling. They're going to trade Diffuse, they're going to trade Wall, try and heal themselves back up and go for the kill of the Shadow Priest. Silence onto the Priest. Big Mix in position for the Freezing Trap. Freezing Trap going to land, but Aeritros on the back foot has to trade Dispersion. I cannot believe these teams are still alive at this point.
This is actually unbelievable. Brunhilde, though, has he run out of time? He has to run away once again. The Big Mix is there, dampening at 12%. Next has no mana. Somehow, Brunhilde is still alive, trying to get away behind the pillar. Door shadows coming in.
Oh, that door.
Grapples over. Brun with a beautiful board. Evasive maneuvers. I've been very impressed with this Windwalker Monk's ability to survive in this match. Doing such a good job weaving in and out, surviving when he doesn't have the defensive cooldowns, now looking to get aggressive once again. Luxia, can he sit down for a drink? There's no innervate. Brunhilde once again low, and this is a minute on Touch of Karma. Jamie and Brunhilde, they are going for it. Big Chain Harvest. Tops off the team, but a full trap on
Oh, that damage!
Brunhilde, I don't know if he can survive once again. He's tried so hard.
What?
Somehow, the heals are still coming in from Next, and Jamie, Brunhilde gets behind the pillar, going for a flesh graft, and he will hold on. I think he gets interrupted. Big Mix has had enough, really trying to shut down this game, but somehow, some way, the Monk survives. But, I mean, there's only so much you can do in that situation as Brunhilde. It's a really difficult spot to be in, and honestly, that game looked a lot better for Bugs than going after Aeritros. Gave them a lot more momentum, and it definitely kept them on the back foot. And unfortunately for them, Spawn of Damage will claim game number 2, but that was a much more convincing game.
I'm very impressed with Brunhilde's ability to survive, though. Even there at the end, he barely went down, kiting with the port, getting down the Ring of Peace there, building some distance, but Big Max once again with the damage. We got to see the scoreboard again, but Big Mix is just a menace right now, running around, probably doubling everybody's damage here again, just being basically 2 players worth on that scoreboard and finding so many traps as well. And, you know, Big Mix doing a great job as well with that Door of Shadow. Look at Big Mix here, man. 3 million damage nearly. Again, 1.6 million on Brunhilde, 1.6 here onto Jamie as well. And, you know, their damage combined is slightly above Big Mix damage right there. And now we're going to see the replay here as well, Brunhilde with the kiting here. And honestly, I'm very impressed as well with Next being able to keep him alive for such a long period of time. But here you get the Ring of Peace, and Big Mix immediately aggressing back there with the Door of Shadows. Brunhilde teleporting back. Next using that soul shape as well to get back to his team, and they're rotating, you know, their defensive and their mobility beautifully here on the side of Bugs. But Luxia trying to sit down for a drink. Jamie trying to hold it down offensively here to get aggressive, and Luxia as well. You got to give this man some credit. Every single time here, he realizes he has no mana left basically to work with. So instead of trying to out-heal the damage, he goes in for Bash, he goes in for Cyclones, things like that. And here they force out that last Guardian Spirit to get a Hex onto Big Max, but it does get decursed. And then, of course, here, Big Max just takes matters into his own hands, interrupts the Fleshcraft, very crucial. And then here's that Ring of Peace as well from Brunhilde, trying to build some distance there, but they do get the kill shot in time. And Aeritros, of course, on the opposite side there, kind of cornering them around that pillar on one side each, able to take him down. And I mean, this composition with the Shadow Priest Hunter, it's something that we don't typically see. I think it's only the Golden Guardians really that's been playing this composition, I think, ever.
I bet they're watching. If they're not watching this right now.
Oh yeah.
I feel like they need to be watching this if they're not watching this right now.
Oh yeah.
Jelly Beans is like, oh, okay. If they
think he knows.
I want to see this from them, man. I want to see this. I love watching WizKid and Jelly play together. Like watching Aeritros and Big Mix pull this off is making me interested to see if we see any survival hunters in North America as well. And that's the one thing about Big Mix and like the type of content that he makes. I feel like if you're ever watching him, he is very like, what's the word, precise, mathematical, like laboratory style, trying to min-max his character. Like he is diving down into the biggest or the deepest details to try and make sure he's min-maxed everything to the maximum potential. And I think you see the result of that on the scoreboard here with him nearly doubling or tripling potentially the damage of his opponents. So he came prepared. This is looking like a solid patch for them. They're playing a unique composition, the Survival Shadow Priest Resto Druid, and now it's for the side of Bugs. Are they going to be squashed, you know? Yeah, they've got that magnifying glass with the sun getting really close to them. Like only a couple more seconds, they're going to burn out here in the lower bracket. Yeah. So hopefully they can turn it around. You know, have the power of the ants and the 100 times. Is it 100 times their body weight? And then flip this around. But hook point. So I think this makes a lot more sense. Small map, play aggressive, get a little bit more crowd control on Luxia potentially during the goes and the Shadow Priest. And I think that they could pull this off still.
Besides the blind pick. Oh, go ahead.
I feel like Sid was one of those people that collected bugs as a kid just by hearing the magnifying glass. It sounded like you were talking about a personal experience there.
No. This was somebody else, okay, at the bus stop. I watched them in middle school. It was not me, I promise.
All right. I was going to say, I think outside of the blind picks on Nagrand, this is the first map pick that has actually made any sense to me whatsoever. So going to hook point for bugs, I think it's going to be a lot better for them. That being said, it's going to be more difficult for Brunhilde to kite, I think. Like, using that big pillar on Tolvron is actually quite nice for him to survive. So maybe it's a situation where Spawn of Damage is going to be able to run them down a lot easier. Like I said, and like we've been saying on the desk, I mean, Survival Hunter so far seems really strong. And this actually makes me really interested to see how MYWAY is going to do on jungle. I mean, you imagine a jungle with a Survival Hunter doing this much damage, that much control, and the damage of a Feral Druid. I mean, seems horrifying to me. I wouldn't want to play against them, that's for sure. But I am curious if Bugs makes any kind of change or if they're going to go with the cleave once again.
Yeah, we don't have like a huge amount of information about them, right? So yeah, maybe there is a pocket surprise pick. I wouldn't want to be a mage into this, no. So I doubt that we see Oscar coming in here. But they are taking their time. Maybe they're thinking about specs or talents and builds. They're going to run a Shadow Priest of their own. Jamie's going to come in on Shadow Priest. This seems odd to me. I mean, it's nice counter for all the crowd control, the extra mass dispel, the extra durability, but can Brunhilde keep up with the damage of Big Mix as this just turns into a damage war? Like, they're Spawn of Damage. Their name is literally Spawn of Damage. You want to bring this into a damage fight? Like, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think one thing, something we didn't talk about in those last couple of games is Brunhilde did a great job of surviving, but I think he had a little bit of help. Yeah. I think a lot of that help came from Jamie on the Enhancement Shaman. So Enhancement Shamans do a wild amount of healing with their Chain Harvest and their healing surges. So Jamie not having that as an option, we could just see Brunhilde just flop, like just literally just fall over in this match without that off healing really assisting him. And honestly, playing Windwalker Monk into Resto Druid, Shadow Priest, Survival Hunter, in my opinion, is a complete nightmare. It's like one of the least fun matchups. Every time you summon your images in Zwen, they get mass entangled, they get feared, you're getting trapped, the hunter's just feign deathing all your damage and harpooning away. Like, it's actually really difficult as a monk to get your damage off in a matchup like this. So I don't know if Bugs as the solo melee, I don't know if Bugs having one melee and that melee being a Windwalker Monk is really going to work out in this particular matchup. I do not. I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but I do not envy Brunhilde in this matchup.
Yeah, I think kind of like you mentioned as well. What I think is interesting as well is if it does come down to kind of a damage race, where maybe it becomes like a bit of a war of attrition. How would the Resto Druid actually do into the Holy Priest? I feel like the Holy Priest is better at trading cooldowns, but the Resto Druid, I do think, has a little bit more longevity. At least historically, that's how it's been. I'm not sure in this patch exactly how that's going to play out, but it's definitely going to be a factor. I think maybe if they decide to go after the Druid, this could be a really good map for that. But it's, I think, something that they might have to, keep in mind.
That's true. They could run double mind games. Go after the Druid just every leg sweep. But how are they going to pin him? He's got a life grip. He's got Roar of Sacrifice. Probably life swap if Aeritos really wants to. Like, it makes sense on paper. Like, mind games is one of the best tools to take out a Druid. So running 2 of it potentially for Bugs in a small map like this is a great choice. You can ring a piece of the Druid off the pillar, try and go after him. But they're going to have to push through Big Mix to get there. And without the healing surges of Jamie, like Venruki pointed out, I don't know if they're going to survive longer than a couple seconds. Like Jamie's healing, like he's cutting down Big Mix's damage by 1.1 million. Like, his healing is cutting that damage down to like a more humanly level amount of mortal level of damage. So without those healing surges to help the team, like, I feel like Spawn of Damage could win this game in like 10 seconds. Not like as soon as everyone's fully dotted with power infusion rolling on the Survival Hunter, like Bugs could just see you later. They're extinct. It's over for them. Like, I don't know. I don't know. This is a scary move by them on match point, for me at least.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with a statement like that. I don't know if this is the pick. We'll see. I think Bugs, if they are going to win this matchup, it's off aggression. You need to push in. You need to be spam fearing. You need to be mind gamesing. Like, you have to play on top of your opponents. If they kind of get kited out in attrition, I think Bugs is going to lose this matchup really fast. We'll see. Aerotross is going to the middle of the map, getting dots out. Big Mix still sitting in camouflage, just waiting. Now getting some damage out onto Jamie. Maybe they actually go up to the Shadow Priest in this matchup too. So he will get stung into a silence. Double Fear going out. Jamie trying to get some counter pressure here with a silence of his own, but no one really taking too much damage. Hitty, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. All his images just rooted up. Now killing the Psyfiend. Hasn't got any damage out whatsoever. Now he's just dead, potentially having to run away or trade out the Karma. Luckily, Next is there to top him off, but I don't think this is a great start here for Bugs.
Yeah, immediately having to trade out that Guardian Angel. And of course, that was the power infusion there coming out from Aerotross. And now finally, Big Max. This is the annoying thing when you play against Big Max. He's always so good at just standing next to a pillar and just ducking in and out every single time between his glow balls, just maximizing his damage and minimizing the damage that he takes, which of course allows him to stay aggressive and do more damage. But Jamie right now taking huge amount of damage there, dropping to 10% HP, trades out the Fade. He doesn't have a dispersion already, so Jamie not in the greatest spot now. They're trying to get some pressure here onto Aerotross. Aerotross gets kicked there on the Master Spell. Does use the Greater Fade there as well. And now Jamie here in huge trouble. No Guardian Angel, no defensive for Jamie. Could be a very scary situation here. The Boy Torrent gets channeled out here. Brunhilde as well in a Cyclone there by Luxia. And Luxia already looking for those early drinks, realizing that it's going to be very tricky to find them later on in the match. He still has good pressure, but they silence him off of that. And now going after Aerotross. Aerotross trades out the Trinket. Still a lot of damage coming out, but not enough to force out that dispersion. He did have to use that Gladiator's Emblem, however, so he will be losing a decent chunk of HP. But now again, going after Jamie here. Both of these Shadow Priests under heavy fire so far, and any one of them could fall if they do make a mistake. Right now, Next, though, having his work cut out for him. He gets caught up in the Intimidation stun. Big Next now actually getting swapped to as well. Nice eat on the trap there by Jamie, but they will follow it up there with the Silence and the Disarm combo there from the Shadow Priest. And it looks like for now, Big Mix will survive, and so will Jamie. Aerotross is going to be the next target on the chopping block.
Yep, Big Mix, Feign Deathing, rolling behind the corner here for a moment. Now harpooning in, rooting Next. Jamie down to half, dispersion available. Swapping to the Hunter, big stun here. Big Mix going to get gripped by Aerotross away from Brunhilde for a moment. Now disengaging, here comes the power infusion. Big damage boost for Big Mix. How much is he going to get to connect though with the double purge? Looks like they've removed the power infusion. His boost of damage is going to be negated. He still has the coordinated assaults rolling. He's trying to get as much damage out as he can right here and run Next out of mana while Luxia goes for a drink. And I think that is the name of the game here. Just pad the damage meter as much as possible. Play to the strengths of your team. Play to the reason why you named your team Spawn of Damage. Run this Holy Priest out of mana. Your Resto Druid is so far ahead at this point. Cleave the whole team. Max out the scoreboard. See what is possible in 9.2 here. The entire team getting decimated. Brunhilde's trying to turn the tides here. Popping the Swen out on Aerotross, but Jamie is falling behind slowly but surely. Trying to fish out for a Mind Games. Gets stunned on it. Luxia is now out of crowd control. Big Mix rolls over for an interrupt on the Next. Fakes out the Shadow Word Death. Now needs to land the Freezing Trap. Fakes out the Greater Fade from Next. He's likely going to get this Freezing Trap in a moment. Jamie Vortex behind the pillar, forced to disperse and run to the opposite side, and Big Mix is just harassing Next. He's gotten through all of his stops, lands the full Freezing Trap. Master Spell does manage to be secured by Jamie. That silence only just 1 second too late, but Jamie's still down at half. He's trying to turn it around, and Big Mix punish him for standing on top of his healer. Big Mix going to roll out there with the disengage. Luxia with Innervate, maxing out his big heals right now, getting full value, and look at the mana. Next is totally tapped. Jamie is pinned at the pillar. Big Mix is moving in. He's going for the throat. It's match point, and Bugs could be going home.
Oh man, Big Mix is making me want to play a Survival Hunter so bad in this matchup. What he's able to get away with, his damage he's able to put out, but he gets caught into a leg sweep. Once again, the grip comes in from Aerotross. Massive. Brunhilde though going for Big Fist. He gets feared out. Aspect of the Turtle traded out there by Big Mix as well. I feel like that may not have been needed, and that could be a potential punish for Bugs. The Big Mix traded out all his defensive cooldowns there. He was 100% health when he used that Turtle. I'm not sure if that was a mistake or he's just trying to, preempt the damage or what. But not having that available is going to be really, really scary if we can see Bugs get any setups. But they are on a clock. I mean, Next almost completely out of mana. Jamie getting low. Brunhilde as well. Going to be rotting down here very, very shortly as Bugs is forced to play defensive and run away.
Yeah, and the mana is just looking so much in favor of that Druid. Luxia able to find that drink a little bit earlier, and just the nature of playing this composition is giving him a massive lead. So Luxia just needs to spam out as much heals as possible. They do get that freezing trap onto next. Jamie, though, trinkets out and removes it with that improved Master Spell, which Jamie is running, and I think also received a nerf very recently here, but that could be one of the big reasons why they're actually running the Shadow Priest. Having that improved Master Spell will give them a little bit more flexibility, will allow Next to actually stay out of crowd control a little bit longer. Now a setup here onto Aritros with a Chastise Stun. Aritros will receive a massive heal right there with that Nature Swiftness, and should be completely fine in the situation. Brunhilde still looking for the damage. Jamie on the receiving end here, and Luxia in the backline. They're looking for another drink here while his team has pressure. Next mana drip dipping ever so low, and now Brunhilde on the backside here trying to go after Big Mex. This is the punish that we were talking about. There's the Roar of Sacrifice. Is it going to be enough here? Big Mex taking massive damage from the Fist of Fury here as well, and he will get gripped there by Aritros. All of those images will get rooted up there as well, and they will be able to shut down some of that damage. Big Mex with no aspect of the turtle here for a little while longer. Should be a juicy target here for Bugs if they can keep it up, but right now another setup here onto Aritros, spinning crane kick procs, and they try to go after him as well. Jamie gets kicked there as well. Boy Torn coming out. Jamie taking massive damage here, dropping super low here. Might have to use his dispersion. No, they will trade out the Guardian Angel instead, and that should be enough to stabilize Jamie for now.
No, but they're going to swap to Brunhilde. Next has 0 mana. Once again, he's already used his symbols. He's trying to Shadow Word Death the Fear, but I think it got fake. Brunhilde has to trade Touch of Karma. He's going to bear trap Brunhilde. He can't connect. He's rooted up, going for a Fleshcraft, trying to stay in the back line, and they've got Next totally out of mana. They're at 10% damage. They're going for the kill here on match point. Jamie trades Dispersion. Power Infusion got activated by Aritros, but Brunhilde trying to carry the team on his back. Aritros just going to disperse and trade. Jamie's down. He's easily going to be in kill shot range. Master Spell. He traps the Master Spell. He trinkets, but it's too little too late. No mana left, and Spawn of Damage are going to squish Bugs.
Like a bug, even though that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, great series. Big Mex, I actually liked one of the things he did on the smaller map is he probably knew he was going to be much more of a target, so he actually switched his legendary over to the Feigned Death legendary. So that makes you very difficult to kill. So you go from being basically the thing that does the most damage ever to a class that's really, really difficult to take down, especially against any dot classes like Shadow Priest or Affliction Warlocks. Feigned Death is just so powerful when you pair it with that legendary, and as a result, they weren't able to take him down, and they claim a beautiful 3-0 victory.
I got one.
You got
Bugs are
one?
going to get patched.
Bugs is going to get patched?
Yeah, like an in-game
like
bug.
Yeah.
Oh, I was still thinking like bug. It's a good one. Well, here's a replay. Here's a replay after that. Let's check it out.
I mean, this was just an insane game from Spawn of Damage. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Venruki pointed out Big Mix switched his legendary so he wouldn't get caught off by those burst crowd control moments, having the stratagem. So his damage is probably lower because he's not running that kill shot legendary. But next week, he gets to have both. So, I mean, this isn't even the full power. Like, Big Mix could be a big star here on that Survival Hunter. I just love the evasive maneuvers of the Survival Hunter. Like, just making Brunhilde's life a living hell at this point. Just never letting him to get connect, keeping him under control. He goes for the kind of all-in swap here to the Shadow Priest, hoping that Aritros forgets to press Disperse, but Aritros is not going to get cut off by that. They root the images and just go for the kill. He Master Spell stun into a trap, and I don't know what AoE broke that. It had to be maybe a Wildfire Bomb or something, but the fact that he was ready for that, Big Mix was like, he knew he could probably trap the Master Spell, and he fished for it. And even still wearing the Feigned Death legendary is like doubling people.
What's happening?
So like he is looking like a monster right now. Like, this is a team. When I watched them in the open bracket, I was worried about them because they were just getting stomped by the Ret Warriors a bit. It looked really scary for them. But if they can manage to avoid the Ret Warriors, like, they could be a threat, especially a direct threat for Rogue Mage.
Man, Hunter stocks rising. How's it?
I might go survival on my Hunter. I thought about it. I didn't do it. It has a weapon, but it's not fully upgraded. I'm thinking I might have to try it after that.
I feel like it's been a while too since we've been able to see it in a just more diverse comps as well, Supatis.
Yeah, I mean, right now in 9.2, this is the time to kind of flesh everything out. I think people were anticipating, at least I was anticipating Rogue Mage and Ret Warrior still to be at the top. maybe jungle and maybe like a Boomkin Demon Hunter. That was a comp that was kind of coming up on the ladder for a bit. Seems like the Boomkin Demon Hunter dream got stomped in NA by Cedo, I believe, or was it Golden Guardians? The Golden Guardians, I think, are going to stomp the Boomy DH dream, at least for me. I'm still waiting for the Boomies. You know, I want to see some Boomkins eventually. Maybe one of these teams will break it out. Probably not. But it is nice to see the Survival Hunter getting a chance to shine here in the lower
I
bracket.
respect the copium though, Sid.
Yeah, Boomkin copium. Boomkin stocks are down across the game right now. I feel like Boomkins are...
I love playing with your Boomkin. I don't want to hear any of that.
I'm over here being an advocate for it while everybody else is down about it, but...
I love Boomkins.
Yeah, Elliot's on your side.
I love playing with them.
It's a good time. Still?
We'll see if he ditches
Maybe
me
I just
for a
like playing with
Warlock.
Sid. I don't know any other Boomkins, so I think I just like playing with Sid.
Aw, so wholesome. Love that. Okay, well, Spawn of Damage gonna be moving forward. Congratulations to them. Unfortunately, Bugs. Did anybody think of any more puns Bugs got for getting knocked out? Do we want to go through any more?
I'm good.
Okay.
I think I got it out of my system.
All right. Okay. Well, they're going to be unfortunately sent home. That was another elimination round, and we can talk about the one that we got coming up. And we are hopping up to the upper quarterfinals, or upper semifinals. Our resident Swede. Do you want to call out this team?
It's going to be KUNGARNA versus TBD. Very stacked rosters, and KUNGARNA is actually going to be doing some roster swaps from the last time we saw them around, and they brought on Meh on that team. So they're running Chaz and Meh on the same roster, and then of course Raikou and Waz
Raiku's
gonna
back
be on that roster. Yeah, Raiku's back. That's a big one as well that we haven't really talked about. So very excited to see what they're able to do, and I do believe they went 9-0 in that open qualifier. So they're looking as royal as ever, because you know their name means kings.
Thank you for that information. I didn't know that as well, and that explains the crown for their little logo. So excited for this one coming up. I was talking with Matt a little bit during that last series to just see how he's kind of integrating with his new roster, and he says he's ready to go, not nervous, super confident. So excited to see how both of these teams play out when we come back from the break. We'll be right back. Everybody, and welcome back. We are now in the upper bracket. We're going to see another European series go underway, and this should be a pretty good one if you guys were paying attention before we headed off from the break. This roster, both of these teams, Elliot, are just packed with some really talented players.
I mean, yeah, there's really no doubt about that. I mean, KUNGARNA has Waz, Chaz, Meh, Raikou. These are some big names that have been around the scene for such a long time. TBD as well. I mean, something that's really interesting about this series is both Swapsy and Tessia used to play with Waz and Raikou. So, I mean, these rosters have played together in the past, and I'm curious to see who pulls out ahead because, I mean, as good as KUNGARNA is, I feel like TBD, Tessia, Blizza, Swapsy, Lone Star, I mean, these are some serious competitors, and they definitely have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with these guys. I would say going into this tournament, in my opinion, Rogue Mage Priest was looking like the most dominant composition. I'm not sure how exactly it's played out with the 4 set and with full gear and stuff like that, but definitely on the ladder, that was the feeling I got from a lot of players. And that's what KUNGARNA has. So we'll have to see if TBD has any answers and what they're actually going to bring here in game number 1.
Say it again, Zico. KUNGARNA. We're getting it right? Yeah, we're
that's
getting
the best. That's the best it's gonna get, Zico. Okay, so.
KUNGARNA?
Yep. KUNGARNA. Say, wait, there's like a rhythm to it.
Do you not pronounce the G and the R like KUNGARNA?
KUNGARNA. Okay, cool.
KUNGARNA.
There's some. We've got this one, and then if you look at the bracket too, I mean, Elliot said in the beginning that TBD is what we use for all of the matches that have yet to be determined, and then this team, for some reason, decided to troll us and named themselves TBD, and the only reason you can tell that it's not a TBD
Do they actually
match,
know that, or they just don't
team...
know what their name is going to be?
Yeah, maybe they have like an org lined up.
But yeah, maybe, yeah. Do you remember when Sinu's team was about to be on OTK and like no one knew and they were just mystery org or mystery team? No, they were question mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he drew like a shirt with all the question marks on it. That was good. But yeah, our producer was
mystery
having
men or something like that.
Like, yeah, something like that. But that team in particular, TBD was stressing out Matt, our producer, this morning. I'm gonna call him out, but hopefully maybe they get picked up by Nork soon because they're super talented and somebody definitely should. But either way, lots of BlizzCon wins on both of these teams here in this match, so you guys can bet this is going to be a super intense one. Game number 1, KUNGARNA versus TBD.
Was not expecting that. Fury Warrior.
Yes.
Fury Warrior. That's what I was saying. Like, I was not expecting. You're saying we're expecting the assassin, but I'm looking at the other side. Warrior Mage Priest and the Fury Warrior Holy Priest. Lone Tar and Holy Priest. I feel like we've known Lone Tar as the Shaman God. Like, he was the Live Lord last year in AWC. He's gonna be stepping into the Holy Priest shoes here with a Fury Warrior. And Fury Warrior set bonuses are so much damage on your Rampage. You're gonna be proccing your Recklessness, so you've got it outside of your normal cooldown window. And look at the damage he's doing right now to Waz. Like, I was actually thinking that Fury Warrior could be a good pick into the Rogue Mage, pairing up with a Hunter, but now they're going to try it with a Mage here. Have to see how it plays out. On the side of KUNGARNA, we don't know if they're ready for it. Look at this swap to Meh, trading the Guardian Angel already in that massive swap. Lone Tar pre-fading the attempt here, dropping the Guardian Angel onto Blizzo, trying to keep him aggressive here as Vendetta is rolling. Meh fishing for the Mind Games, connects it onto Blizzo. Going to be reducing a lot of that healing from the Fury Warrior, as it's going to be doing damage back to him during the Mind Games, but it looks like he has managed to survive. They're going to stun up Meh. They're going after Waz in the Stormbolt here. Blizzo chopping him. But the main downside of the Fury Warrior is that you cannot swap targets. You build up all of your damage on a single target with your Battle Trance. You build up all of your stacks of haste by rampaging the same target. So I don't really want to see Blizzo swapping. He needs to stay on one target, max out his damage. He's got 4 stacks right now of his haste, but he's going to swap. He might lose that. He's actually just disarmed on his spear. He can't connect whatsoever during that. And now Tessa and Raikou both playing the new trinket, the Fastidious Resolve. So they're actually immune. But we see a setup on the Blizzo. We see huge damage. That's it. KO. Excellent setup there by KUNGARNA. Just totally isolating him, dropping that Resonator, and really showing what Rogue Mage can do.
The Eternal Aegis. Where's the Aegis? I mean, Blizzo had it. I don't know if he used it earlier or what, but that is a pretty good answer for those trinkets that we just saw, the resonator, those bomb trinkets, and we're going to see it in the replay. It was multiple resonator trinkets just exploding. Waz's face kind of says it all. He's laughing about what happened, but yeah, that was a large amount of damage. Interesting picks. We actually saw another trinket that we have not seen yet, which has been very popular on the ladder, which is the Echoing Resolve. Both mages are playing that, where you're basically immune to every second CC, but all CC is 20% longer on you. On a fire mage paired with Blink Stun, very potent. But we can take a look at the replay. Now, honestly, I have to say that TBD, they had pretty good pressure. But before Blizzo got one shot, things weren't looking too bad. There is the trinket. So Blizzo actually traded a little bit earlier on, and he's probably very sad he didn't have it for the actual bombs that went off.
I think that's actually Meh is the only one playing the resonator, and we're gonna see it during that last setup. But that was a massive one coming out there, and I think it's really the first effective resonator we've seen so far. I think we did see it one time earlier in our first series, and yeah, Meh just fading right now, getting out of that Kyrian spear, and of course they're building up that damage here onto Blizzard. There's a kidney shot, and there's the resonator. Just the bomb has been planted, and then boom, Blizzard just gets absolutely destroyed by it. And this is what we kind of want. This is kind of what we wanted to see. The assassination rogue coming out from the RMP, and what shocked you, man?
I thought Blizzo was just owning. Like didn't it seem like Blizzo was just chopping everybody up that game, just stomping and then it's actually Waz that's ahead on damage. It was really interesting to me, but I feel like when I think about this matchup, like in theory, I feel like the RMP should have a huge edge. Just the assassination rogue, basically both mages. I'm not gonna lie. In this matchup, with both mages playing Blink Stun, both of them playing the Echoing Resolve trinket, I feel like that they're not gonna go down. Like, I'm just gonna say it. I don't think either one of these mages is gonna go down. And if it comes down to a match where it's just an assassination rogue training a Fury Warrior, I feel like that trade goes in favor of the assassination rogue quite often. And if this is the best answer TBD has, I'd be really surprised if they could come back in this series.
No, I mean, I think Fury Warrior is also kind of still pretty new, right? Like, it's the first time we've seen it. And I think figuring out what Covenant to play is like a big deal for Fury Warrior. So they're running the Kyrian Spear there. They had the option to run Necro for a big mastery boost during that big Recklessness Bladestorm, kind of the opener where we saw Blizzo cleaving people down. And I think some people, even myself, I think Smexon as well, has started experimenting with Venthyr to try and get some more damage out of it as well. So I do wonder if Blizzo switching Covenants at all could assist him there. He actually died through his Enrage regen. I think that he was expecting not to, because that's kind of like the wall effect of the Fury Warrior. He could have just trinketed and intervened out, or trinketed and leaped out of the grenade. But he didn't want to overlap those, so it could just be a matter of figuring out what are the times that they need to trade their cooldowns, or they just say, all right, we're not doing that again. That was the Fury Warrior run. We're only going to give it one shot because they're going to Tolvaron, and with Tessia and Swapsy on the same team, I would imagine they want to set up some type of mage lock here, especially because Waz's assassination, and try and drag him out in the open, try and blast him down could be their strategy. That's what would make the most sense to me. But they're taking their time. I think Fury Warrior has potential, and I think it's still unexplored, and still kind of a little bit too new for it to work against a team like Wazme and Raikou on their Rogue Mage. But I'm excited to see if anybody else tries to pull it out in the future.
Yeah, it is interesting. Because the meta is just shaping up. Still we're seeing so many things that we typically don't see. Survival Hunter, Fury Warrior, Assassination Rogue. We kind of have seen it, but especially Holy Priest as well. I think that's the one that sticks out the most, and it's exactly what you guys said. We are going to see the Mage Warlock Priest here. The map does give it away a little bit here, but Destruction Warlock coming out from Swapsy here. And Van, you want to talk us through this matchup a little bit here? What do we expect to see happen here?
This is, I'm not sure exactly how this is going to play out. I played this matchup quite a bit as Frost, but Fire, going to make it a little bit different. I think it's likely we see Tessia play Blink Stun once again with the Blazing Soul. So every time he blinks, he gets a Blazing Barrier as well as that Trinket. So it's just really, really difficult to take him down. So I feel like for Raikou, Waz, and Meh, their strategy is likely just going to be going after Swapsy, going after Lone Tar. this is the one thing about this matchup that I think is difficult for TBD is a lot of the time as this wizard setup, the mage lock, you do like that echoing resolve, but it's super punishing against assassination rogues because the kidney shot is going to be 20% longer. So if they just connect a big kidney, they can punish that trinket in a huge way. So I don't think Swapsy is going to be able to use it. And I actually think what could happen in this match is as long as KUNGARNA plays defensively enough, they can just do hit and runs on Swapsy consistently. It's going to be really difficult for Tessia if he actually is playing Blink Stun. Without Shimmer, landing, Shimmer, Dragon's Breath Polys, Shimmer, Dragon's Breath Ring of Frost is a lot more difficult when you don't have Shimmer and you have Blink Stun. And yeah, I don't know. I still feel like this is a matchup that could easily go in favor of KUNGARNA, but I like the fact that TBD is going to be going to the Wizard map and actually trying a Wizard setup, but I'm not convinced this is going to work.
I mean, it's Rogue Mage, right? And it's like it's Waz and Raikou coming back together with Meh, right? Like it's literally like this is like the perfect storm of Rogue Mage. So I don't know if you could say anything is going to be bulletproof to pick here, but they're going to run the full gauntlet of what their team has. They brought in the wild card that seemed to be the Fury Warrior. Decided that's not going to be good if he just dies through his Enrage regen. Bring in the Destro lock on a Wizard map, see how that goes. It's curious to me though for Meh's team is like, what is Chaz going to, is he going to just be the flex healer now, let Meh be the RMP specialist, and then he's going to be the flex healer for other options, like if Waz picks up a warrior, maybe the warrior mage druid or something. Seems like Chaz has set himself up for kind of like an easier season in a way because Rogue Mage is so good, right? Like
stressful being the only healer.
I feel like if you got that second healer, like Chaz is chilling right now.
Yeah, that's gonna be Cubsy too, just sunglasses down, chilling.
Yeah, that's actually true. Over in C9 as well, we're seeing Cubsy playing that DPS, and we're gonna see Flop instead taking over those Resto Druid shoes. And it's an interesting thing, right? Because you have literally two of the best priests in the whole game on your team. Like Meh could just go right now, go to the bathroom, and Chaz could just jump in on the Holy Priest and play the rest of the series. Whereas Lontar very much still learning that role, right? Because of course we've seen him on the Shaman. He's incredible on the Shaman. We've seen him, on things like Resto Druid as well. But when it comes to Priest specifically, we actually haven't seen him that much in previous seasons. So he's definitely had to kind of adapt to the meta, and I think that alone is, an advantage here for Meh and KUNGARNA, of course. And now we are going to see the big opener here, Sap onto Lontar, and they find the Ring of Frost follow-up. They find the Fear as well. Big damage here onto Swapsy. Immediate unending resolve gets traded out, as well as that Blood Pact. Swapsy is still not out of the woods yet, taking huge damage here from Raikus Combustion, and that's going to be the Ray of Hope. And swap onto Meh. Massive damage. There's the Death Call. He trinkets into it, actually. He might go down in the opener. So close there to actually taking Meh down, but he will survive. And Meh actually, is he playing an Undead Priest right now as well with that Relentless? So a lot of big surprises here so far in the opening stages.
Ooh, Waz getting swapped to in midfield. Going to grip Swapsy out of the fight. Waz going to trade that Aegis Trinket, a shield absorbing some hits, but it's a risky move to keep going after Swapsy out in the open. He wants to push for the kill here, having gotten so many cooldowns early on, but as he pushes forward, Tessia is looking to just blast him away, polymorphing him at the moment, waiting for that Aegis to fade. Meh could be a target as well as he crossed into midfield, trying to set up a Holy Fire. Swapsy tries to Nether Ward it. Nether Ward going to get stripped off. Swapsy trading his shield at the moment in the kidney shot. Is it going to be enough for him to survive? Lontar into a Fear that cut through the shield, going for the kill, but Lontar breaks free, connects a big heal onto Swapsy. Swapsy fears Waz away, goes for a Fleshcraft, trying to stabilize himself and get ready for a counter assault. They need to bait Meh off the pillar. They fear him. He's going to use Will of the Forsaken. Polymorph and Tessia, stopping him from polymorphing Meh. Meh going to wrap around the other side of the corner. Swapsy porting back away, trying to drag Meh out in midfield. I think that is their main plan for either crowd control or a swap. They get him caught in a polymorph. Here comes the swap. Stun onto Meh. Tessia doesn't have the combustion available, unfortunately. They're just a couple seconds away. They pop Dark Soul instead to try and take down Meh. Now Swapsy's going to have to relocate to the other side of the map if he wants to get Meh out in the open. He's going to Death Call Waz into a Fear. Waz gets gripped behind the pillar on the Decimating Bolt. And now Swapsy's got a little bit of room to breathe. He's going to be blasting at Raikou in midfield. Lontar looks like he may be trying to drink in the backline while the RMP resets.
Yep, a little bit of a reset here, and Swapsy actually is using that trinket, and I'm really scared for him because he does have the Everyman for himself every 3 minutes to break a stun, but these kidneys are long. You're going to see it. As soon as that kidney connects, Swapsy is going to be stunned for 7-8 seconds. Look at him just locked down here. If Raikou has combust during these moments, I mean, it's just such a long time to be caught up in stuns, especially if we can manage to get into dampening. Mana slightly in favor of KUNGARNA right now. Waz hasn't been in too much trouble. He still has the Cloak of Shadows. Raikou actually getting blasted. He's caught in the middle of the map. Forced to use the Ice Block. A beautiful setup there by TBD. And they are not making this easy for KUNGARNA. Raikou getting continuously low. Growth Silence now onto Swapsy. Waz, what is he going to do? Gets the full kitty shot. Swapsy, he's got no way out. Any crowd control on Lone Tar could be devastating, but it's the same kind of thing for Raikou. It looks like he actually is going to be playing Shimmer, so he can go for that crowd control. But yeah, really, really back and forth game, and this is one of those matchups that could come down to mana. But this is the first time we're seeing KUNGARNA actually forced to retreat and a little bit scared in the match.
Yeah, and Raikou right now gonna have to be very, very careful. No ice block for a while, and like you mentioned, the map definitely favoring the Wizards here of TBD. And Swapsy now getting
the pre-gate
there by that 8-second kidney, but nicely done there with the pre-gate right there. And Swapsy is just gonna keep doing this. He's gonna keep dragging Meh away. So anytime he's the target, he's gonna walk across the map. That's gonna force Meh to walk out in the open. That's when they can find either crowd control, go after Raikou, go after Waz, or find those swaps onto Meh. But Meh also positioning beautifully there with those Door of Shadows. Swapsy now going to be using that teleport into the gate, and he's just going to keep using that map to kind of ping pong himself around. But here's a big kidney shot from Waz. This could be big trouble. The Vendetta is active. Swapsy gets absolutely crushed. Lone Tar gets sheep there on his trinket there by Raikou. And that Guardian Angel going to be out of range there. So Raikou with some big MVP plays there towards the end of that one. And this is exactly what Marika was talking about as well. Those kidney shots are so long when you are playing that trinket. And Waz, of course, with that new Vendetta as well, with the set bonus, just able to do so much damage.
I feel like the thought process for that is like you can use Dark Pact while you're stunned. So it's like, who cares if I'm stunned 2 seconds longer? I'll just use my defensives because I can use them while I'm stunned. Is probably the logic. But he actually just straight up died through it. So like they broke his shield on one push and then they killed him through Unending Resolve on that last push. And I think that's what we're going to see. And I really want to see it. Was Lone Tar actually out of range because the Guardian Angel went on cooldown for him. But I think he might have used it after he had died, so he just used it on himself. So I'm curious to see the Guardian Spirit if it was able to connect on that replay, because otherwise they did have good moments. Like they got the block earlier from Raikou, that very scary opener. They almost killed Meh. Like it seemed at least better than the Fury Warrior so far in the match. It's just I don't think they were expecting to just go down through the Unending Resolve. That was the pre-gate on the kidney. And I think that's the thought process is like, I can use Dark Pact when I'm stunned. I can use Unending Resolve when I'm stunned. So I'll set immunity to more interrupts so I can free cast later after the stun and just use my cooldowns on the stun is the logic for that trinket. Whereas maybe a trinket port might save him though, if he's able to trinket and port out of line of sight on a Vendetta or on a bust. And then right here, he just takes so much damage. He ports away at the end of the match. I'm just waiting to see what exactly it was. I think Waz just straight up solos him with Raikou on the punish for crowd control. So Waz goes kidney shot Vendetta. He pops his Dark Pact. They don't care. They break it. He pops any Resolve. I don't care. I'm Waz. I'm killing you. And just straight up takes him down. Like he got interrupted, I guess, so he couldn't wall at the highest potential of health. But it seems really tough. Like that shield is just getting cut through so easily that I don't know if it's going to work. But even still, okay, if he runs Trinket, he's going to Trinket and port on a go, and then the next time he's just completely locked down again. So I'm interested to see where they want to take this, if they have any other options, if there is anything else. My best bet is that they're going to go to another Wizard map and try the same strategy, and then maybe hopefully just not get interrupted right before that go. In that situation when Vendetta's off cooldown.
It is really scary. I mean, out of all the set bonuses I've seen so far, I feel like Assassination kind of won the lottery. Like their set bonuses are so good. A lot of the rogues are playing Night Fae now as well for Sepsis, so for even more kind of dot damage. And every one of those shivs, every one of those Vendettas, if you look at Waz's build, he's playing the short Vendetta as well. So every one of those Vendettas is going to double tick bleeds to accelerate damage, so it's even more burst. Every shiv is 40% more poison and bleed damage. So if he has all his cooldowns up and Swapsy doesn't basically have everything, he's dead. And that's I just don't know if I agree with their trinket selection. I think they could switch it up. I don't mind the composition, but I feel like I really believe that using Echoing Resolve into RMP is kind of a throw. Like I think it's not even neutral. It's like you're literally giving them a big advantage. So I'd be surprised if we don't see them switch it up. They're going to Empyrean Domain, so they like their odds with the Wizard composition a little bit more. Quite a large map, but I still feel like I have seen zero evidence so far that RMP is not favored in this matchup. Like it feels like they definitely can win against Mage Lock.
Yeah, Astaroth seems really, really strong right now. And, they're also playing the Chastise stun. Meh is playing the regular Chastise, and that's kind of what actually gave them that kill at the end. And it does make Raiku's job a lot easier, right? Because you can just focus on getting the damage and maybe crowd controlling Tessia to prevent Tessia from stopping him during those big burst moments. And Meh can just go for that Chastise into that fear, which did fear Lontar super far away. So that map, backfired a little bit there. Of course, it is still, in their favor, and they should 100% still lock in those wizard maps. But it's a nice advantage there as well to get those fears. And then, of course, Raikou can just follow up with a polymorph if it's needed. Will be DR'd, but plenty of lockdown if you have a Chastise into a fear and an 8-second kidney to take somebody down, especially if you have that Vendetta rolling. So the RMP definitely looks good right now. They seem to have a lot of finishing power, seem to have a lot of crowd control with the Holy Priest as well. And, if you compare to the previous season where mostly we saw Discipline Priest RMP with, the Dark Archangel, like big one-shot setups, this seems a lot more consistent and just a lot, easier to actually execute. So I definitely agree with you. We haven't seen any evidence that the Mage Lock should be favored, but we are going to be collecting some more data points now. The game is live, and another Wizard favored map here with the Empyrean Domain. Waz, look at the opener. Last opener was actually very scary onto Meh. They almost took him down there on the side of TBD to get the sap onto Lontar. And once again, big surprise. Swapsy is going to be the target. They fear Lontar there out of the sap. And immediately Raikou with the combustion here gets Panda racial there by Tessia. So they're doing a good job here shutting down Raikou and peeling that situation. But Swapsy still taking a decent amount of damage there. Waz did commit his Vendetta as well. Ray of Hope gonna connect there onto Swapsy. And that should be the end of that push. So KUNGARNA not really forcing out too much here in the opener due to a nice shutdown by Tessia.
All right, Swapsy trying to switch over to Meh once again on that Holy Priest early on, but not nearly of an explosive swap as we saw in the previous round. Mortal Coil onto Waz, going to use Demonic Gateway to escape while Meh is counterspell, but he's smoke bombed on the end of his gateway. That smoke bomb play by Waz could just take the series. They get the Guardian Angel onto Swapsy right at the final second. We have to wait and see when it fades, if it was procced, if it's a 3-minute cooldown on Lontar's frame. Swapsy's trying to turn it around, popping the Infernal, going for a Chaos Bolt, getting a Chaos Bolt here. Dragon's Breath too late, but barely tickling Waz, and looks like the Guardian didn't proc, fortunately, here for Swapsy and Lontar, so they're going to have that a minute later for a trade. But Vendetta is coming up in 15 seconds, and Waz is just cutting down Swapsy time and time again. Every kidney shot pressuring him so heavily, and Meh is able to lob in so much extra damage as well with the Holy Priest set bonus. His Divine Conversations buffs his next Holy Ward spell, so his Holy Fire can hit massively hard. It can basically hit harder than a combustion almost if he's able to line up the cooldown. So Meh is a threat, and so is Raikou, and so is Waz. And if they all connect at the same time, they could easily take Swapsy down through his defensive cooldowns. Vendetta's up, combustion's rolling. There's the kidney shot. Swapsy makes the trade, but they are going through it once again. Can they take down Swapsy through his defense? Meh is fishing for a Mind Games, fakes out the Nether Ward of Swapsy. Doesn't want to get spell reflected onto himself, so he's going to fake that, save it for the next setup. Swapsy ports. He's got the Ray of Hope on him, but Waz gets an off kick on the Lontar. Swapsy's down at half with a negative Ray. Is he going to be able to stay alive here? Fleshcraft soaks some of the hits. They grip Swapsy. They're trying to swap to Meh. He's caught in a stun. Lontar gets the Mind Games and pulls it off. Sick life grip there from Lontar, pulling Swapsy just in time. Is Meh running the Res Legendary? Nope. Doesn't look like it, with Meh tapping out of the match. That was an insane save by Lontar. I was thinking this is over, man. Swapsy is just getting cut down every single kidney shot, but they saw an opportunity. They took it. They punished, and they're going to put a point on the board.
That game was so good for KUNGARNA. Like, I wonder if Meh should just... I feel like people are trying to get really fancy with these trinkets, but just put on the good old-fashioned medallion. You can trinket out of that stun, and you're going to live. Playing Relentless, it's a bit greedy. Of course, more often than not, it's going to be enough to survive, but during these situations where you're basically guaranteed to win, and the only way we're going to see TBD win the match is by kind of like a, I don't want to say lucky kill, but kind of like a Hail Mary setup like that. if you don't have the medallion, you are in a world of trouble. And that's what we saw in this game, because KUNGARNA was looking good from basically start to finish until Mad just got 100 out one shot.
Yeah, and the thing is, well, since they are playing Horde, Mad is playing that Undead Priest, so he really doesn't have anything really to work with there. At least if you're a human Relentless, you have that extra every man for himself. You can trinket out of some of those stands. I agree with you completely. KUNGARNA, they almost won the game prior to this with that smoke bomb play from Waz. That was such an incredible smoke bomb shield play there. Swapsy barely got that Guardian Angel, and we're going to see, at this point, everything looks good so far. They forced out the Unending Resolve. They get a big damage set up there onto Swapsy, and then they get the Ray of Hope, and they do a lot of damage into it as well. Cross kick there by Waz. They're trying to go through it. Fleshcraft comes through, and then they set up here with the Ring of Frost. And then here comes the one-shot setup from Tessia's Combustion. They get the Mind Games there as well. Beautiful grip there as well by Lontar, getting everybody in position. And you got to give Tessia a lot of credit. Tessia played this match like an absolute beast in that start with that Panda Racial, shutting down Raikou, shutting down, the offense, and minimizing, the defensive cooldown cost of that opener. And then here in the end, finding the Polymorph, finding the Ring of Frost around it, and working with Lontar to actually set up the kill there with that Combustion. So beautiful work there, but I can't help but agree with you there. A good old-fashioned trinket might have actually saved Mad.
Good old-fashioned.
Yeah. You can call us old school. You can call us, a little bit old-fashioned, but we do like to see those medallions come out every now and then.
It's like I play with a lot of Holy Priests. Shout out to Nick. He's a great guy. But the one thing he'll always scream at me for against other Holy Priests is games, because that's the only thing that's going to kill you. You actually have the Guardian Spirit, and if Mind Games didn't land, he would have actually lived. So if there's any way for Waz and Raikou to deny that Mind Games, then he actually would have been able to get away with the Relentless. But I still just feel like it's so risky. I mean, you're so far ahead in the match. And basically all we need to see from TBD, if he is playing the Relentless, is one good setup. Just one good setup, game's over. If you get a games, you get a Combustion, the game's over. Whereas if he plays the regular medallion, they have to get two good setups, barring a complete throw. So I think we do see that adaptation in game number 4, but definitely showing signs of life here for TBD. But now one thing we got to talk about is it's KUNGARNA's map pick also. So I don't think we're going to Wizard World. I think we're going somewhere nice and small, maybe a little hook point. Wizard World. I was wrong. All right, well.
I thought you were getting out and they just drag you back in. I
don't know what's going on with the map picks today, but whatever.
I mean, they're probably just chopping that up to like maybe a fluke moment almost, right? Like Tessia set up that Ring of Frost while Swapsy was in a bomb at 10%. Like Tessia couldn't help him. If he just died there, the game was over and they would be down in the lower brackets. So they might just be chalking that up to fluke. Big map means that they can still, drink maybe for the late game. I don't like the big map. Maybe they're worried about Mad just getting run down. Really though, you have Assassination Rogue on the Warlock the whole game. I feel like that's not the scariest thing. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. TBD seem to have their strategy: just drag Waz out in the open, see if they can soften him up as a possible target. If not, then all right, Lontar, get in position, grip me over, beam me up, Scotty, and get me to the priest, and we'll take him out there. So I really like that. That was a nice play by them. If they can pull it off, they might be able to reverse sweep, but because it's such a flashy play and it's kind of obvious, right? I think Mez is now going to be completely aware. Like if I'm trapped in a Ring of Frost, they're not trying to CC me. They're going to try and jog pile on top of me and kill me. That they're going to be more prepared for it, and he could easily switch his trinket as well, so that if that happens, they're going to have to set up that situation at least more than once. Which is difficult, to say the least. Trying to separate the whole team and isolate Meh twice if he's wearing a trinket, or even if he's human with Relentless. It's going to be much more of a struggle for them.
Yeah. No, I mean, we'll see exactly what they can get done on this map. TBD, bringing in the Wizards. And this is something I heard was played a lot. I mean, Mage Lock, I think, is pretty strong right now. And I think there's quite a few teams in Europe that are running it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Casual Dads not run that as well. So I think there's a few teams that have it as an option. But my big question for this tournament in particular is, can it beat Rogue Mage Priest? So if they can somehow figure out how to win 2 in a row with the Mage Lock, I'd be very impressed. And maybe it's the composition to beat. But I still feel like KUNGARNA right now, they're looking solid. I mean, I I think there's a very good argument to be made that KUNGARNA is the best RMP in the world right now. Like, they're just such a solid team, been playing together for such a long time, always the top of the European ladder, these three in particular. And I think it's really cool that they actually brought on Meh with how strong RMP is, and the synergy that Raikou, Waz, and Meh have built over such a long period of time. It's really great to watch in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing that we got to talk about is that, yes, this is, of course, an upper bracket game, so nobody's getting eliminated here, but you really want to drop down to, big mechs in the lower bracket. And, we've seen already so many strong teams down there.
SK Pieces.
Yeah, SK Pieces down there. We got so many strong rosters down there that you just want to win your upper bracket game, and then you want to just chill until Championship Sunday and just, watch everybody else struggle. So there is a lot on the line here, of course. And also, this is, the first cup here. And these are some of the top contenders, of course. We talked about the history between these teams. Swapsy, Tessia, both ex-teammates, of Waz and Chaz as well. So you gotta definitely see that both of these teams, they want to start off strong and try to win that first cup here in Europe. So a lot on the line here. And, of course, Method EU able to at least take one game back here. We're going to see now if they are able to do it again here on Ashman's Fall. This was the mapping.
Oh, no.
And we're going to see immediately Meh getting absolutely destroyed here. He does get the Guardian Angel. No games, though, on that one. And Meh will walk out of that one, but a disastrous opener here for KUNGARNA. And they turn it around onto Swapsy. They force out the Ray of Hope. They force out the Guardian Angel and the Unending Resolve. This game could just be over before it even starts.
Chaos Bolt's onto Waz. He's under fire, trying to get aggressive with the Vendetta here. Mind Game's lobbed out by Lone Tar. I'm not sure if I would rather have saved that for a swap to Meh. They're going to spell lock Meh. Waz is on the back foot. He shadow steps in aggressively, goes for the smoke bomb to try and win the game, but Swapsy pops Dark Soul. He's building up soul shards, trying to get to an instant Chaos Bolt. There's the instant Chaos Bolt. Big damage onto Waz, down to 10%. He didn't almost see that coming. Swapsy with that 4-set. Once he spent 10 soul shards, his next Chaos Bolt is instant cast. He tried to catch Waz off guard by using Rain of Fire, which would normally spend all your soul shards, and you're just out of ammo at that point, but almost clutched a kill. Waz survives that surprise hit from Swapsy, but I am scared for KUNGARNA at this point. They've used Cloak, they've used Trinket on the Priest. Like, why did they pick this big map? They're just getting isolated and just destroyed at the moment. They're pinned at the pillar, getting AoE down. They're trying to find their moment to go aggressive. They're going to go after Swapsy again. They did get his Unending Resolve, but it's actually almost off cooldown. Waz is moving forward, slowly marching at Swapsy, potentially just building up combo points with Deadly Throw, trying to get in there. There's the Shadow Step, there's the Kidney Shot, but no damage and no crowd control, so they're going to easily walk that one off. Now with Swapsy on diminishing return, they could get aggressive. They could dogpile on top of Meh. Lone Tar is sprinting in. Is he going to life grip Swapsy in line of sight again for the kill? Waz gets life grip back behind the pillar. They're setting up on Waz. Not able to go for the win, unfortunately, there for them. Waz trying to line of sight. Tessia blinks in. Double Dragon's Breath. Ring of Frost gets shut down. Dragon's Breath in reverse. Well, it looks like Meh wanted to Shadow Death some crowd control there, but now they're just flame striking, AoEing, dropping Ring, trying to get control of the pillar, decimating Bolt. Swapsy's got some instant incinerates ready to go here to build up more soul shards, try and get to that next instant Chaos Bolt, try and go for the kill with that window. Lone Tar's rolling up with the feathers, sprinting in, but there's the Kidney Shot, intercepting Swapsy. They're going to grip Swapsy away from the fight, away from the combustion, but still in line of sight. So he's going to have to trade defensive cooldowns. Unfortunately, that might have been an overcommitment. It wasn't the Vendetta using the Unending Resolve, using the Dark Pact at the same time. But they're going to set up for a kill on Waz. No Cloak of Shadows for 20. Is Meh ready for the damage here? 2.5 minutes in. Looks like he is more than ready and stable. And KUNGARNA, despite that abysmal opener, have put themselves in a good position now on match point.
Yeah, there's a Kidney Shot. There's a Vendetta. Swapsy could absolutely get dropped. There's a Corrode Silence. Swapsy's on the run. Waz immediately reconnects Lone Tar right now into a full polymorph. I don't know how Swapsy can survive this. Gets a big heal. I don't know if it's a Hellstone or what, but Swapsy looks like he's going to survive. The full fear on Waz. Looks like they weathered the storm. That's here right now. He's got no Ice Block. Could be vulnerable later on. I kind of doubt it. On that Fire Mage, I think it's really likely we see KUNGARNA just continuously go after the lock. One thing that's interesting is right now, Lone Tar, Swapsy, and Tessia, they have way more mana. So their team right now, TBD, they are looking very good in terms of mana. If they can just hold on, they might be able to pull out a win just because of that. If mana goes out of mana, he's not going to be able to sustain all the damage from the Destruction Warlock and that Fire Mage.
Yeah, and we do have a kind of a checkmate situation creeping in here. Raiku's Combustion 2-1-0 ready to be launched. Waz, Smoke Bomb ready. Lontar, no trinket. Waz has got his blind, and there's the smoke bomb. Let's see if they can set it up here. Can they find a full blind onto Lontar to follow it up? Doesn't look like it. Actually, nice deflection coming out here from Tessia, and that is going to be Swapsy living to see another day there, but he did have to trade out the shield at least, so still not out of the woods yet. Waz did not commit the blind, and the combustion has not been committed just yet, so the smoke bomb is out of the way, but Waz takes a big chunk of damage. Then there it is, combustion, vendetta, full blind, full sap. Good night to Swapsy, most likely here, unless he puts out a miracle here. 2 seconds left, and that is going to be it. Excellently played there, and that is because of that sheep actually that Raikou found earlier. Was able to get that Dragon's Breath sheep and able to force out that trinket from Lontar about a minute earlier. So definitely putting his team in that checkmate position. And then of course, KUNGARNA is such an experienced rogue mage priest. They're gonna, not waste anything. They're gonna use that bomb to actually bait out some of those cooldowns, and then set up that blind sap with the vendetta, with the combustion. Make sure they have their full firepower, their full arsenal offensively to get that kill.
Oh man, I'm ready to see this replay. Like, I feel like the start of this match, I'm thinking, wow, TBD might reverse sweep this. Like, they're getting trinket from Meh, like right off the opener. They're getting cloak from Waz. I think it's already beyond that point. So this is after the polymorph. Lontar has no medallion, so he can't escape crowd control. And once it's that type of situation, as the Destruction Warlock, you can just kind of fall over through everything. Like the Fire Mage, Assassination, Rogue, and Holy Priest do so much damage that your personal defense is sometimes not going to be enough. So obviously tried to reset up his gateway here, but gets intercepted. Kidney shot smoke bomb. Lontar dive bombs in to try and stabilize the smoke bomb. They were patient there. Maybe they didn't even need a Dark Pact. It wasn't the combustion. It wasn't a vendetta. But I think regardless, Swapsy may have survived long enough to actually just get those cooldowns again, and it still didn't matter for him. It's really cool to see the new set bonuses for the Destro Warlock. Those purple Infernals are also one of the set bonuses. And right here, that got called in. We saw Waz get chunked by an instant Chaos Bolt, but just not enough damage to finish it. If he had his Dark Pact here, he actually may have been able to survive. It looks like they get the Cosmic Aegis. He actually dies through Cosmic Aegis. He almost got the Mortal Coil off at the last second, but that's an impressive amount of damage. Like, being able to kill through that, the Aegis trinket is not easy to do. So KUNGARNA is looking like a really big threat in the upper bracket. Like, this is the rogue mage that you do not want to face right now.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to fight rogue mage, and you especially don't want to fight this rogue mage. It was... I like the kind of the evolution of the trinkets that they used and what ratios they were using. It ended up like at the beginning it was like Raikou on an undead mage, which you rarely see. Meh playing Relentless, which you don't really see. Waz playing Orc against casters, which you don't normally see. And then they eventually were just like, all right, we're just going to play Human Night Elf, which is what you would expect in a matchup like this. And it ended up working out way better.
Also, just a quick call out for those of you that were watching that replay and maybe got a little bit confused. Just a bit of a UI bug there with Method EU. These guys are still TBD, so we don't know if that's TBD for something down the line, but just a quick bug. TBD is still the team name, but well done to KUNGARNA, and they're going to be moving forward. And that was a close one. We almost saw a bit of a turnaround, but in the end, we are going to see those guys move forward. But I mean, just all around, I feel like every single match we've seen, we're really cooking through these matches, Zico. Super fast paced, super aggressive, and I'm loving this new meta we're seeing.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. And it's just interesting to see because so far, every single game, it's been something different, right? We've seen already, Hunters, Fury Warriors, Assassination Rogues, Sub-Rogues. The only thing, Mage Lock as well. And the only thing that we really have seen that seems to be, kind of something that's really establishing itself in the meta is for sure those Holy Priests. It just seems like hands down the best healer right now. So I think we're going to continue to see those Holy Priests. We have seen only one Resto Druid so far, so I'm excited to see if we're going to see maybe some Resto Shamans or anything like that. Maybe some Discipline Priests later when we do see the jungle as well of MYWAY. We'll just see, what other healers actually gets brought in. But so far, it's been very, very fun to see, the new meta shaping up and what set bonuses people are going for. Some people are just going for 2 sets. Some people are going for 4 set. Some people are going for no set. And just interesting to see here what these players are doing because, they are playing on the tournament server. So they have access to absolutely everything, every class, every race, every piece of gear, anything that they really want to do. So it's interesting to see what they decide to do.
Yeah, and I feel like especially when there's so much new stuff, like you were just mentioning, Zico, you know, we're in this new patch and there's a lot to figure out. We kind of see that meta develop, you know, from day to day because they have the freedom of that tournament realm. They can kind of do whatever they want. They can make as many characters as they want. It's got to be just like super fun to do, you know, as a competitor. But I do have a little bit of behind the scenes information. I was talking with Raiku's girlfriend during that series, and I guess he's really excited to be back. He's also really excited to play with Meh. I know we were a little bit, you know, just curious about why they have that sort of double healer going on with this team. And it just sounds like they really wanted him to be on the roster. They've been really good friends for a long time, and it's just I think that's always a good mindset to go into things like this, Fenruki, you know, just playing with friends versus you know, maybe someone that's super good but you don't vibe with quite as well.
Well, luckily for them, Matt is a friend and also super good, so I mean, it's kind of a win-win situation.
Exactly.
It's not like they're like, you know, we're friends, we're gonna bring this guy along. It's nothing like that.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to sound like I was flaming him
I know,
at all,
I know.
but...
I just want to make it clear for everybody. I'm sure
Absolutely.
people know at this point, Matt is absolutely insane on Priest and has been in every expansion. Like, this guy's nuts, and we really haven't seen him compete that often. So it's really cool to see him get a chance to be on a roster with, you know, some of the best players in the game. I think if RMP stays strong, this is going to be the team to beat, no doubt about it.
I think so as well, and we're going to see them just continue to strive in greatness. So coming up next, we got MYWAY versus Casual Dads. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to see those two teams up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Sid, what's up? Hey, Sid.
I'm trying to eat on the break, but thank you for throwing to me while there's food in my mouth.
I did that to you because you took a big chomp out of a cereal bar right before we got back on, but it's okay. I won't make you talk to say. You finish your bite of food, but next up we've got 2 more teams coming up here. We've got Casual Dads and we've got MYWAY facing off against each other, and just a little bit of fun information. I asked Alec if he was, excited to be back, and he said he was kind of feeling it, like he just is here casually, as the name would infer. And apparently he's also renovating his kitchen between games. He's like, yeah, I was renovating my kitchen, and then I got pulled into to playing this tournament. So
nice kitchen.
Yeah. So this is the before. I mean, before the sink. I guess he said he added the tile, the cabinets, and the countertop there, and then this is the before of the sink, and then we have an after of the sink, because apparently he had to saw this out of the countertop because it was glued in. He was like really upset at the guy that glued it in, so he had to saw it out. And then this is the after of the sink. So this is what Alec has been working on between games.
Dang.
So he's gonna
come over for dinner.
Doing
This
some
BlizzCon water bottle still. I have that water bottle.
Look at the BlizzCon water bottle.
I love that water bottle.
That was the year that he won, right?
Yo, Alec, your house looks real nice. I'm just gonna say that.
It does look really nice, yeah, and it's a work in progress. So maybe we can, every week that these guys compete, we can get a little update on Alex's kitchen renovations. But thank you for that update, and hopefully those go smoothly, and hopefully this match goes smoothly for you as well. It's MYWAY versus Casual Dads. Are we favoring one or the other, Zico?
I mean, on one end, we got the Casual Dads.
Yep.
Their name, they say that they're casual, they're, getting a little bit of age, but they have a lot of experience on this roster. We got BlizzCon winners, Alec, of course, being one of them. But on the other end, we also have MYWAY, the reigning AWC champions. So, I mean, if you got to pick a favorite, what do you go with? The team that looked the hottest out of everybody? Or do you go with the Casual Dads with a lot of experience? And that is a fantastic icon, by the way. I love the little wave as well, and the smile there on the dad. So, my brain tells me MYWAY, but my heart tells me to go with the Dads.
Fair enough. Okay.
After seeing the comp, an Outlaw Rogue, Destro Warlock,
what?
Holy Priest,
Outlaw's good.
These 3 specs together on the same team. In 2022, Shadowlands, I was not expecting this at all from this team specifically. I thought they'd be playing something a lot more standard than this. Is Alex still going to be renovating his kitchen right now, letting his team carry him here in game number 1, because this is a surprise composition? And is MYWAY ready for this? Like, they're playing the standard. Disc Priest, BM Hunter, Feral Druid. They're not throwing any curveballs. They're playing just their best comp. This is what they won last year with in the European region. So are they ready for this from the Casual Dads?
I'm really curious to see how Outlaw performs in this match. I mean, it kind of makes sense. We have a full trap on Clyde right now. Jasmine's going to be in a little bit of trouble going for a big Chaos Bolt. Can he actually land it? Looks like he will be able to. Big kidney shot. Casu is going to be gripped to safety in a life barrier by Relza. So MYWAY manages to survive, but Nazrin's still in trouble, finally getting topped off. But as I was saying, I mean, Outlaw is a spec that is just so potent and powerful in 2 versus 2. At least it was last season. So I'm really curious to see if it can kind of rise up with some of the set bonuses and in this meta, because I feel like it has a really powerful toolkit.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, because we haven't seen, Outlaw actually do well in such a long time. So it's going to be interesting to see here if Nixie can get some action going. I think actually Nixie ate the trap there off of Clyde, but still a double fear coming out here by Relza. And Relza going to be the first Discipline Priest that we see so far. The gouge coming out here onto Tony during that assault. Nazrin's in a little bit of trouble, going to activate the shield so far, and looking for some damage here onto Cassio. And actually, when you think about it, a Destro Warlock and an Outlaw Rogue, they do have a lot of synergy, because Outlaw Rogue is the spec of Rogue that actually can hold the target in place very, very well with that gouge into those ranged stuns. So a sub-rogue, a little bit better at maybe stunning everything, but an Outlaw Rogue definitely going to be doing a lot of work as well there with that kidney shot as well. So going to have a lot of lockdown, a lot of peel as well with that gouge, and just kind of going to be very, very annoying to deal with. You also have the hook, of course, to eat some of those traps, so you can counter Casu's grapple with those. So going to see how that plays out. full blind secured here onto Relza. Castle's going to be the target of choice. Clyde in a cross trap as well. So a bit of a race going on right now. Full sap onto Relza. Clyde is going to break free here, and it should be enough to stabilize Nazarins at this point. Caster as well,
swap.
looking fine, and they're swapping over to Tony.
Ooh.
Tony taking a massive chunk of damage there. I do believe that was the
Chaos Bolt.
Aegis right there. And now big damage, big Chaos Bolt.
Wow.
Follow-up stun.
3.
And they take Caster down. 1 second left there on that stun, but it looks like Caster actually will survive. The power word barrier of Relza coming out there in the nick of time, and they're still going to have to trade out the aspect of the turtle there as well. So 2 major kunas there forced out from MYWAY, and now Tony in big trouble here, Sid.
This is a comp no one was expecting to see in the tournament. MYWAY, reigning European champions in game number 1, are almost out of mana on the back foot. Nixie gunning them down on that pirate spec. Nazrim on the run in that soul shape, trying to escape from Tony, but Tony is a feral druid. I don't think you're going to be able to kite him too easily. Here, Castu reconnecting, now getting counter pressure. Nazrin's trading the unending resolve, trying to go for the kill. Chaos Bolt into Chaos Bolt. He gets disoriented on it, goes for the Chaos Bolt again. Spell locks the regrowth, calling in that purple infernal. Massive damage for Castu. Double mortal, triple. Is that a triple mortal coil? How did he do that? Is that a triple mortal coil?
Oh.
He's just gonna go for the kill? What?
What? I need to look up this build from Nazareth. I think it was the Honor Talent. His Bane of Havoc. He curses the ground, so all of his spells will strike any one target. He got a triple mortal coil. I've never seen somebody do that. I've literally never seen somebody do that. He's running this Honor Talent literally nobody's ever played, at least maybe not in RBGs or something. And he gets a triple mortal coil for the kill. Everybody's coil. The synergy between these specs is actually insane. The one thing that Outlaw Rogue was lacking in the past was kind of burst chunky damage, but the new set bonuses give you this stacking modifier to your pistol shot damage, and then you can support with the tricks of the trade on your Warlock. And if they get that 3 Chaos Bolt combo where they've spent 10 soul shards for a free instant Chaos Bolt, they just get 3 off in a row. They can just destroy somebody. Like right here was the triple Chaos Bolt combo. They almost killed him through Power Word Barrier. And there's the Bane of Havoc. So he mortal coils the whole team. And then later on in the game, wins the game by mortal coiling the whole team. What on earth is this comp, man? Here I'm expecting like Alec, you know, this guy plays Arcane Mage, wins BlizzCon, dragging people into the deepest, darkest points of dampening, right? They break out this in game 1. This is not what I was expecting. I was expecting maybe like a wizard setup, dragging on, trying to survive, playing to dampening, but no, they actually met the jungle with aggression. And I think it's right here where Nazrim drops another triple mortal coil and just gets Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt and wins the game in this kitty shot. Chaos Bolt gets stopped on that one. I don't care. Chaos Bolt again. I'm going to stop your regrowth. Chaos Bolt again. Mortal coil the whole team right there. Nobody can heal. Into a fear on the healer. Cut him down through his Aegis.
Another infernal.
What?
Yeah, dude. Destro is looking absolutely insane, and so is Outlaw. Like I said, Outlaw has been a spec that has been insane in 2s. It has really good survivability, a really solid like overall toolkit for surviving and doing good consistent damage. The one thing it doesn't bring, like Sid said, is burst. But with the new set bonuses, I really feel like Outlaw could be one of these meta specs we didn't really expect. And this composition in particular just seems insane. Nixie's kidney, I don't know if the cooldown on his kidney shot gets reduced, but it just feels like kidney shot is always available. Everyone's getting kidneyed, everyone's getting coiled, everyone's getting infernal stunned, and the amount of control Casual Dads had over this matchup was pretty impressive.
I mean, I was astounded. I thought that comp was going to flop. I'm not going to lie. I'm like, I see that locked in the waiting room. Holy Priest, Outlaw, Destro. That's like one of those specs that's like on a meme video of comps that will never find an LFG group. You know, like you're just having no hope of finding a group if you're going to try and put that together. And like they beat the reigning champions in game 1 with that. Like what? What? With an RBG talent?
Yeah.
Like well, I was not expecting him to run an RBG talent. Wins the whole thing. Like what? And I mean, MYWAY can't do anything different. What are they going to do? Holy Priest maybe is the only change they could make instead of Disc. Which maybe they do, but other than that, like the casual dads know what they're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and the thing is, historically, actually, Outlaw has been kind of, you know, the counter to Feral Druid especially, and to Jungle. It has been, you know, like if we think back to like Legion, when we did see a lot of Outlaw all the time, it really was that spec that could deal with with jungles a lot, because you would have those those prolonged ways to shut down a lot of these traps. Because the jungle, of course, we all know how jungle gets their pressure. They find the trap, and then they get that big, massive burst damage. They stun somebody up and just eliminate them from existence. But it's hard to do. First of all, it's hard to land the traps when you have an outlaw rogue who's just kind of like Spider-Man, just leaping all over the place. And the other thing is as well, when you have that outlaw rogue, actually, if you land the trap, being able to stun somebody up and gouge them, it just buys you so much time to actually survive that setup. And then when you pair that in with Nazrin's, been one of the absolute best warlocks in Europe. We don't see him compete actually that often, but this guy is always at the top of the ladder. He's always just in a kind of a league of his own when it comes to destruction work, especially. I mean, this is a scary roster for Alex saying that, oh yeah, we're just renovating our kitchen between the games and just kind of chilling here. This is a top tier roster. I don't let this guy fool you. These guys, they definitely came to play, and of course they have Clyde. Yeah, he's trying to be humble here, but we know this is a roster that definitely can contend, and I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, to see these guys make it all the way to Sunday, especially with how good they've looked so far. But of course, MYWAY, the reigning champions, from last year, I think they still have a few tricks up their sleeve of their own.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I hope so. Casual Dads was looking pretty solid there. It's just the level of control of the Destruction Warlock. It looks really good paired with the Outlaw Rogue. What's crazy about the Outlaw Rogue too is I feel like it can't die. Like in my experience, and one of the reasons why it's so good in twos is its defensive toolkit is absolutely nuts. Especially having like additional range. If you're kiting and just trying to survive, you're always going to outrange any melee that are on you. And yeah. I'm really curious to see if Casual Dads can continue with this momentum or if MYWAY is going to be able to figure it out, because one of the problems for MYWAY is that with that 3-man roster, we already know every game is going to be the same for them. They're going to play jungle every single game, and every team in the tournament knows it. So if they have a good answer for jungle, MYWAY is going to really struggle in this tournament.
All right, is this the answer? I mean, at the same time, Nazrim had a couple of close calls as well, so I wouldn't want to count out the side of MYWAY just yet here. And I think the names are all fixed up for us here. Nixie in stealth, rolling forward. It's a bit of an aggressive map, and Nixie got pulled out of stealth. That's not a great start. He's trying to go for a restealth, but he has Hunter's Mark on him. So Castu could pull him out. Oh, they dispel the Hunter's Mark. Nice play there by Clyde, so Nixie can get a more clean opener. He's going to cheap shot Relza and then set up onto the Hunter. It looks like he wants maybe the Feral Druid. Nazrim's repositioning, triple Bane, triple Coil once again from Nazrim. Not able to set up a Fear, unfortunately, out of the Mortal Coil this time around, but mind control on the Feral, the Hunter, only with the Priest here. Is Casu going to be able to survive? These are our reigning champions from European region, MYWAY, formerly Horizon. Can they stay up in the upper bracket facing this peculiar composition from the Casual Dads? Nazrin under fire. They're really pushing for aggression in game number 2, playing to the strengths of that jungle cleave, trying to tear into the Warlock, but Dark Soul is rolling. Nazrin could be a threat if he gets any Chaos Bolts here. Chaos Bolt into Chaos Bolt. Is he going to get a third instant proc here? Procking an Infernal. Nazrim stunned up on his aggression, stalling it out for now. And they're just waiting for that next kidney shot. Where are they going to put it? Is it going to be onto the Hunter or the Feral Druid? Relsa Shadow Fury behind the pillar. Gouge onto the Feral Druid. Casu isolated. I love that cross CC on the Feral Druid, removing those heals, but there's another very long kidney shot. Mortal Coil set up once again, hitting the whole team. Fear onto the Feral Druid, setting up for the Hunter, and those are the scary windows for MYWAY. Can they stay on the Warlock? A swap over to the Feral Druid. Chaos Bolt's lobbing in onto Tony. He's going to pop that Aegis Trinket. New trinket coming into patch 9.2, providing him a shield to that Destruction Warlock damage. And MYWAY, they're a little bit afraid to push forward. This is a team that they're running that jungle, the only comp on their roster. They're known for aggression, but they're getting pinned at the pillar. They're a bit worried about pushing forward, facing this threat.
They definitely are. Here's another kidney shot on Tony. Big Chaos Bolt's going to be landing. And Raza, can he heal through it? Looks like he will be able to with the Radiance. He gets interrupted on his heal. And unfortunately for him, Tony won't get topped off just yet. Now, finally, Tony getting topped off. Going to be able to play aggressive here onto Nixie. Let's see if they are able to actually take him down. Tony right now going to be chasing over to Nazrim's, realizing Nixie probably not going to be the best target for them to go after. But a good pressure, I would say, for MYWAY right now. They have damage on multiple targets. Rel's actually going for a potential drink here. Isn't able to recover too much mana. His Casual Dads is looking to continue the aggression on them.
Yeah, and so far, Nazarene actually could be in trouble. Gonna activate the shield right there. Should be enough to stabilize him from now. There's no crowd control onto Clyde. And Casu kind of just retreating here. Getting feared up in the open. There's one Chaos Bolt connecting. Not doing too much damage, but Tony here could be in trouble. Full blind secured onto Relza. And they find the damage. Nazarene's gonna using that teleport. Getting position and big Chaos Bolt there onto Casu. Casu's gonna immediately trinket there and use that Feign Death Legendary. Triple coil once again, actually a double coil this time around. Gets it around there. No follow-up there though onto Relza, and they do get that trinket there from Casu, but nothing else really. Nazarene's here in massive trouble, getting absolutely blasted. MYWAY finally finding one on the board there. An incredible amount of damage coming out there from Tony and Casu.
It's kind of like it's kind of disastrous because I feel like Clyde, he had Trinket and Guardian, and I guess he thought he could greet it, or I think he was worried about getting feared on his Trinket. He was in a full trap, and I think Clyde or Relza was in position to actually land a fear. So we'll see it in the replay, but there was answers there. I'm just trying to see exactly why they weren't able to survive that setup, because that kind of seemed almost wasn't random, but I feel like Casual Dads had a lot to kind of work with there in terms of defensives. So we'll see it. Nazarims, this is the moment where Relza is going for a drink, and Nixie and Nazarims try to shut it down. So they push forward, they get the stun on Casu, but this is kind of where Nazarims starts getting targeted, and when he starts falling further and further behind. So this is going to be the kill attempt here very, very soon. Casu ends up landing a full trap. Nazarin runs away, and you can see right now, Clyde has basically everything. He has his Guardian, he's got his Trinket, so we'll have to see exactly where it all went wrong.
Yeah, so they've got blind on Relza, like they're the aggressors right now. Nazarin pulls into the starting room, and right here what happens, like I'm thinking like they have complete control of this, right? Like Infernals are coming in, there comes that Bane, there comes the Mortal Coils, like they've almost got the Priest Relza out of mana, but right here they stun Clyde, they snipe the trap from downtown, and Clyde could just Trinket this Guardian, but they use Lockwall. So they thought Unending Resolve would be enough here, and I think what I'm learning slowly but surely throughout this is that Destruction Warlock defensives don't really matter. So, this is a conclusion that I'm slowly drawing from these last two series. That had to be the main reason he hesitated, was like, well, if you use your 3-minute cooldown and I use my Trinket, isn't that GG next go? Like I can't use both of those in this setup. So maybe next time prioritizing the priest cooldowns. Maybe Unending Resolve gets value if he has Dark Pact with it. But they could have traded those cooldowns differently to stay alive a little bit longer. Still, despite that, MYWAY are showing that they're threatening, right? Like they can still pull off kills. This isn't a completely one-sided series for them.
Oh yeah, but I kind of feel like Casual Dads was kind of in the driver's seat for most of that game. Like it felt really, really good defensively and offensively, just kind of fumbling at the finish line, and you can't do that against a team like MYWAY. They're just too good. Been playing this composition for such a long time. If you give even a little bit, you give an inch, they're going to take a mile in this match in terms of their offense. And yeah, I mean, going to game number 3, Casual Dads is going to have whatever map they want. I think it's likely we go to a large map, like maybe something like Maldraxxus Coliseum. No, it's going to be Ashamane's Fall, so a bit more of a comfortable pick. But this larger map should, in theory, make it a lot easier for Clyde to actually kite around and avoid crowd control, and give Nazarins a little bit more room as well to kind of maneuver around the map.
Yeah, map definitely going to help them, and yeah, I was going to say we probably will see the same matchup here as well. Casual Dads, I feel like they don't really have a reason to swap there, because definitely they had a lot to work with there. It was just defensive mismanagement there. I mean, he wasn't even ready to fear Clyde's Trinket. He did fear Clyde's Trinket later on, but if Clyde just insta responds there, it's not like Relza was on top of him ready to do it. So definitely just a bit of a mistake there defensively, and you just got to forget about it, focus on the next game. They still have that map advantage, of course, because the loser will pick the map, so whoever wins that first game will have an advantage if teams are trading back and forth. So for MYWAY, this could be a big one as well. If map become a deciding factor, this would be the swing match for them. So if they win this one and Casual Dads win the next one, then on game number 5, MYWAY will have that ability to pick something very, very small. We've seen a lot of teams opt for those super small maps, especially when they're playing jungle, to kind of just run somebody over. So Casual Dads definitely like the space here with that Destro Warlock, and that's what they're going to go for. Ashamane's Fall, though, I think it's going to be nice for them, and I think it really didn't look too bad for them. I mean, right before that happened, they had a full blind, they had the Kasu had to use his trinket. He had to use his Feign Death Legendary. He had to trade out, his Roar of Sacrifice as well. So a lot of defensives were being forced offensively. And I think the most dangerous pushes where you kind of get caught off guard like that are the ones where you're going aggressive and the jungle is going aggressive at the same time. So Nazarins, he was already kind of like 60-70% HP when that first stun landed on his healer, and then the trap came in and he was even lower. So it just makes that trade from his own unending resolve, it just comes out a little bit too late. Like, I think if in a world, if Nazarin was a full HP there and he trades out the unending resolve, it might have been enough. But it's just one of those cooldowns where if you use it when you're already low, it's not going to do too much. So you just got to work on those defensive timings. And I mean, it is a new roster, so probably going to be some growing pains in that area. Offensively, however, they've looked absolutely insane. And I'm just kind of excited to see more of those triple mortal coils into, kidney shot, into infernal stuns, into big chaos bolt setups. So we'll see if they can pull those off. And this is going to be game number 3 live right now. So
yeah, I mean, they were able to win on mana. I just really want to see Nixie just send it. Kidney shot on cooldown, off the R, just maximum damage. Maybe even coordinate a little bit less CC and just win on pressure because they were so close in that regard. And Kidney shot on a Feral Druid very early on. Nazarin setting up Chaos Bolt. Life Grip pulls him out of range of the Chaos Bolt. Good play by Relza. Kasu going to duck behind the pillar. And it looks like MYWAY strategy here is going to be hit and run on the open map. It's like, all right, you have Dark Soul and Adrenaline Rush. Yeah, we're not going to, we don't want to play right now with you. You guys are mean. You're looking mean right now. We're not going to play. We're going to wait, let you calm down a little bit. And wait for those cooldowns to be over before they go for their next push. And now that those cooldowns are down, it's time to jump in aggressively. As we see Tony leaping forward, rooting Clyde, stunning Clyde, now freezing trap from downtown, and they've isolated Nixie. They're actually going after the Outlaw Rogue. Will they be able to take him out? Outlaw Rogue is actually a very tanky spec of Rogue, but they're still cutting him down. He has to use Cloak Vanish, barely escaping behind the pillar. And if he's running that Brawler talent, which he may not be running, he's going to stack up his stamina quite high. But look at this damage. Triple Bane is down. Chaos Bolts are flying in against the whole team. Relza grips him to the pillar, but now they're all Shadow Furied. Cataclysm on the whole team, just completely eroding down MYWAY's defense. Relza spent so much mana to recover through that attack, even just a few seconds out in the midfield in game number 3, and they're getting devastated.
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem if you have to go after the Outlaw Rogue as well. Very slippery spec, like we said. Now caught into a full stun. Can they take Nixie down? Doesn't look like they'll be able to just yet, but it's a big problem. If you go after the Rogue, you're going to leave Nazarins just basically free casting on a Destruction Warlock, which is one of the scariest things you could possibly do. I feel like the only reason they're surviving this long is because they're interrupting Nazarins on Chaos Bolts and really trying to shut down his damage. But once again, the triple coil comes in. Nixie on the run. Good defensive heals there by Nazarin, trying to get aggressive as Nixie is forced to play defensive as Clyde is sitting that trap. Now that he's out of the trap, Nixie can go in, potentially land a full stun here, keeping him in line of sight. Can he get the stun? No. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Now Nixie caught into a maim. I just want to see basically Nixie just put kidney shot on anyone that's in Nazarin's line of sight. Exactly what you're saying, just send the damage. There's a full kidney shot onto Kasu. Nazarin gets interrupted, unfortunately, on that Chaos Bolt, and that's one of the downsides of those trinkets is interrupts are devastating. If you get kicked on Chaos Bolt, that interrupt is going to last 6, 7, 8 seconds, where you basically can't do anything on that Warlock.
Yep, and I couldn't agree with you guys more. Just trying to out mana the disc freeze. I think it's definitely a viable strategy. Gonna see a full fear here onto Clyde. Clyde actually does break out of that one. Tries to premonition here. They're swapping over to Relza. Big damage. Triple Chaos Bolts right now flying in. Relza gonna trade out the powered barrier. Should be enough there. I do believe he's playing the Dome of Light as well. And this is the Dark Soul of Nazarins. Nixie gets swapped to. You're gonna have to Trinket, trade out the Cloak of Shadows, to paint everything in his whole spellbook basically. Clyde getting kicked there as well. Nixie not out of the woods yet, but here comes the Infernals. Here comes Chaos Bolts. Big damage in that kidney shot onto Tony. But the Rapture will respond there from Relza. Big shields coming out there with that Rapture, and it will be enough for Tony. Now, Tony moving back out in the open field here, looking for the setup here. Kasu pushing forward here, looking for the trap potentially. They fear up Tony here, and now Clyde is going to reposition a little bit. They might actually go after Tony, and Tony will find the stun there onto Clyde. The Mortal Coils are flying in. Big damage onto Kasu. Nice fear there onto Tony, trying to prolong the setup here. Kasu
swap to Tony
to find the freezing tap, and Tony getting absolutely crushed here. Another Chaos Bolt is going to connect there with the Infernal. That's the survival instincts. That's going to be the frictionless toe thing as well, proccing there for Tony. So a lot of defense there out of the way, and still more to come. Cataclysm, triple Infernal, and now a full kidney shot here onto Kazu. Kazu with the Soul Rot now. Nixie doing tons of damage as well here on that Outlaw Rogue. Kazu forced to trade out the aspect of the turtle there. And now Tony getting too as well. What is this
Look
damage?
at these Infernals.
Look how much
This is
Infernals
incredible.
there are, man. He is literally straight up the Burning Legion.
If you have any Destruction Warlock friends, if you have any Destruction Warlock friends, ladies and gentlemen, I highly recommend you shoot him a message, send him some flowers, like be nice to him
Apologize for
because,
ignoring and ghosting them the whole expansion.
yeah. Like, listen, I know we haven't played in a few seasons, but yeah, this is looking pretty crazy. Casual Dads with another victory, up 2-1 in the series. In that game, I mean, you go after the Rogue. Wow, things happen. Definitely, that was a scary matchup for them.
Like that.
I'm just looking at. Okay, well that too, but I'm looking at Kazu. I'm like, okay, Kazu is dead. He's taking so much damage here. Oh, now Tony is dead, and then Tony recovers barely, like around the pillar. Oh, Kazu is dead again. You know, it's just the damage is just never stopping here from Nazarins and Nixie. And I mean, just look at Nazarins. It looks like he's having so much fun. He's just coiling the whole team, spamming Chaos Bolts on everything. Look, one Chaos Bolt is hitting Kazu, the other one is hitting Tony. Now another Infernal gets called in. Tony trinkets into the stun, gets Chaos Bolted. Then he recovers. They go after Kazu again, and Tony's just line of sighting here, trying to breathe. I mean, look at poor Relza as well. This man must be having a heart attack here. They go out in the open field. Another double Infernal, another kidney shot. Now Kazu's taking massive damage. Sorot is coming out. Another Infernal. The Burning Legion is here. Rain of Fire is raining down. A Chaos Bolt hitting Tony, you know, next to the pillar. And just the damage is just never ending here. Look at Nazarin's damage, 1.1 million. And the thing is, if you compare to, you know, like some of the things that we've seen earlier, like Survival Hunter damage, you know, comparatively, it's not that high of a number, but this is all burst damage. This isn't like, you know, he's rotting the whole team down slowly, building up big damage, you know, on the scoreboard. This is just Chaos Bolt spam essentially, and you know the Infernal's doing most of those numbers. So when you think about it from that lens, it is incredibly tough for Relza to actually keep anybody alive when their HP is just spiking like this.
Yeah, his build is like, I swear, I don't think I've seen anybody play this. Like, he's exploiting the set bonus to the maximum ability when I'm looking at it. Like, his set bonuses give him chances to call in extra Infernals. He's running Reign of Chaos, a talent normally not taken, to have another chance to summon an Infernal while your Infernal is active. So you summon your Infernal, and every soul shard you spend has a chance to summon another one. So I think at one point, he had like 3 in a row, procced Infernals. And like that Bane of Havoc, like nobody plays that in Arena. Like that's like air quotes RBG talent, and he's playing that, and he's just like taking like a page out of like the Kobrak Battleground clip videos or something for Destro Warlock because he is just cleaving down everybody. Like he's making Destro look fun. Like, you know, we saw the single target build out from Swapsy. Nah, I like this one. I like this triple AoE Infernal spamming Destro. I think I'm gonna go with Nazarin's build this time around, and they've got MYWAY on match point, reigning European champions, the Casual Dads, the Kitchen Renovators coming in, and like they're doing work right now against MYWAY.
That's great. The Kitchen Renovators, the carpenters are coming in here, just doing work right now, and Nazarin's definitely working double shifts here. But another thing that we've talked about it a little bit, but we're seeing Outlaw Rogue, you know, this is incredible. We're seeing Outlaw Rogue, Destro Warlock, and earlier we saw Sub Rogue, we've seen Assassination Rogue, so we've really seen every single Rogue spec already represented, and, you know, we've only seen a couple of games so far, it feels like, so definitely a lot of craziness. And here as well, you can see the AWC companion, guys, the awc.gcd.tv if you would like to view this yourself and maybe set up your own Warlock at home. And of course, this is also, you know, we're waiting for the game to get loaded. This would be an excellent time, guys, to hit that subscribe button because, I mean, let's be honest, you would want to get those notifications to see some of these games. There it is.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Wow. That was nice. That was perfect.
Yeah, the
But yeah,
production is
AWC
quick with it.
Yeah, that was beautiful. The AWC companion app, I mean, my eyes have just been glued to it today. I want to see what these guys are running, what talents, what soul binds, what trinkets, what set bonuses,
Maybe I'm
all that
giving
good
up
stuff. And
Demo. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
giving
we're-
up my
we're
Demo
just-
for Destro. I don't know, but Demo gets such insane stuff with double legendary though. Like we're talking about Destro
I was
this
trying to
week,
think.
but next week, like I've been looking at Demo.
what's
so
the double
much.
legendary for Destro? I'm trying to figure that out too.
So you would get the Chaos Bolt legendary, and then he's playing. What Covenant is he playing? He's playing Night
He's
Fae.
Night Fae.
It's not super great for Destro, honestly. It's like a couple of extra stats when you Soul Rot. So it's not super fantastic. But Demo, though, I want to see next week what changes. Like, this is just the first week. We're not even at the full power of the possibilities. Look at Nazrin, triple death coil. The whole team is coiled into a fear with a kidney shot on the Feral Druid. Just sets up his whole team here. But unfortunately, Tony literally took 0 damage. It was a bit surprising to see him take basically nothing, not even scratched from that crowd control attempt. But here come the Infernals called in from Nazrin's. Let's see how many procs he's going to get with Infernals here. This is when he can really start getting out an army, and if he builds up a massive army of them, he's going to be doing so much damage. He's fishing for Chaos Bolts, trying to get through interrupts, faking with the fear, gets the fear, goes for the Chaos Bolt number 1, Chaos Bolt number 2, getting lined up by Nazrin, trying to fake the interrupt, gets the interrupt used on his Immolate, which is perfect. He can continue to Chaos Bolt, needs to keep spending soul shards, needs to keep building up towards that instant Chaos Bolt to go for the big hit. Nixie is rolling numbers right now to try and get a big pistol shot as well. They will grip Tony back to the pillar, but Chaos Bolt's on him. They're going to proc 1 Infernal from the set bonus. Another Chaos Bolt lobbed out onto Tony. He ducks for cover behind the pillar. Nazrin's baiting Tony, baiting Kasu to come out in the open, but they seem that they want to go. Triple Mortal Coil set up once again onto the whole team, but Clyde got feared before he could fear Relza, which is really unfortunate. That could have been an insane setup, but now Relza isn't CC'd. Kasu is looking stable. And it looks like MYWAY are looking a lot more comfortable in this matchup in game number 4.
Yeah, this is kind of a scary situation here for Nazrin's. Relza getting interrupted. Actually, Clyde in a trap right now. Nazrin's could just get dropped. He's got nothing. Big heal finally coming in from Clyde as he escapes the crowd control. At the same time, a kidney shot onto Tony, forcing out the Barsky. Nazrin's going for a big Chaos Bolt into his Shadow Fury. Well, can he get done? Right now, Casual Dads, they're looking like they're in some trouble. Nazrin gets interrupted. Clyde tops him off. Luckily, mana still about even in the smash. Cassidy now caught into a stun with fear on Tony. Good setup. Cassidy trying to get to the pillar, but he gets stunned into the open. Now looking for aggression. Holy Priest coming into the clutch stun as well.
Coils.
Clyde has been doing work on that Holy Priest so far. Doing a great job throwing in additional stuns, keeping his team alive, and you really see the power of this Priest. Kidney shot on Tony. It's going to be the powered barrier in order for him to survive, but Nazrin's still just getting low. There's a full trap. Can Nazrin survive? The Destruction Warlock defensive cooldown's not looking so hot, and it looks like he will get potted.
Is the pod dead?
Yes, dead. So, yeah, I mean, this game, MYWAY just had a lot more consistent setups, and it seems like Nazrin's the unrelenting pressure on him made it really difficult for him to actually survive.
So Kasu put on his damage legendary. Kasu was like, all right, Feign Death legendary? Nah. I'm going to wear damage legendary and show you what real damage is. So I guarantee if we look at the scoreboard, like his numbers are going to be pumped up a bit here. Running the Bone Shatter Greaves here in game number 4. So this is like maximum damage potential from the Hunter. And unfortunately for Nazrin's team is they focused the Feral, I think, for a bit, especially early on. So when the Hunter's running this legendary, you got to try and punish it by going after them. But next week, they're going to get both. So you can punish them now, but Hunters are looking like a really big threat next week. And I think you're going to see that pressure. Like Nazrin is just always getting chunked down, and you'll see Kasu, if he procs a kill shot, that Nazrin's health will just start to suddenly disappear. And that's all I'm looking for on Kasu's global cooldown spending here at the bottom of our screen. Lots of Cobra shots, but as soon as he gets a kill shot proc or kill shot range, that's when his damage is going to scale up and really start to become unhealable. They do go over after Kasu here, which I think is good. Try and get control of him as he's running that damage legendary, but he pops cooldowns. And if he gets a proc here, it could be just the end of the game. So he's got his Flayed shot up. That's going to be what procs his kill shot. And he's getting feared at the moment. He really just wants to start connecting some damage right now. Like he's got all of his procs ready now to go. And because all of that lined up, I think he does just shred Nazrin down at this point. He tries to jump off the side, and all those procs lined up. It's just going to be game over as soon as he connects. And that bleed is just ticking away. Going to be a lot more difficult to heal for the side of Casual Dads. And I like that MYWAY are flexing their strategies, showing that they're not afraid. Like maybe run the Feign Death legendary, figure out what this comp can do. And then they realize, we're going to need more damage. We can't let this Destro Warlock just kind of get away with doing everything that he's able to do. And they make the adjustment, and the scoreboard, I think, speaks for it. Kasu now doing the top damage in the match. Now it's going to be up to Casual Dads to flex.
Not just that, I mean, Nazwins also did the lowest damage. So he went from being topping the damage meters last game to being at the bottom. So that's where all that extra damage, sometimes, you know, what does the old saying go? Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And I mean, if you can keep the Destruction Warlock scared and forced to run and hide, it can be a lot better defensively than, you know, using a legendary that keeps you alive every single time you feign death.
Switching over from Miyagi-Do to Cobra Kai, just gotta, you sometimes have to strike first and
have a
strike
good
hard,
mix.
no mercy.
Yeah.
That's the right move here. Feign Death Lego is like Miyagi-Do, wax on, wax off. No. It's time to equip the Cobra. Maybe, you know, get a little bit of the Eagles, mix it up a bit.
Eagle Fang, right?
Yeah. You have a nice balance of both. That was a good adaptation by MYWAY. I'm glad that I feel like a lot of teams can fall into that trap of like, we need to focus on defense. It's just do damage, don't die, right? Because that has kind of been a standard strategy that has worked a lot, right? Like that strategy has won a lot of BlizzCons, is do damage and don't die. But especially online, when you got the comfort of your own home, you got all your add-ons right, I feel like taking more risk is going to be more benefit. That strategy was back when you played live tournaments with limited add-ons. So those setup comps, the aggression playstyles that required more coordination, was harder to pull off, more stressful. But it doesn't mean that it was not incorrect to do it. It was harder to do. So now that that's a bit easier to do, I think that it's nice to see teams flex to that strategy more.
We are going to be going to Maldraxxus Coliseum for the second time today. So I think this is a great map choice for Casual Dads. A lot more open space. And we saw what happened on Ashermanes. I'm kind of wondering, I mean, MYWAY, they did change up their strategy. They changed up their legendary. I wonder if they can continue this kind of aggression, though, on a large map like this.
Yeah, and, you know, Maldraxxus Coliseum, going to be a big map. And this is kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier, right? Now Casual Dads, because they won that first game, they have that flexibility here to do the counter pick, to do the counter map, whatever they want here for the potential last game. And this is a lower bracket game as well. So this is, you know, whoever loses here gets knocked out. So a lot on the line here. And our first actual game number 5 as well, I believe, of the day, of the weekend, and of the season. We are going to see Assassination being pulled out here from
is this the ultimate form? Was he holding this in his back pocket? Like, yeah, that's the outlaw. You got like first level Nixie. This is outlaw, second level Nixie. Like, we're going to Assassination now.
Yeah,
it's time for the Eagle Fang. I think that's what it is.
No, I think what this is, I'm not gonna lie. I think what this is Nixie saying, "Hey, look at me, I'm a rogue." He wants to be attacked because outlaw, really difficult to take down, super slippery spec. So maybe they feel like they have no choice but to go after Nazarins, and Nixie's like, "Hey, I'm an assassination rogue. Like, do you want to go after me?" And I actually think they can take him down. Assassination, I think Jungle can easily kill him. But the kind of the catch-22 is if they go after Nixie, then unfortunately Nazrin's going to be able to do whatever he wants, and that's where it becomes really, really difficult. And I would say one of the reasons you would not want to play Assassination is because MYWAY could potentially play Survival, but they know they will not be playing Survival. They know they have to play Beastmaster. And that's why you can kind of tag it in, and it's not nearly as threatening for Casual Dads.
You can see that. They're running a big risk, bringing in more offense, less defense, but that worked for MYWAY, so now Casual Dads are going to flip the switch. I feel like if you leave Nazarins open, if he gets a string of procs, like, he's just going to explode everybody. There's no recovering. And this is a good map with the fact that the pillars are small. So you can kind of close in on the pillar. There's a lot of space behind it without stacking up on the enemy team. So if Nazarin's getting that triple Bane on the pillar, coiling everybody off the pillar with a Kidney Shot Vendetta, and then just getting shivved for that massive Mortal Wounds effect, bleeds ticking the whole time, like, I'm a bit worried. Like, this is game 5. Like, you don't want to go in that lower bracket. You don't want the SK pieces down there, right? Like, you don't want that spawn of damage. You don't want that big mix survival hunter. Like, you'd much rather just stay up in the upper bracket, at least for another round, because this cup stage is all about getting points to qualify for the circuit. So you want to have the best shot of making it as far as you can. Losing here is not going to set that up. So you definitely want to win, and they're going to have to pull it off. It seems like both teams are choosing to go for more offense, and we're going to see who can pull it off.
Definitely. Yeah. Casual Dads trying to step up to the plate here, taking down the champs. I mean, MYWAY Let's face it, they're such a phenomenal team. They are the reigning champs in Europe. Casual dads can kind of just sign up on a Friday and take them down. I mean, we're not giving enough credit to casual dads. I mean, these guys, Nixie and Alec did win BlizzCon. Very solid roster here, and we'll see if they can take them down. Super interesting, I'd say, so far, how this kind of matchup has developed. Bringing the Outlaw Rogue, now the Assassination Rogue, Destro Warlock looking really good. The offense from Hunters seems really, really strong. Now we'll see who's going to pull out a win.
Yeah, and actually I did misspoke earlier. This is the upper bracket, of course. So the loser here will not be knocked out, but still, it would be nice to just win right now and move on, to chill for Championship Sunday. We're going to see now the Assassination Rogue of Nixie. Will it be the X factor here, the hidden ace in his pocket? And one of the things about Feral Druid is they do have a lot of assistant healing or a lot of hybrid healing, and of course with Assassination Rogue Shiv they can counter that. Nixie does find Casu here in the opener, and he is going to be able to go for a nice start here, but no, they go right away for the freezing trap onto Clyde. Nixie forced to trinket out immediately here. Nazrin's in the back line here, looking for the damage, looking for the counter pressure. Nixie's still in a lot of trouble. Activates the evasion. Is it going to be enough here? I did not have to use his trinket. That was the big objective there that they could have pushed for. Nazrin's here with the big damage. There's Vendetta, the Dark Soul as well. Going to force out Tony's trinket. So both DPS players having to use their own personal cooldowns, one apiece. Relza now in a full fear. Tony's not out of the woods yet. Vendetta still taking for a little bit here onto Tony, but it looks like he will be okay with those Rapture shields, doing some work, and that Dark Soul will subside now. Nixie also playing that short Vendetta full trap now onto Clyde. Nixie could be in a lot of trouble here. He's popping that flesh crab, but look at Nazrin's doing massive damage. That's going to be the pain suppression being forced out essentially on his own. Nixie just standing there channeling a flesh craft while Nazrin's takes matters into his own hands, and still a lot of damage coming out from both sides. But so far, it looks like actually Nixie's going to be on the back foot, and Clyde will trade out another big defensive with that Guardian Angel now.
Smoke bomb.
Smoke bomb. This could just be the game here. Tony, did they have a follow-up stun? Doesn't look like
Chaos
it.
Bolt!
Bolt from downtown. Is this powered barrier going to be enough to keep Tony alive? That box is going to end.
That's it.
And Tony will be sent down to the lower bracket with the rest of his team. That Assassination Rogue with the short Vendetta coming in there clutch, taking the win immediately here for Casual Dads, and they're in a pretty good spot right now. Alec, he didn't even have to stop renovating his kitchen for this one.
Yeah, if you want to see the power of that comp, like the Destro Rogue, like Relza is running Dome of Light, at least according to this the tracker right now, which means his barrier is like an insane damage reduction, and he saved it for the smoke bomb, and they just didn't care. At the start of the game, I was worried about Nixie, had to use a lot, but after they got Tony's trinket and there was no trinket for smoke bomb, I was like, that's going to be the big win condition. And they left Nazrin open, and you'll see it in the game. He's got one Infernal out right now. You see that thing running around, just disappeared. And then I think right about here, he procs 2. So like Nazrin was able to just have a field day, really exploiting this map as well. There's the proc. They get a purple Infernal. They get a green Infernal to match with it, just to color coordinate. And like Nazrin's just had a field day on Destro in this matchup, while Nixie just took the brunt force of the enemy's attacks. And right about in the next couple of seconds, they set up that smoke bomb for the win. Clyde did a great job stabilizing. Nazrin's almost got a triple Mortal Coil set up there, but Casu and Tony reposition. Here comes the smoke bomb. Relza barriers it. Trinket barrier. Gets stunned on his trinket, so he can't really heal. So Tony's just stuck at low health, and they're just chaos bolting into the frenzied regen. They don't care. That frenzied regen nerf, I think definitely they felt it there at the end of that game. They covered Casu. He was trying to peel with Door Shadows. Like, that was a really well played series from Nixies, Nazrins, and Clydes. They take out the reigning champions in game number 5, that of MYWAY. Their jungle is now in the lower bracket, and now that lower bracket is filled with nothing but sharks on every single team. I don't know what happens when sharks start eating sharks. There's gonna be some cannibalism of sharks in the lower bracket, I think. But it's very scary to be down there right now.
Somebody needs to chime in with like the Jaws theme song while you're explaining that, because it sounds very terrifying. Because I feel like every time we send someone down to the lower bracket, it just gets more and more competitive down their Super Ts, and we just saw that happen just now. I mean, honestly, first Game 5 that we saw today, and it was a really, really super back and forth match. Really fun to see. We were kind of a little bit curious about the state of jungle before we headed into that match. I was able to catch up with Dilly and Cassidy on their opinions of how, the match is, or sorry, the jungle composition is in the current meta, and they both seem to think it's super strong. However, didn't get to see it quite win this series for them, but I can bet it's going to knock some teams out as they head down to that lower bracket. We can see where they are right now. Now they're going to head against SK Pieces, and that's going to be an elimination round. And Ben, thoughts on that one?
I mean, you have Marl, Mercedes, Zephi, Asgrath going up against MYWAY. Basically, no matter what happens, one of the Titan teams is eliminated. So yeah, we're going to find out which one. It's crazy to see these two teams. I mean, normally in Europe, for an incredibly long time, you would see, the team led by Waz going up against the team led by Maro in the finals. I mean, they've had so many different names over the years and so many different roster swaps. That's what we're going to go with. But those two teams would always make it into the finals. We'll see if that continues. I would be actually kind of blown away if it does. So, really, really curious to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, I am for sure. I mean, just a lot of powerhouses down there in the lower bracket as well as the upper bracket. I feel like for the first game of the season that we're seeing, it's like these teams are already, I mean, obviously there's a lot of synergy that they still have to develop. Super Teams, there's a lot of stuff that they have to figure out within the meta. But I feel like if these games that we're already seeing is indicative of what we're going to see in North America and just the rest of the cups, I feel like we're in for a really good season. And I'm super excited to see what these players have in store for us next.
Well, I don't think we've even scratched the surface. And there's a lot of teams that didn't even make it to broadcast, right? That were real threats. Like there was lots of Game 5s. There was lots of BlizzCon champions left, not even in the top 8, even potential ones in North America. Like I feel like Golden Guardians and Cetus team on Liquid, like they barely squeaked in on the North American side. So like there's so much stuff that is just yet to be seen, so much stuff that we physically can't see because the 2 legendaries aren't out until next week. Like we're not scratching the surface. And I already, like, this is the biggest curveball. I did not expect Outlaw Rogue, let alone paired with Destro in this tournament. So the fact that that's the first day experimentation beats the reigning champions, like, yeah, this is setting up for a pretty insane season.
Yeah, speaking of Destro Lock, we only got to see that spec 12 times last season. I think it was primarily from Cloud9 picking that Destro Lock, and that's compared to the 23 times that Affliction was picked. Demo wasn't picked at all, but it is interesting to see how that spec, along with Survival and the other ones that you guys were mentioning during that last series, have really risen. And it's, I mean, the new meta really shaking things up, Zico.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to continue to see, new innovations come through. And, we were already talking about it a little bit earlier. You said it yourself as well, Demo locked in 0 times. That could change, when they get 2 legendaries, all of a sudden we could see some Demo Warlocks just taking over. So, and that's always the exciting thing, right? When you get a new meta, you get a new patch, and there's a lot of things that gets added to the game. There's so much experimentation. Nobody really knows what's the best and what beats what. And you kind of just left to play. Well, this is what I main. This is what I think is the best for my main. So this is what I'm going to stick with. This is what we've prepared. And it's interesting to see how that stacks up, against the competition once everybody does that. So it's very, very interesting to see already, Outlaw Rogue, Sub Rogue, and Assassination Rogue already being represented and doing well as well. And of course, things like Fury Warrior, Survival Hunter, and things that we don't typically see as well being brought in. So I'm just excited to see what the rest of the day has for us.
Yeah, and I think, speaking of that developing meta, we can now move on to talking about the match that we've got coming up next. We've got TBD versus SK Pieces. We saw both of these teams play earlier today, and this is going to be another intense one. I was talking with them a little bit behind the scenes from both of these teams, and it seems like they just are less stressed out about playing one another and more just kind of trying to determine what they want to play. Amaro says that he's really confident going into this series against this team. However, it sounds like they've got a lot of compositions that they could pick from, and just a lot of ways that they could approach this match. And it's the same on the other side. So a lot to figure out, like Zico just mentioned. And we do have that corrected ladder that we're seeing right here for Europe. We had a little bit of a bug. We fixed it out here. It's going to be TBD versus SK Pieces, like I just said, coming up next. And then MYWAY MYWAY versus Spawn of Damage. But I mean, that does not change the narrative right now that these 4 teams that are right down there in that lower bracket are they came to win. They showed up, and we're seeing some excellent games from them. And it's like shark on shark, or what was it you were saying? It's like Jaws down there. We're gonna need a bigger bracket. We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Yeah, the tank is not big enough in the lower bracket for how big these teams are. Like this could be a grand final, right? TBD and SK Pieces. Like, think about the names on those rosters, like Maro, Swapsy, Blizzo, Lone Tar, Z-Pi. Like you've got BlizzCon champion after BlizzCon champion, and they're in the lower bracket round, not even making top 4.
It's wild.
Like, level of competition is at its all-time highest right now, and the level of like just experimentation, what's available in the field to pick from, like what are we going to go after? Do we risk it and go after something totally new that we've never played that might just be insane, or do we stick to our guns and our mains that maybe that meta has moved on and we need something new? Like, there's a lot of choices that need to be made right now. Aggression, defense, do playstyle changes swap over? Like, we saw Z-Pi focus on solid defense with his build, whereas then we see other teams focusing on only offense to try and win. So the flexibility is really nice right now in this early stages of the tournament. I wonder what comps we're going to see from game 1. Like, I don't feel safe even calling it. Like, is this going to be a wizard war? Is it going to be mage lock on mage lock? Like, what is this? What is this going to be? I'm really interested to see for game 1.
Yeah, I'm interested as well, and I'm super curious and excited for what we are going to see them play in game number 1. We're going to head to a break before we can find out, but we'll be back very soon. See you soon. Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are heading into another match. We're down in the lower bracket. It's going to be an elimination round. So at the end of this series, we're going to see a team get knocked out. It's TBD versus SK Pieces. I was catching up a little bit with Lone Tar before he went into this matchup, and he says that, he's excited. He feels good about his team, but there's a little bit of synergy to sort of create, as it is sort of a newly formed team. Also, something that maybe people didn't know about, but they definitely should, is that he was raising a dog last season. Look, this is Lana, and she's getting really big. He's really proud of her. So we wanted to, showcase her a little bit. But she's being very good. She's over in the living room, not distracting him from his game. So hopefully, hopefully it'll continue that way. But thoughts on these two teams, Zico? Who's going home first? Can we even tell?
Ooh, that's tough. That is very, very tough. Both of these teams just have so much experience, and it's really hard, I think, to do a prediction right now because, of course, on one end, you got, if I had to do a prediction, I would say probably SK Pieces, a little bit better team, but TBD, you can't count these guys out. They're such a strong roster as well. They got Tessia, Lizzo, they're both such stacked lineups, and these are people, this is kind of like, the KUNGARNA matchup that we saw earlier with, Swapsy facing off Waz, his old teammate that he won BlizzCon with. It's kind of a similar thing, right? You got Maro going up against Lizzo. Well, these guys have done basically everything you can do in WoW esports, in competitive WoW together as teammates. So it's going to be one of them going home, and it really depends, who shows up better, who has the better comp in the meta and things like that. But if I had to make a prediction, I would say SK.
Okay. And that's fair. Talking with both the teams, it seems like they're sort of figuring out their rhythm with both, with just the rosters that they formed for this season. Like we touched on so much. There's a meta that they're figuring out. There's team synergy that they're figuring out. And they're just figuring out, what comp works best in this situation. And I think it was Supati, as you were saying, that you couldn't even predict what we were going to see during for the game number one for this series. It's just because if you look at the roster for both of these teams, they really could play so many things. They have the ability to bring out so many comps, and I feel like it's got to be a little bit stressful as a player to head into a match where it's just so, on unstable footing. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, from both sides, like Blizzo's team is either like a warrior mage or a mage warlock. That's like all I'm really seeing from them for possibilities. SK Pieces is like, what combo of wizards do they want? Like what potion are they making in Hogwarts? Like, do they want some Ellie lock? Do they want some Ellie mage? Do they want some mage lock? Like, what kind of spices
Turbo.
are they mixing together here? You think turbo? I guess.
Yeah, they can play turbo.
They could do turbo with Mercy on Warrior. They're very similar teams. The main distinct difference, I think, would only be the Ellie, although Swapsy has played Ellie. They're very
Swapsy has
similar.
played a lot of Ellie.
They're very similar, and I'm interested to see what they think has like the top dog position for Wizards. And I use top dog because Lontar has a dog, but it's okay.
That was good. It was
Very
good.
clever.
Yeah. The puns are on point today, Suptis. I wouldn't expect anything less.
When you have to explain it, it was a good one, okay? Okay.
Do you have any response to that, Ben?
Not really. I feel like everything Sid said this time was reasonable, so...
It was reasonable.
This
what?
time was reasonable?
What? You're the one that's being
For
strange
once.
in like most recent tournaments, I feel like.
Wait, that's actually so true. When did that happen? Supati's, I feel like, was always the one with the weird, out there picks, and now all of a sudden it's Ben. Did you, what happened?
I don't know. Times change. Sometimes you just gotta spice it up. You can't always be going with the safe pick. You gotta keep it exciting. So that's why I think we're going into this matchup with turbo mirrors, in all honesty. No, I'm just kidding. That's not gonna happen. But.
You just got Zico so excited. Oh.
Yeah, I love
Maybe
turbo
we see like a
mirrors.
Fire Mage Ellie showdown.
Nah. I'm saying Warrior Mage versus Fire Ellie. That's what I think.
Warrior Mage. Okay. I think Mage Lock, Mage Lock.
Okay.
Stop
Mage
it.
Lock mirrors?
Almost.
Warrior Mage
Oh,
were very
okay.
close.
Okay.
All right,
We were both
we were
right.
half
Like you
right.
and I both get half a point because like half the
that's
screen is right. on
That's
each
half a sticker. Go get us
Go
the
rip my
stickers.
stickers in half for you guys.
This, by the way, this is how you can tell Holy Priests are strong, very strong. Is that you have Lontar playing Holy Priest and you have Asgrath playing Holy Priest as well. So definitely quite meta right now. Panda Mage going to be locked in by Morrow, I think, as well as Tessia. So both of them going to be playing the Pandaren racials. Big damage on Asgrath right away. He's forced to trade out his trinket. That was a beautiful setup there by TBD, showing that with this Mage lock, they know how to get aggressive on these healers.
Yeah, and it's been one of the theme of the day, actually, just people going after the Holy Priests. And I think Subati's mentioned it as well earlier. It just takes a couple of setups to actually take them down. And we've already seen Meh fall. We've seen Asgrath now in a full polymorph. They could be taking down Mercy here. Big damage coming out there, but he will activate the Gladiator's Emblem there, I do believe. And that should be enough to stabilize him. And also, that Fury Warrior does have a very, very strong amount of self-healing. So Mercy on that Fury Warrior going to be able to do some work in that department. Tessia linking towards the middle, trying to get some distance here between him and Mercy, seeing as he is a little bit behind those enemy lines. Wopsy going to be porting back here as well and using that gateway if he needs to, dragging Mercy all the way across the map here. Mercy getting good uptime here actually onto Swapsy, gets feared once again there on the Dispo. Sheep coming out onto Morrow. They get a full fear onto Lontar. Can they follow it up though with anything? Shasta is stunned there. Can they get any more crowd control? And they do get a full polymorph. Going to be going after Swapsy here. Swapsy activating his shield here. Mercy all over him here with that big damage here from the Fury Warrior cooldowns with that crit. And he will be able to port away. And now they're swapping over to Asgrath. Asgrath might just get absolutely crushed. He didn't have anything to follow it up. The Mortal Coil, there was a little bit of a gap there. And unfortunately for SK Pieces, they're not able to find, or for TBD, they're not able to find the kill there onto Asgrath. Asgrath should have his trinket as well, rotating back up the next time he's in trouble.
Oh, Swapsy in trouble, down below half at this point. No port for a couple seconds. No Guardian Angel from Lontar, trying to pick Swapsy up, using that Curse of Exhaustion, trying to kite Mercy, but Heroic Leap going to allow him to reconnect here for a moment, pummeling the fear, but Morrow's popping Combustion, tearing into Swapsy. Can they cut through the unending resolve? In game number 1, 10% remaining health. Lontar bombing in big heals, trying to keep Swapsy alive. Fleshcraft comes in clutch. Swapsy holds on for now, but Mercy is now popping cooldowns. If Mercy can connect on the Swapsy, he might chop him up on that Fury Warrior. Bladestorming to reconnect, building up Rage for more Rampage. Swapsy going to port away from the Warrior. Try and kite him. Mercy charging in, reconnecting to his target, trying to finish him, but he's getting baited out into the open. They've got Mercy now out in midfield, coiled out of the stun. Tessia using Gate to get in line in range to go for the kill, and they will KO him. TBD, reverse it. I thought they were knocking on death's door, but they managed to pull it off, put Mercy into a position of no return, and finish him.
Wow, this did not kind of play out how I thought it would. Like, I feel like SK Pieces, this is the composition that they were expecting to play against, but the matchup didn't go the way I think they anticipated. So I think for them, SK Pieces, it's likely we're going to be seeing Zeepai brought in, seeing some Elemental Shaman Fire Mage, which traditionally is actually decent into Mage Lock. Now we'll see, but that was a beautiful bait there by Swapsy, baiting the Warrior out into the open. And I'm actually really curious to see what actually dropped him there at the end, because I don't think Tessia was able to actually get out too much damage. I think that was all Swapsy, and we'll see it in just a few moments.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually, but it's been such a theme, using those gateways to kind of drag warriors and melees in general all the way across the map, and it opens up the map so much. It opens up so many opportunities to find CC and to actually get them out in open field and do that damage. But here, this was incredible. I thought Swapsy was dead here. That unending resolve, it hasn't been the most reliable cooldown so far in the tournament for these Destro Warlocks, but this time Swapsy does survive with it. And at this point, he just reverses the pressure with that positioning. We're going to see it here in a second. Mercy still just going berserk here onto Swapsy. And this is where he kind of overextends a little bit. His healer is all the way on the opposite side of the map. And there's the decimating bolt there connecting onto Mercy. He gets the top there and gets an another incinerate. And he just gets taken down there. Swapsy doing a lot of the work there. Actually, Lontar as well connecting there with Killing Blow. And also, you got to commend Tessia there on that gateway, actually gating in offensively just to get, a pyroblast, a couple of fire blasts, a little bit of extra damage there to secure the kill. And most of that is just because of positioning. Well, I would say all of that actually is because of positioning. I don't even think they had anything there onto Asgarath. He just couldn't cross the map as quickly as Mercy. He's not a warrior. Charge across the entire map like that. So for Asgarath, he was just kind of left behind there.
Yeah, I think one of the crazy things about this series in particular as well, we kind of highlighted in the preview, but both of these teams have basically infinite compositions. They can play double caster, they can play melee caster, they can play double melee, they can play everything. So winning this game number 1, winning the blind pick is actually huge for TBD in this series, because if it does go to a game 5, that means they're going to get the composition as well as the map pick, which could end up costing SK Pieces the series, quite honestly. So they're going to have to figure out a comp that's really well-rounded. I personally think they're going to be locking in the Fire Mage Elemental Shaman. I wonder if TBD kind of throws them a curveball with their blind pick. I don't really expect it. I think it's likely we see them play the Mage Flock once again and just kind of see what SK Pieces is going to get done.
I feel like Mercy just got baited into his own personal durability. Like, he had in-rage regen, so he's like, I'm going to push in aggressively. If I need to use my cooldowns, I'll survive, and then just got crushed through it. So seems like some specs personal defense not going to be enough to keep you alive in those situations. Not running that arms warrior, right? D-stance is no longer 20% damage reduction. You're running Fury. You got 10% when you're enraged, but if you get kited and that enrage falls off, you're going to lose that 10% damage reduction. So you're going to be kind of just open for a field day for your opponents. And considering he was so far ahead on damage, like if he didn't go down there, I feel like it would have been over for Swapsy. I actually would like to see Mercy stay in and yeah, go to a smaller map and try and set it up here. But it was actually, wait, am I looking at the rosters wrong here? So SK Pieces are going to pick down our series. They want to set up the small map. They want to set Mercy on the Fury Warrior. That makes sense. So TBD, how are they going to respond? Are they going to bring in a Fury Warrior? Are we going to see a Fury Warrior versus Fury Warrior? Like, it's possible. It's possible. It feels like Swapsy wants to play, it seems like. So I kind of don't think we'll see that, but I would like to see it.
I think we see the Destro Fire Mage again.
Yeah.
I think they're just gonna. They won that last game, wasn't too bad. Although there was a few scary moments for Swapsy. Let's not kid ourselves. A few scary moments for him where he got low and barely lived. So we'll see if he can do it again on the smaller map. SK Pieces likely. I think the same comp. I think we're seeing the same matchup, just a more favorable map for SK Pieces. And this is where I think if SK Pieces wins this on the small map, this is where just going back and forth, they start on the grand, go to a small map, go to a large map, go to a small map, go to a large map. Ultimately, TBD wins the series if it plays out that way. So SK Pieces is going to have to win this and then a swing match as well, I think, if they want to close it out.
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, the clock is ticking. They know what they're up against. They have a small map as well against those wizards. So are we going to see, something different come out here? We're going to see Mage Ellie. I really don't think we will see it. But they have that option. I mean, they looked fantastic on it. And like you said, historically, it has been a good, matchup for the Mage Ellie. You have that Ellie that really can shut down a mage, and his ability to get clean combustions off with purges, and of course as well, just the amount of burst damage an Ellie brings can really force a mage to just kind of have to sit back. So I don't know if we're going to see that being brought out, or if we're going to just see that Fury Warrior once again. I think probably just Fury Warrior, and they're probably just talking about strategy here, but we'll see. In the meantime, of course, you guys can hit the subscribe button. We have 20 seconds here to do it before we're actually locking in the composition. Yeah. Oh, we are going to see the Mage Ellie. Okay, so yeah, we're going to see Z-Pi being tagged in here, and I mean, this is personally, this is what I love to see. This is kind of what I wanted to see. Z-Pi and Mar together, and let's see how they can do.
I'm excited. They had a great performance against Rogue Mage in the first round, so now seeing them paired up again, it's going to be a wizard war. Who is the most dominant wizard in the lower bracket? Who's graduating Hogwarts and who is going to drop out? We're going to find out in this series. Curious to see if they flex anybody else. You're getting expelled by TBD potentially. I'm curious. They're going to get sent to Azkaban, imprisoned if they don't win this series. The one
That's
thing
Mercy on the Fury Warrior.
The one thing that I think actually owns these wizards, and I feel like nobody can play it. I feel like Tren was the only Demon Hunter. Is actually like Demon Hunter Boomkin. I feel like that comp can just shred all of these wizard comps. But it's like, I swear there's only one team right now in NA, like Foxy and Dippy and Rev playing it, and they didn't get to top 8 this week. But I swear it's a comp that's worth picking up if casters are going to be this prevalent, because I think it's specifically good in these types of matchups. So I wonder if anyone will try and flex a Demon Hunter. Like I said, with Tren out of the picture, it looks like, at least not in this top 8, not on the typical rosters you'd expect to see him, that maybe we don't see it, which I'd be really sad, but I think that's a comp people should consider.
Yeah, definitely possible. Another thing I think that's pretty good into these wizard metas is a wizard called Affliction Warlock. You don't normally see it too much, but I think Affliction Warlock can also be pretty good paired with another caster. I mean, just the sheer amount of rot pressure that you can go out. I mean, I experienced you playing, Moonkin Affliction Warlock, and it was pretty scary. So maybe that's something we see as well, but curious to see who wins this matchup. In the past, I would always kind of put, if I was a betting man, I'd put my money on Zeepai and Morrow. But I don't know. The Destruction Warlocks, they look so strong right now. This new trinket, this is something all the Warlocks love. They love the Echoing Resolve, where you're immune to every other CC. You have a lot of schools of magic as a Destruction Warlock, so you can really kind of abuse that, immune yourself to interrupts and crowd control, and get a lot of effective damage. So Destruction Warlocks might just be king in this caster meta.
Yeah, and we're going to see, when the AWC companion updates a little bit, exactly what these players are running. Last time we saw Zeepai tagged in, he was running, the Rescue Shaman, Earth Shield Legendary. Now we're going to see if he's going for something more offensive, or if he's still rocking that tank build that we saw earlier. You're going to see Zeepai actually kind of leading the charge right now with some big zaps. Morrow using that combustion, but so far not finding too much damage with it. Going after Swapsy here, but he already has that pact active to shield him here, and now it looks like that first combustion actually won't net them anything big. There's finally a ray of hope coming out there, so they do get a little something at least from Lontar. But Swapsy now has an opportunity to get aggressive here, pull Sheeps here onto Tessia, and now they're looking for the Chaos Bolts. Who is going to be the target? Morrow actually positioning very far up here, and Morrow could potentially get a Ring of Frost as a result, and he does beautifully snipe there. And now they have an opportunity to get after Swapsy. Swapsy realizing this with a very nice defensive positioning. Zeepai gets sheep.
Sheepai.
And Sheepai is in form right now, but he will be getting dispelled out of that one. And Swapsy's still in a lot of trouble. That's going to be the Guardian Angel coming out as well. So far, nice push here from SKP.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going. Zeepai this time around, no tank gear. He's wearing the 4-step bonuses. He's going to have an empowered fire elemental. He's going to be getting increased damage on his lava burst, and I'm very curious to see what his scoreboard looks like at the end of this, because Zeepai is always that top damage elemental shaman, and with this build and this set bonuses, that's going to really enable him. Although when we do see double spellcaster and a double spellcaster, games can go on for some time. It's quite difficult to lock down the targets and kind of pin them. It ends up being a damage war deeper into dampening. Maybe you punish a healer if they overextend. So this one's going to be a little bit of a different change of pace than the matches we've seen previously, and they're going to have to readjust to that. We can already see those lava bursts just being lobbed in. Zeepai's got that fire elemental pretty much up permanently, assisting damage to his team. Curious to see how Swapsy deals with it, if he's going to be banishing it at all. But Zeepai gets stun locked in the open. Big setup here by TBD, looking to push him over. Asgarath gets Shadow Furied around the corner. He's just getting cleaved. What? He's going to die in a Dragon's Breath. What on earth? Asgarath, I believe, went down unless he's running the Res Legendary. They're still playing it out for a moment here, which makes me think he is. Okay, so he's got Res Legendary. And then catch him in a Ring of Frost after the Res Legendary. So he's not going to have that Spirit of Redemption for a swap like that again, but I cannot imagine he was expecting to die there. I thought he was around the corner. He was just getting cleaved by AoE and just taken out. He's still in the fight for now, but it cost him a lot of mana. He's already down to half, and TBD are showing that they can threaten lethal very early on.
I mean, definitely. TBD looking super solid right now in this match. Asgarath still has his trinket, so I almost want to say he may have intentionally went down there to just get full utilization of that proc, keep himself alive. That way he still has his trinket. They decided to go after somebody else. So potentially what happened there, we shall see. right now. Swapsy in a position where he wants to get us some damage, and we're seeing Tessia actually play very aggressive in this match. Oh, Asgrath once again getting caught into a stun. He's going to need to fade and get away as Tessia and Swapsy are kind of swarming him. Tessia needs to be careful. He's playing a lot of defense, though, so he's actually playing the Prismatic. Ooh, he gets caught into a stun. We'll table that conversation for a sec. As soon as I was talking about the tank build, he immediately has to ice block, so he needs to be very careful because he actually is playing blink stun, so he can blink out of those stuns, but if he uses his blink aggressive, he can get punished like we just saw. So that really is the trouble with it. We're about 4 minutes into the game. Honestly, not many games today have got into dampening. This one could potentially, but I feel like the overall pressure of these teams so far in this tournament has been really, really high.
And there we just saw the blink the stun come out there by Tessia, and he will be able to avoid that lightning lasso as a result. So definitely going to be sturdy, but he does not have an ice block to work with, so it's still just go down to big damage. And right now Maru's popping that combustion, doing some work with it onto Tessia. He blinks away and they swap over to Swapsy. Swapsy going to trade out the Fleshcraft here, and he should be okay right now. Even heal his pet there. Looking for some crowd control. They get a fear onto Asgrath. I do believe it was instantly Tremor Totem there by Zeepai. Now Zeepai could get swapped to Mind Games. Gets gripped there, beautifully positioned by Asgrath, gripping Zeepai, but Zeepai actually did use his trinket there, and the Guardian Angel as well coming out. Asgrath now trying to sit down for a drink here. Will he get any takes? No. Beautiful shutdown, and there's the lightning lasso. Tessia blinked forward, gets punished immediately there by the lasso because he did go for that stop on the drink. But still, you know, just dialing back to a second ago where Asgrath actually died and came back from that legendary. If you stop doing damage once the Holy Priest dies, you have a pretty high chance to actually just take him down, because the health that he comes back with is based on how much he heals when he is in that Spirit of Redemption. So if you don't do damage to anything, you just spam sheeps or whatever, and crowd controls, you can actually have a second opportunity to take him down. But fortunately for Asgrath, that wasn't the case. But now Asgrath forced to use out his trinket here to save Zeepai. And honestly, I don't think Zeepai did need to use his trinket earlier. And now, as a result, they find themselves in that situation where Asgrath has no trinket, Zeepai has no trinket, and TBD are looking very good right now.
Mana's in favor of TBD, cooldown's in favor of TBD. They're looking like they could move to match point right now. We're into dampening, so SK Pieces, that chip away damage that they've got with the Ellie Shaman is going to start to stick a little bit more, but they need a little bit more, I think, to actually execute a kill off of it. They're trying to do it. Zeepai is just staying at the pillar. He's very scared at the moment of going down with no trinket. They're swapping to Asgrath, and this time around, no res legendary. He's going to pop that Guardian Spirit right away, try and duck for cover, and manages to survive. But now Guardian Spirit's out of the way. They're switching some damage to Maro. Maro counter-attacking with Combustion here on the Swapsy. He's polymorphed up, unable to connect. Lightning Lasso from Zeepai got huge value on Swapsy right here. Lontar sitting through a polymorph. Swapsy down below half. Lontar into the stun. Trinket. Ray of Hope. But there's big Stormkeeper. Lightning bolts into that Ray of Hope. Can they turn it into a negative? Doesn't look like it, but it didn't actually fully top him off. Usually that Ray of Hope is a big heal. Swapsy's still not very comfortable. That chip damage is starting to count now for the side of SK Pieces. Can they turn it around? Pull off a victory. Lontar has to trade out his Guardian Spirit. Mana is starting to even out. The teams are looking more and more evenly matched as dampening gets higher and higher. Purging off the Nether Ward, trying to go for the kill. Swapsy restabilizes. Swapsy's trying to spam out Fear's assist with his team. Will he be able to recover? He gates back to Lontar. Is he going to be able to pull off a big heal right now? 0 mana. He's trying to be greedy and go for the casted heal for a lower mana cost. Gets the heal. Swapsy's back to full, but now Lontar, Dragon's Breath, Polymorph, no way to stop it. That Trinket proccing, immune to interrupts. Zeepai's out in midfield, trying to get some pressure going, but he's not able to find too much damage, and Asgrath has absolutely 0 mana left. Is either priest going to be able to get a drink off at this point? Tessia is just all over Asgrath. He's not going to drink. It is do or die in game number 2 at this point.
I mean, this is absolutely insane, and I mean, this is where SK Pieces comp really thrives. You just avoid damage and do damage, just with that chip damage, like you said. But Zeepai caught into a stun, forced to trade out his trinket immediately. He does not want to mess around. Dampening is high. Both of these healers are completely tapped on mana. Zeepai still just line of sighting. Once again, a Ray of Hope lands. Swapsy really looking for those coil setups with the Infernals if he can find them. And that's when they're not going to be able to really recover. Zeepai right now gets Mind Games super low. The Aegis comes in as well as the Guardian Spirit. Zeepai does manage to seem like he's going to hold on, but if he doesn't get to the pillar, I really fear for him. Tessia with his combustion right now, doing tons of damage. Asgrath getting out some big heals with that Fleshcraft. Zeepai barely survives, but I don't know if he's going to be able to survive another setup like that.
Yeah, Zeepai definitely in a lot of trouble the next time they do that. Ascraft does have his trinket back up at least, so they have that to work with. However, no Guardian. And Swapsy right now getting swapped to. Guardian Angel going to be used there onto Swapsy. He gets topped up there, but Lontar's mana is dwindling down very, very close to zero. Lontar positioning aggressive. He gets sheep there, and Lontar got a trinket into another sheep here. They're just trying to end the game here. Lontar potentially throwing a little bit there. If he gets too aggressive, he's looking for that fear. They want to set up. They want to get the kill here, and they do it. Ipai in a stun. Tessia gets counterspelled. Swapsy gets zapped on his way over there as well. The Bonza Fella coming out. Big damage from Maru onto Swapsy as well, just trying to shut him down. And Swapsy will retreat here a little bit. And we're going to see another counterspell onto Zipai. The Inferno gets called in. Zipai taking massive damage. Sheep onto Asgrath. Can they end the game? That is the question, though. Zipai, only 1 second left, and he will have that Astral Shift to work with. So for now, he will be okay. Lontar's mana actually doing surprisingly well still in this situation. Lontar, however, with no trinket, they could maybe take down Lontar actually as the main target there on the side of SK Pieces. If we see a swap to him, maybe that could be really the only kill opportunity that I see. Or if they kill Swapsy through that unending resolve, but it would require an insane amount of damage. Maru pushing in now. Can he find the crowd control blink into the Dragon's Breath Sheep? He finds it. Who will be the target, though? That is the question here for Maru. Looks like they are just going to be peeling back here, looking for Zipai once again. Combustion gets popped. Maru alter timing back here, looking for the follow-up, but Swapsy's there, kind of playing defense, and it should be enough here to survive with that Ray of Hope on Tessia here as well. He should be completely fine in that situation, unless it's a negative one. Ascraft Death's doing a Frost right there. Tessia looks like he will be okay with that Ray of Frost. Ray of Hope, and now Tessia popping his combustion here, looking to potentially end the game, going after Zipai here, doing tons of damage. Zipai, but Tessia is the one on the back end, and he will retreat back there. Lontar also using that Guardian as well once again, and so far, I don't know who's going to win this one, Sid.
Ascraft was able to grab a lot of mana. I think his team is in a good position at deep dampening. All of that chip damage is sticking. Swapsy down at 30%. Lontar with basically nothing, trying to keep him alive, managing to restabilize with that Serenity. Now Zipai is just standing on top of them, popping the Aegis to try and stay aggressive. Ascraft is pushing in. Tessia's Polymorph far out of the fight. Swapsy is stun locked. Is he going to go down? 35% damage. He trades out his entire lineup of defensives. They swap over to Lontar. He's getting blasted. Greater Fate going to trade for him, but now Zipai getting punished for pushing in. He knocks the whole team away, but Mind Games connects onto Zipai. Lontar in the Polymorph. Swapsy has nothing. Lightning Lasso connects onto him. Lontar into the Chastise stun. Ascraft resetting his stun here to try and go for the game-winning play. Ray of Hope connects, but does he have the healing to do it? He Shadow Word Deaths the Polymorph. He's got 0 mana left. Swapsy gates across midfield. Zipai is chasing him down and trying to finish it here. Maru is polymorphing up Tessia. Tessia blocks out of the polymorph. He knows this is it for his team. He needs to get there in time. He misses the Dragon's Breath on Ascrath. Ascrath can now reposition and Shadow Word Death the polymorphs here. Does he Shadow Word Death it? He doesn't. Ascrath caught in a full polymorph. Their last opportunity to turn this around onto SK Pieces. They got no mana. They're getting withered away. They're getting rotted down. This could be a double kill for SK Pieces in game number 2. Quaking Palm and Swapsy is all alone and dropped. SK Pieces pull it off in game number 2.
Yeah, beautiful. They tie it up, and in that late game, it just felt like Swapsy was so far on the back foot. The early stages of the match, he was feeling a lot more confident to actually push in, get those casts off, and force SKPs a lot more defensive, but as dampening got higher and higher, was not feeling that same level of confidence. I'm interested to see the scoreboard. You kind of mentioned it. How much damage is Zipai really doing in this match? Because it just seemed like most of the momentum was in favor of SK Pieces for the last couple of minutes. And that's kind of how you expect this one to play out. The Mage Lock may be favored early on, but later on in the match, with the instant damage the Fire Mage and the Ellie Shaman has, it can be really difficult for Swapsy to actually stay aggressive in the match.
Yeah, it's just that hit and run potential there coming in, and there was so many close calls actually. SK Pieces literally coming back from the grave in this one, but able to turn it around there. And it's like you mentioned. I mean, just look at Swapsy here. He has to cast. He has to get aggressive by casting. But when you're casting, of course, that means that you're just free to take damage. Meanwhile, look at Zipai. He's just ducking in and out of pillar, spamming out, a lava burst after lava burst, and most of his damage just coming out from instants. So Swapsy having to reposition, go for these slow casts, where Zipai is just, having the time of his life here. Lava burst coming in, Earth Shock coming in, Purge coming in. It's all just instant. Purge just coming out again there, and same thing as well, of course, for Maru. Is just for both of these Fire Mages, really, they don't really have to cast too much, just spamming out, instant pyros and Fire Blast and things like that. And Zipai, once again, this is one of those things that Zipai is so good at, just having that positioning at a pillar and maximizing his damage, just making sure that he's not taking damage and he's doing damage. And you can see it here on the scoreboard as well. Zipai 3.1 million damage, Moro 2.3 million as well. And if you compare that, of course, to Tessia and to Swapsy, you can see why this game is going in their favor there. And interesting choice as well from Asgraf to pick that Res Legendary, knowing he will be a target in this matchup.
Yeah, I want to see. You said you know what I want to see?
Moonkin.
You're asking me like that as if it was Moonkin, but I don't think that's actually what you want. You're trolling.
Forget the Moonkin. I want to see Frost Mage. I want to see the Deathborn Frost Mage from Tessia. I think in this particular matchup, especially if the win condition is just attack and live till you get the enemy healer out of mana, I feel like Frost Mage with that Deathborn is such a scary cooldown. I think it'll bring more consistent damage than the Fire Mage and pairs really nicely with the Destruction Warlock. I'm going to be a Frost Mage fanboy for probably the entire weekend. I think we might see it at NA. I don't know if we're going to see it in EU, but I think it's one of those specs right now that is super duper underrepresented for how strong it is, especially in Mage Lock. So if they can play it, I'd like to see it. I doubt they will, but I think it could be a good answer here.
There's a lot of specs that are just not getting a chance to shine that are actually really insane. So like, I could see Frost Mage being really good here. I almost wonder if it's a comfort thing. Like, people have been playing Fire for how long has Fire been good? I have to think about it and
season
count back.
1 BFA.
Yeah, like I feel like it's been a long time Fire has been the best. So a lot of mages is kind of a comfort pick. Like, even if it's a 20% maybe differential in a matchup, it's like comfort over that 20% for a lot of players. But yeah, I could see Frost being really good here. Lots of times Zipai runs behind the pillar, just wall him off. You're going nowhere. Chaos Bolts raining in. Like, we see you play the ice wall on the ladder, but your Destro doesn't have Forset. Your Destro doesn't have like all of this stuff that he's going to have in the tournament realm. So I feel like it would be even better. I would like to see it from them. I almost wonder if Maro could also play Moonkin Ellie instead of Fire Mage if they ever thought it was a problem instead, because then you're getting even more instant damage. Then that with no combustion getting purged. Get a little damp here with the Necro Ellie, Necro Boomy, run the Res Lego Priest, so it's not really like a good option. I feel like it wouldn't be too bad, and like they've played that Maro and Zipai. I feel like that was kind of their go-to comp for a long time. I actually think it would be really good with the set bonuses. I don't know if any Moonkins will play Necro though. I think I might be the only one. I've converted a few people, at least temporarily, to the Necro Lords for Boomkin, but I think a lot of people are. Yeah, I think a lot of people are still committed to the Kyrian, but they're actually going back to Fury Warrior, so they don't want to do the Wizard War on a big map, which is interesting.
I wonder what they're afraid of. Like, what comp does TBD have that just beats Mage Ellie? Because that's the only thing I can think of.
Turbo? Is that rough for Mage Ellie?
I don't know.
Like Blizzo swaps with Turbo. Yeah. We saw Turbo in the open bracket.
Double Shaman Turbo.
That'd be rough. Yeah, I feel like that would be rough for an Ellie. Like, Ellie's weakness is getting cleaved down. Like, they don't have a lot of defense to protect them from the double melee and the rogue mages. So I could see like a Turbo possibility from TBD being a threat. But now with this locked in, I think we're going to see Swapsy on Destro. But I think it could be a bait. Like, I really think Mercy was going to win game 1. Like, as if they didn't just kind of throw there at the end. Like, they had so many cooldowns. He overextended. Like, they had the momentum. They were in control of the game, and he just went into a really bad spot. So I'm not even counting the Fury Warrior out. SK Pieces could take the swing match, and then have the advantage for the rest of the series. And like this caliber of teams that are going head to head, like one of them's not going to make top 4 in the first week. That's like insane to me. Like, what? And I think about what they're fighting for, right? It's like the points to qualify to the circuit, and then the circuit to qualify for the LAN. Like, really looking forward to that. Like, this is the year that you got to really step up if you want to prove that you're the best in World of Warcraft in the world. So already this early on, we see Titans getting knocked out is really incredible.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. There's some insane rosters in Europe, and there's going to be insane rosters in North America as well. And it's the tip of the iceberg right now, because there's so many composition options that these players have. And like we kind of mentioned, they're not even at full power. Once double legendaries come in, I think things could change even more. You might see specs like Demo, we kind of talked about, be brought in and really shine. So I'm curious to see how this meta kind of develops. So far, I like what I see. It seems like there's a decent amount of variety. Lots of Holy Priests, that's for sure. And it seems like one of the formulas for a good composition right now that we've seen is Holy Priest plus any rogue spec plus anything. Seems like it's pretty solid.
Also,
so
mage.
I wonder if
Holy Priest plus mage plus any spec. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. Holy Priest mage, Holy Priest rogue. It seems like a good formula so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Holy Priest looking undoubtedly like the best healer so far. We only have one team that picked, another healer. So
two.
And
they're both in the lower bracket. Relza played disc.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true. I was thinking priest, but yeah, that's true. He is a disc priest. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, it's a big difference between holy and disc, of course. So yeah, and that's actually going to be interesting because we're going to see that's going to be the matchup that comes up after this one. It's going to be the Resto Druid versus the disc priest. You're going to see kind of the battle of the non-holy priests. Like the sus healers. We're going to have those. That coming up. So at least one non-holy priest will be making it to Championship Sunday. We know that much, but dialing it back a little bit here, we are going to see Asher Base fall, and I kind of want to agree with you guys. I feel like if it wasn't for the miscommunication there between Mercy and Asgarath, I think that in the game number one, the Mage Warrior looked super solid. Like the Fury Warrior was crushing this Destruction Warlock, and obviously it's going to be a bit harder to do because there's even more space, that you have to kind of be careful about. But if the Fury Warrior gets good uptime on Swapsy, I think he can definitely chop him up. So I think there's a pretty high chance that the swing match actually goes in favor of SK this year. And I think TBD are going to have to do a really, really good job here, setting up their kills and looking for those potential swaps, maybe to the Holy Priest like we saw, and getting those polymorphs and going after that Fury Warrior once again.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off here. Tied up 1-1, game number 3. This is a series that could go back and forth all the way. Game 5, elimination series, losers completely out of the tournament in the 6th position, not even getting to top 4. BlizzCon champions, Titans, playing in patch 9.2, completely new waters that are being treaded. We are seeing Fury Warriors facing off against Destruction Warlocks, Outlaw Rogues, like very peculiar start to the season. People are experimenting to the full lengths. We see a clean setup by SK Pieces here onto Swapsy, isolating him right off the rip and pulling tons of defensive cooldowns, potentially threatening lethal if they can stay on target here. Ray of Hope going to trade out as well from Lone Tar. That Fury Warrior, the longer he stays on target, the more he ramps. He's going to gate away from that Spirit Bastion and escape it. Good positioning by Swapsy, realizing that threat and getting away from it as soon as possible. Mercy is charging in, keeping up that Mortal Wounds effect, still stacking his haste, and the longer he stays on his target, the more threatening he will become.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Swapsy realizing it, ports away, trying to kite. He actually gets gripped away, so crossing the map not once with the portal, but twice with the grip coming in from Lone Tar. Swapsy now into a polymorph as Mars is trying to get control of the Warlock before Mercy can reconnect. Now that he's reconnected, Swapsy's in for a world of hurt. Fury Warriors do devastating amounts of damage right now, but they also take a good amount of damage. Needs to be very careful. Gets Mortal Coiled out of the stun, down to 20% health, might get dropped. This is what happened in game number 1, but it looks like he will be able to hold on. Really scary moment. This mind control, devastating. Really nicely done there by Lone Tar. TBD seems to be in the driver's seat. Mercy still incredibly low and forced to run away for the first time in this game. And he's got no defensive cooldowns. He's got no trinket. He's got no nothing. And this matchup is not looking so good for SK Pieces so far.
Yeah, Asgarath holds Spellbook down as well there, in addition to Mercy's cooldown. So definitely both teams packing a punch here. Swapsy as well, gotta be careful. No unending resolve for him, and that's a 3-minute cooldown. So at least Mercy will have his cooldowns rotating up a little bit earlier, aside from that rallying cry, of course. And we're gonna see here Mercy still waiting to pick his moment here. Doesn't want to get too aggressive, and Asgarath did also use that Will of the Forsaken racial to break out of a fear earlier, so he won't be having that for quite a while as well. So Mercy just kind of biding his time here before he makes that big push and commits. And this is kind of DVD's opportunity, or SK Pieces' opportunity rather, to find a swap target, maybe go after the mage a little bit, or try to set up some CC. We're gonna see Mercy now finally leaving that pillar, going after Tessia, actually taking massive damage there, but he does get the gateway there in time. That Spear of Bastion not going to be able to pin him down, and that's going to be very, very good news for him. And now Mercy could be in trouble. Asgrath going to be bringing him back to the pillar with that leap of faith, and both teams kind of taking a little bit more defensive posture here, except for Maro, of course. Maro just always charging in and being very aggressive, kind of in your face with his playstyle. And he's going to be chasing his target here as well, looking for Swapsy here, looking to potentially make, you know, a Nova or something there. But Swapsy does outrange it. And Mercy, once again, not going to be able to connect as he is caught up in a Nova of his own. So Swapsy just got to keep playing this game of kiting Mercy. And now another setup here with that Chastise stun. Combustion gets pulled out. Swapsy with a big Chaos Bolt as well. And Mercy will survive that one, thanks to his healer's cooldown, of course, with that Guardian Angel.
Oh, Asgrath dodges the Shadow Fury in the backline, gets his Symbols of Hope to regenerate mana here, reset some cooldowns for the team as well. Good timing by Asgrath. Maro, ew, he Quaking Palm the Fell Hunter so Asgrath could drink. He's Panda racialing Ring of Frosting the Fell Hunter, but Asgrath didn't get too much mana, unfortunately. And Maro used a lot of crowd control for a pet. Here we see, that Spear of Bastion. This is where the Fury Warrior damage is going to start to sink in, but they polymorph Mercy. Mercy finally getting dispelled. He wants to stay on target during this time. This is his big cooldown blast, but Swapsy is tanking it. Mercy gets peeled away from it. Really unfortunate for the Fury Warrior. Mercy's going to lose out on a huge window there. And now Swapsy's setting up that Decimating Bolt. Some Instant Incinerate's going to be coming out here shortly. They're going to do a lot of damage with that Decimating Bolt stack as well. Curious to see if they can survive. Mercy gets gripped back to the pillar to outrange those Incinerates. And now he's looking like he wants to charge back in, just cleaving down Tessia at the moment. Mana still in favor of TBD. Dark Soul in the back pocket of Swapsy. Infernal in the back pocket. Combustion coming off cooldown. TBD have a lot of cooldowns. They know it. They want to push forward and get aggressive here. They're going to get right on top of Asgrath's pillar, but Swapsy gets intercepted. Oh, caught in the Chastise. Mind Game's going to connect onto him. Trades on Ending Resolve. Ports back behind the pillar. That was great response by SK Pieces, seeing TBD making their push and preventing them from getting on top of their healer Asgrath. Now swapping over to Tessia. Nice spell reflect on the Chaos Bolt by Mercy. They're still going to trade the Guardian Spirit from Asgrath to allow Mercy to get aggressive, and they're actually going after the mage a bit more. Here comes another Spear of Bastion. Swapsy's out of range of that Demonic Gateway, but Infernal procs are coming in on top of Infernal. Swapsy tries to port out of the Spear. Big mistake. Mercy may be able to punish that here. Now caught into a Mortal Coil. Not able to really maximize it too much. No, Swapsy saves his port. Not sure what he tried to use to get out of that earlier. Maybe it was a grip. Swapsy ports back behind the pillar. Max range from Mercy. Mana still in favor of TBD, and dampening has just started.
Unbelievable. I mean, Mercy, every time he throws down the Spear, it's just Infernal into Infernal Stun into Mortal Coil, and just gets CC'd by Swapsy the entire duration. I'd be very frustrated if I was Mercy, because that's kind of his moment to get aggressive, but TBD's doing a great job shutting it down with Polymorphs, the Infernal Stuns, the Mortal Coils, and it seems hard for SK Pieces to get anything going. Asgrath way behind on mana right now. Here's a big setup on Mercy once again. Ring of Fire potentially dropping down. No, it gets shut down there by Maro. Beautiful counterspell, allowing Mercy to survive, but Asgrath is running out of time. There's really not that much mana left. He's going to have to make sure he goes for a drink with Mercy behind the pillar. Maro's a great target, so he can't be as confident, but that's Swapsy getting swapped to. Huge damage coming in from Mercy and Maro with this combustion, with the Spear of Bastion. It looks like Swapsy will be able to hold on, but that was a great offensive push there by SK.
Yeah, beautiful punish there, and they still have a little bit of left of damage in the tank, but Mercy now getting swapped to Trinket. Swapsy with a fast teleport there as well. Beautifully done there, and this is Swapsy's job. He just needs to build distance between him and Mercy, make sure that he always has crowd control for those Spears of Bastion, and that he builds that distance between him and Mercy, drags him out into those kind of horrible positions where Mercy is very exposed out in midfield. If he does that, he's going to allow Tessia to kind of look for those Ring of Frost, look for those polymorphs, and set him up. And if they don't win by just outright killing Mercy, they still have that mana advantage in their back pocket. So far, things are looking great for TBD. Mercy taking 2 Chaos Bolts there to the face. Bloodthirst going to come out. He's going to be able to self-sustain himself. But Tessia here actually gets pulled in here. He's going for the Soul Shape there. He's forced to use the Ice Block right there. And Mercy Shattering throws it. The Recklessness is still active here for Mercy for a couple of more seconds. And they are going to take that big cooldown there and kind of run with it. Asgrath as well, running into the Ring of Frost. And with that premonition, going to be breaking himself out. And Mercy will get that Guardian. And that should be enough to stabilize him for now. Asgrath playing very, very heads up. But Mana is definitely feeling the pain. They need to take down Tessia, and they need to do it fast. Still has that Cauterize to work with, still has all of Lontar's cooldowns to work with, as well as his mana bar. So that combustion from Maro, not really going to be trading for too much right now, and it looks like Tessia will survive. And now it is once again TBD's turn to get aggressive.
Yeah, Mercy needs to be so careful. No enraged regen. He used it there on top of the Guardian Spirit of Azgarath, and now they have no mana, dampening at 20%. But all it's going to take is one spear. They connect one good spear, they could still pull off victory. Do they have enough defense bolstered up here? Enough stamina left in the tank to be able to pull off that spear? Because Lontar regenerated a huge amount of mana. They have that in their bank, in their back pocket for a much longer duration match at this point. Azgarath is working on fumes. Maro is getting blasted. He ducks behind the pillar, but an Infernal hits him, cleaving around the corner. Lontar setting up a Holy Fire, massive Holy Fire on Maro. Maro is isolated from his team at 10% in game number 3. Is he going to go down behind the pillar? Swapsy portals over there to try and finish him. They proc his Cauterize. Azgarath has 0 mana, absolutely nothing. And we see Shadow or Death from Lontar on the ring. He gets caught into the polymorph. They're trying to take out Swapsy. Mercy leaps in. They're going for it. They're just going guns blazing to take out Swapsy, but Mercy just can't connect. Polymorph after polymorph, stun after stun. Here comes the Spirit Bastion. He gets DB'd on his charge. Finally connects, but he gets feared for a moment. He's popping that Cosmic Gladiator's Aegis. Mercy is going for broke right now to take out Swapsy. Can he take him down through all of their defense? Swapsy just portals away, walks it off, and Mercy is left in midfield. Chaos Bolt, Mind Games, Holy Fire, every spell casted. He ducks for cover behind the pillar. Despite that brave push on the Swapsy, doesn't get too much. He's switching back to Thessia, trying to get some pressure there. Instead, they got his block earlier on, but there's no mana. Azgarath can't heal him. Infernal proc after Infernal proc, and that could be it. Mercy at 10% line of sighting, but what are you going to heal with? You got no mana behind the pillar. He's bloodthirsting the Fell Hunter. He's getting enraged regen off cooldown here in just a second. He may be able to stay alive. I love that swap to the pet, using the pet to activate his self-heals on that Fury Warrior. Azgarath got a drink. He actually got the tiniest bit of mana. If there is a glimmer of hope, that is the glimmer of hope. Lontar's in a polymorph. They have to pull it off on any resolve. Is it going to be enough? He ports back and breaks the polymorph with the Ignite Cleave from Maro. That combustion getting on any resolve. Mercy could still win the game, but he's caught in a stun lock. Trades the enraged regen. Is he going to go down? He's going for the kill, but he's caught in Mortal Coil. This is it for him. He needs to connect on the Spirit Bastion. Fleshcraft, Dark Pact, all of the absorbs. I don't know if Mercy has the damage to cut through it. He's cut through the shields. He's cut through all the shields. He just has to connect on a Swapsy. Bladestorm over to reconnect to Swapsy. He has to stay on target and finish this, but no, Swapsy ports. He gets gripped onto the port. Swapsy's still kiting. Mercy's just desperately trying to stay on target. He's caught in a stun lock. Guardian Spirit going to activate from Azgarath. Is it going to be enough? We're at 34% dampening. Mercy just can't connect.
This is beautiful kiting here by Swapsy. Finally, Maro shutting it down just a little bit with a polymorph, allowing Mercy to reconnect, but it might be too little, too late. Down to 20% health, and it looks like he will go down. He's so low, and finally gets dropped. TBD doing it once again with the Mage Lock Priest on the large map. I feel like SK Pieces, they made a little bit of a mistake here with this matchup, but I mean, there was a few close calls, but it just felt like they were on the back foot the entire game. Going after Swapsy didn't seem like the right plan. Every single time, it felt like they dealt with the Spirit Bastion very well. With the micro CCs coming in, the Infernal stuns, and the polymorphs coming in from Tessia, and they just weren't able to out-trade, basically. And TBD just eventually pulls ahead with their wizard damage, and they're looking really good in this series so far.
Poor Mercy, man. He's just chasing Swapsy. He teleports. He keeps chasing. He gateways. He keeps chasing. He gets gripped. And then he finally connects. And then he's just getting absolutely slaughtered. He is getting chastised, stunned. Lontar is channeling Holy Fire. And you can see, Tessia is just spamming out fireballs and pyroblasts. And Swapsy's casting Chaos Balls, just forcing him to retreat. And this is just the never. I mean, what's happening on your screen right now, that's essentially the story of the matchup. Teleports, he gets gripped to his target, and he charges, and he gets stunned, and now he's just getting bombarded with slows and with damage. Look at Lontar, Holy Fire, Smite, Swapsy just running, spamming out instants, Fear. He finally gets a sheep onto Swapsy there. He's finally going to connect here, do some damage. Infernal stun. He goes for a Fear, finally trying to do something. He's finally at his target, but he's just taken so much damage at this point that he's just dead, and that's kind of been the story of the game. I mean, look at Mercy's self-healing as well. A lot of that is just healing on pets and, ducking for cover, trying to buy his healer some mana, some time, but eventually, you know, we've all seen this too many times. If you go into deep dampening as Mage Lock, more often than not, Mage Lock will come out ahead.
Look at the damage difference between Lone Tar and Asgarath. Like, as the Wizard Cleave Holy Priest, you get to have way more fun. You get to have 1 million more damage of fun than Asgarath on his Holy Priest. Like, what? He's doing almost as much as everyone else. Like, it's 1.3 million to 1.5. Like, he's actually just cusping right under their heels. So, like, as the
heal
Wizard
Mage Lock,
healer,
you just get to be a 3rd DPS.
Yeah, you get to do whatever you want. Like, I don't think, this is definitely a Wizard war, I think, for the rest of this series, just after seeing this.
Lothar's playing proc haste trinket. He's literally just playing with stat sticks, just spamming out damage. Yeah, usually you'd see like an emblem or something, but nah, not Lothar. He's just full at PvE mode, you know. Also not playing the Resurrection Legendary. So maybe actually that could be something that they can punish if they look to swap to him. But Lothar is having the most amount of fun ever in this matchup. He's basically being a 3rd, DPS in the backline, just recasting.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know where they go from here. Mercy, correct me if I'm wrong, but Mercy plays another class, right? Not just Warrior. Like, what else does he have available?
Warlock.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Mercy also, quite good on Warlock himself. So
Mercy some mirrors.
If they don't take that in, what comp I think actually, what comp I think could be really good?
Affliction Ellie?
Ellie Shaman, Affliction.
I'm actually on the same page with you this time. I actually predicted your prediction.
Yeah, we're on the same time. Ellie Affliction. I want to see it. I feel like it could be really good right now. Ellie's always good in the Wizard matchups. Affliction Warlocks, I kind of talked about them earlier. I also think they're super strong. Even Destro Ellie, I think, could be pull out ahead and maybe out-trade the mages. Normally, you don't want to take a mage out of the game because they're quite good. Fire Mage, they've been good for a long time. But I think some of these other Wizards, I think their power is growing with all these new tools and tricks that they're getting.
I would like to see it.
If there's one thing you hate to face as a mage, it's any combination of Ellie Warlock. It's just the least amount of fun ever as a mage.
I want to see it.
I feel like Mercy is scarred on his Warlock from earlier Shadowlands. Like, he tried to make it work, got denied, got rejected, tried to make it work, got rejected again. I feel like he's literally scarred to Warlock. And that's my
he's going to be scarred from Warrior after that game. Let's be honest.
I guess. I think this is the time. Like, break it out, bring the dots out. I would rather see Boomkin AF would be really good. And get Lone Tar on Shaman. Boomkin AF Shaman. Oh my god. Watch the Wizards do nothing. Like, he's not even Frost. He's not even scary as Fire into that. You just put grounding behind a pillar during bust. Fire Mage is dealt with. Then just run on top of them and dot their whole team. I want to see dots. This is time. Time to make a change. I want to see dots. Please play dots.
I think I really believe that there's a lot of compositions and there's a lot of specs, like you mentioned, that players haven't experimented with yet, but we're gonna see it. I know Frost Mage is gonna be one of them. I promise you, Frost Mage is gonna be one of those specs that rises up this season. I know it to be true. But yeah, SK pieces going to a big map, and they are going to be going back to Wizards. So I don't know if I like this, because we saw them have great success on Dalaran Sewers, the small map, right, where they could just kind of use the pillars. But on this larger map, Zeepai and Maro are going to have to chase out into the open a lot more, and Swapsy's going to have a lot more freedom to kind of maneuver and cross the map. And if you're the Mage Lock, you always want to be crossing the map, getting away from the Elliot Shaman, forcing him into the open so you can actually just kind of tee off on him. And I don't know if I like this map pick. I would have much rather another small map, I think.
Yeah, well, it depends. We always see Tolvir. It's like one of those interesting maps where sometimes teams just all play on one pillar, and then they just run around one big pillar. And even for that, I think it could be good for the Ellie Shaman, but at the same time, if they do utilize, especially like the Gateway is going to get massive value on a map like this, where it can just take you from one pillar to the other essentially, and allow you to just reposition and really get distance between you and the enemy Holy Priest. I think that's going to be really nice for Swapsy, but still, we did see this matchup. It wasn't that convincing. I think one of the reasons why they picked this is actually because the Holy Priest of the Mage Ellie. One of the win conditions that we saw was that they took him down early on. So if he has a large map to work with, I think that could be really, really nice for him. You know, if he's using Night Fae, he can soul shape across. If he's using Venthyr, he can just teleport across with Door of Shadows. So it just gives the Holy Priest a lot more safety, I think, to get to the late game where the Mage Ellie, well, at least in the last matchup, we're kind of dominating. So I think maybe it's a risk that they're willing to take to get to the point where they feel like the game is, you know, kind of won. But we'll see how that works out in practice.
Things are heating up on Tolvaron Arena. TBD on match point, looking to send SK Pieces out of the tournament and advance to championship Sunday. Can they do it and pull it off here? Swapsy's Destruction Warlock has just been reigning terror here in this tournament, and we're seeing more and more of them pop up. But SK Pieces, they bring in Zeepai, they're bringing in the Ringer. The Elemental Shaman Legend has been playing for, like, I feel like it's close to a decade, if not longer than a decade at this point. If anyone can do it, it would be him. But at the moment, the first assault is launched towards him. Asgrath pulls him to safety with the Leap of Faith. Now they swap over to Morrow, trying to just blast out some damage towards him and just cleave down the targets. In the early game of Dalaran Stewards, we saw the Destruction Warlock have the advantage. As the fight went deeper into dampening, SK Pieces were able to grab it. So for this first 5 minutes, I think TBD are likely favored unless something has changed. It's going to be up to SK Pieces to make it to that long haul. But Asgrath gets caught in midfield, immediately trinketing and greater fading, and it seems like they're taking more of an aggressive posture, trading with Swapsy and Tessia here in midfield, cleaving them down a bit, but Lontar seems to be dealing with it all right so far.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, the last time we saw this matchup conclude, it was about 40% dampening, so both the healers ended up running out of mana, and it was the Swapsy getting slowly chipped down. On this map, if both teams decide to play more aggressive, it could end in a different fashion, could end a little bit earlier. But if both teams decide to play safe, I think we are likely going to be going into dampening, potentially. Swapsy right now, landing 2 Chaos Bolts. 1, the second gets grounded by Zeepai. Nicely done. Zeepai gets interrupted, going to be retreating back to the pillar. And Swapsy just trying to get some damage out. And in this matchup, Tessia, with his build, playing very, very aggressive. He's using that new trinket, the Echoing Resolve, which is really strong in these caster matchups. Both Swapsy and Tessia is going to be running it. And honestly, I think it's one of the reasons why their warrior composition didn't work out so well, is Swapsy just has so many ways to get out of stuns, or be immune to stuns, be immune to interrupts. It's really hard to completely shut him down with that trinket. That's getting blasted back. He has his combustion up right now, but Morrow and Zeepai have had enough. Do not want this mage just in their face. They're just going to be going after him. There's insane cleave pressure right now coming in from SK Pieces.
Beautiful damage here. Now swapping over to Swapsy and Morrow. With that combustion, able to do a lot of work there, forcing out the Dark Pact there from Swapsy, and they did force out a lot of Lontar's cooldowns. Now Tessia actually has an opportunity here. He's looking for Asgrath, because Asgrath has no trinket for 20 seconds. Tessia has no combustion, but it could be an opportunity for them to potentially try to get some crowd control onto Asgrath and take somebody out, or potentially send Asgrath. I would love to see that. Tessia's going to blink behind, but nicely done there. Asgrath immediately realizing what's going on here, fearing him on that blink into a beautiful cap totem there by Zeepai. Zeepai looking for the Hex here, but he does get counterspelled by Swapsy. So it's a bit of an interesting thing in this matchup where the Ellie Shaman kind of counters the Mage like a soft counter, and the Warlock kind of soft counters the Ellie Shaman. So it's a interesting dynamic there between those. Swapsy getting absolutely crushed here, using that Unending Resolve. Lontar also trading out that trinket with the Guardian Angel. Swapsy now will be topped off. He should be able to survive this one, but this is a big opening here for SK Pieces. The next time they have combustion, or the next time Zeepai has a big damage with the Stormkeeper, they can take down Lontar, they can take down Swapsy. They just need to set it up right, and if they do, they could be walking away with this one way before dampening. They get Morrow's Ice Block here as well to equalize things on the side of TBD. So they do trade at least a major defensive for major defensive.
right, let's see if they can keep it going here. Almost 4 minutes in, 1 minute away from dampening. SK Pieces looking much more solid in terms of offense this time around. They're scratching more than just the surface of TBD, getting lots of cooldowns and forcing him to make some significant overlaps. This time around, I really like what Swapsy's doing. He's banishing the greater fire elemental. Zeepai's 4-set bonus is going to make that fire elemental basically have 100% uptime and do massive damage. So seeing that during burst windows is very important in getting control of it. We can see Tessia intercepting Zeepai, Dragon's Breath, trying to get a Ring of Frost, blasting him down here, has Combustion available. Is he going to pull the trigger on it? He's caught into a Polymorph. Swapsy gets stunned up by Zeepai's Elemental. Now Zeepai stunned up, gets gripped out of range of the Mind Games. Nice play by Asgrath. That's the biggest threat for Zeepai's Mind Games, preventing any healing from himself to recover. Lontar looks like he's trying to drink. Zeepai is rolling forward, purging targets and getting an Earthquake around the corner to try and stop the drink, repositioning once again to try and stop it. Earthbind Totem, Lontar's drink gonna get denied for now. Mana is basically even, but we're hitting that dampening mark, and I do believe the higher that this goes, the more favored the Ellie Shaman is gonna be. He can just sit at the pillar like this, sidestepping in and out, avoiding the cast of the Destro Warlock while still getting out all of his damage. Morrow maybe overstaying his welcome. He doesn't have an Ice Block, double stun lock, 3 Chaos Bolts, down to half on match point, blinking away from the fight. Zeepai lobs in a Chain Lightning, cleaving the whole team while Morrow retreats. Lontar still trying to recover from that hit. Tessia now popping Combustion, trying to get aggressive. Actually stole Morrow's Combustion. Now it's going to get stripped off, though, unfortunately. No pressure going to be found. Dragon's Breath from Tessia. Polymorph over onto Morrow. Asgrath not in a great position to dispel it without getting caught in a Polymorph himself. Tessia is just spamming them out, taking Morrow out of the fight for a moment, but he's down to half health at the moment. He's going after Asgrath's drink while so low on HP, blinking around the corner, blind sighting any potential Mind Games. Now trying to get back to Lontar, at least in range of him. Tessia still taking quite a big hit from Zeepai and Morrow in midfield, recovering for now. Tessia and Swapsy have midfield control, which means their healer is more likely to be able to drink, but Swapsy actually has Portal behind the pillar. SK Pieces, they're not out of it. They're looking threatening.
I mean, there's no doubt about that. This is match point, and this is an elimination series, so keep that in mind. If SK Pieces loses here, they are out of the tournament, which would be completely unheard of between these two teams, or for this team. They normally always make the finals, so losing this early on in the tournament would really be a statement for the level of competition in Europe this year. To see getting topped off right now. And as long as I think Swapsy pulls back, this is where the map is so nice. I mean, look at Zeepai right now. He's got no pillar he can retreat to. So I think as long as Swapsy, Lontar, and Tessia, they just kind of play back and play open and constantly cross the map. Anytime Morrow blinks in, you can go after Morrow. If Zeepai's caught in the open, you go after Zeepai. Just do not give them a pillar to play at, because I feel like if there's a pillar at play, that's where the Shaman kind of traditionally has really accelerated. Shaman Pillar is a very, very good composition. And that's why you want to pull them out into the open, and I think that's where we're going to see TBD kind of excel in the match if they can do that.
You don't want to play against Shaman Pillar, especially if you are TBD in this situation, and that Shaman happens to be Zeepai. This man is, you know, when you think of an Ellie Shaman or a Shaman in general, this is the man that you think of, and it's kind of a bizarre thing to think about. This is an elimination match, and you know, one of these Titan teams will be going home right away off the bat, and Tessia needs to be very careful because he got dropped there pretty significantly, but will be retreating here to the back end with his team. Morrow, you know, that's the thing I love about Morrow as well. He's always just in their face. He's not scared to just play on top of his opponent's pillar and just kind of be a nuance. And there is a triple Shadow Fury. There's the stun. There's the Infernals. This is a big setup. Zeepai could be going down, another Infernal stun, and that is going to be the Guardian coming out as well as the Astral Shift there. So once again, 2 major defensives there being forced out now from SK Pieces. Can they find a setup like that again? Doesn't really matter if you have trinkets or not. It could easily be Zeepai or Asgrath going down. So nicely done, and that's kind of the scary thing here. If you are SK Pieces, you don't want to have to overlap your defensives like that, but that was such a scary push, and you know, that triple Shadow Fury really set that up nicely there by Swapsy, and Swapsy now once again got to be dragging them back here. Doesn't want to play against that Shaman Pillar composition, so he keeps dragging them out here in midfield, but Swapsy finding himself here kind of on an island. Beautiful position though. He's going to put down his porter as well. We're hoping coming in. Tessia gets swapped too. Tessia should be okay as well, blinking back behind the pillar, and Morrow once again aggressively standing there in their face. Asgrath going for the Mind Games. and they find something with it. It actually gets reflected. They're swapping to Asgrath there, and Asgrath will trick it. That was a beautiful play there. The reflect there from Swapsy reflects the mind games, and then they just chastise stun Asgrath and almost take him out. Tessia, though, needs to be careful, respecting the swap here with an ice block, and we are at 24% dampening, and things are really heating up here, Subidin.
It's going to get better and better for SK Pieces here, deep into dampening. Zeepai's elementals really tearing in at this point. The flame shocks are up. The lava bursts are lobbed, and this could be it for Tessia. No block available. Guardian already traded as well. Lontar's mana almost maxed out. Still even with Asgrath, fortunately for TBD. Going this deep into dampening. Decimating bolt cast for Swapsy, but you can see he's getting punished on that Destro lock, just taking poke damage down to half. Lontar is trying to drink. We can see them blinking in to stop the drink. Maro gets intercepted, but he was able to stop it. Swapsy is down below half at this point. He's likely going to be taken to a game number 5. Nether Ward at 30% health. How much longer can they stay at the pillar? Maro blinks in aggressively. Combustion rolling. Zeepai wrapping in on the left side as well. They're just getting KO'd, knocked down. Quaking Palm onto Lontar. Swapsy Mortal Coils them away, but Lightning Lasso is on to Tessia. No ice block. Is he going to be able to hold on? Ray of Hope on 10% remaining health here for Tessia. TBD are struggling to recover. Finally, big heals come out from Lontar. TBD's health manages to get stabilized here, but Zeepai lets it rip with another Stormkeeper. Lightning bolts over onto Swapsy. Chaos bolts getting flying in onto Zeepai, trying to line of sight, trying to move out of the Fell Fissure. Tessia, this is a bold position for Tessia. No ice block for 3 minutes, standing right in front of Zeepai at 32% dampening his entire team, getting devastated. Swapsy's trying to keep up the aggression on tomorrow, but here comes Combustion. Are they going to be able to do it? They just cut right through that Dark Pack. They swap over to Tessia. Tessia blinks out of that Lightning Lasso, managing to stabilize. Now Maro on the back foot, might regret pushing forward, but it's Tessia who's taking the brunt of the exchange. Who is going to fall first in this Wizard Wand flinging final? I have no idea, as Tessia procs his Cauterize. Lontar gets counterspelled, and that could be it for Tessia. He's just dying to dots behind the pillar, popping the Hellstone, holding on by a thread at this point. Now stun locked up. There's nothing left for him. There's no mana. Lontar's into a full polymorph. Her shocks are cracking. Tessia's desperately trying to run behind the pillar, get back to Lontar, and somehow stay in it. He's done it. He's somehow still alive.
Unbelievable. Tessia survives. Now Swapsy, he needs to get some work done. This is where you can get aggressive. Big Chaos Bolt going to be landing. With dampening so high, it's going to be difficult to recover. I really feel like they need to consider Maro as an option. He's just playing so aggressive in the match. And that level of aggression is going to be really difficult for them to deal with at 40% dampening. Zeepai forced to get gripped away. These Infernals, these Fire Elementals, just damage all over the place. But once again, it seems like it's SK Pieces who is going to be pulling ahead at this point in the game, which is kind of what we predicted. Zeepai right now just actually attacking the pet of Swapsy. Now that that's gone, likely going to be pushing up, just allowing Maro to play aggressive. He's got the ice block, he's got the immunity, he's on Fire Mage, he's got the combustion, and he was looking to drop Swapsy. Swapsy forced to use the Mortal Coil in order to survive. Now doesn't have that as offense, and trading that offensive tool defensively does not feel good. Chaos Bolt gets grounded. Zeepai doing a great job, but he's caught into a stun. Double Dragon's Breath, triple Dragon's Breath by Maro as he alter times in. Try to shut their team down just a little bit and allow Zeepai to kind of develop some damage. Swapsy getting incredibly low. There's not much mana left for the side of Lontar.
Oh,
TBD
6 seconds.
really just barely
4
holding
seconds.
on. Swapsy right now going for it. Can he get the fear? Looks like he can't get any damage rolling. And this is the problem. SK Pieces just has so much momentum, and this is such a momentum-based match, especially at this point in dampening. Things are falling behind. Tessia has to try to set up his team. He's got his Ice Block. He plays aggressive. He gets the Polymorph on Asgarath. But Swapsy just can't afford to play too aggressive right now in the open, getting taken down by Zeepai. There's the Mortal Coil. No more crowd control on Asgarath. SK Pieces still has a lot of tools left to work with. Meanwhile, Swapsy's on the run.
They did have a mana lead on the side of TBD, but that lead is gone, and now it is all about SK Pieces here. You can see Zeepai leading the charge, Maro right with him, looking for the damage. Ring of Fire gets counterspelled. Zeepai on one side, Maro on the other side. Asgarath pushing in. Beautiful Thunderstorm there, knocking them into Maro. That's going to be a triple Frost Nova. Lightning Lasso coming out onto Swapsy. Full Dragon's Breath Sheep there, secured onto Lontar. He has his trinket. Swapsy using that Reflect right there, trying to buy himself a little bit of time. There's the Chastise down. Mind Games coming out, and Swapsy will get absolutely dropped there at 51% dampening. SK Pieces are going to be taking us to our second Game 5.
I feel like the reason they're not locking this blind is there's got to be something else, right? There's got to be another threat that SK Pieces don't want the Fire Mage Ellie to play into, but I think they're going to have no choice. their Fire Mage Ellie just looks so good. Like, whenever this comp is even remotely viable, like Maro and Zeepai playing together, just absolutely.
Even when it's not viable.
Even when it's not viable, they're still the only team that play it. It's a good answer right now. And now in game number 5, like, do you really want to go back into Fury Warrior? This game looked so good for them. The fact that they could win on a big map, right? Like, we were thinking, like, oh, did Dalaran give them that big edge? But they could win on the big map. And once they get into dampening, it feels like they just have full control. The Warlock just becomes a sitting duck. And, Swapsy's a big threat pre-dampening, but once the healing is reduced by 50%, those dots from the Fire Mage and Ellie start to stick, and then he's just an open target. He gates away, tries to recover in these final moments. He knows he's got no cooldown, so they need to bait Tessia to be the target with Ice Block and try and recover Swapsy behind the pillar.
It's a lot of lava bursts. It was like 9,000 lava bursts that shot out of Zeepai there into this match. But there's a moment of the game. Swapsy trying to get something going. Zeepai shuts him down. The lightning lasso, and it's at this point where Swapsy just can't recover. I mean, we're at 50% dampening. He ports away, but with Lontar and crowd control, Swapsy just is eating the damage from Maro. Asgarath pushes in. He gets the stun into the mind games, and at that point, there's just no way to recover. It's combustion as well, just to add insult to injury. Look at overall damage in this match. Look at Zeepai. Absolutely unreal. Like, barely. And you think about it, he's barely doing a little less damage than Tessia and Swapsy combined. And that's why when they get into dampening, all of that scoreboard damage adds up in a huge way, and it gives them that kind of lead and the pressure that we're seeing in the late game.
Yeah, it's just the thing is, you can't really stop Zeepai. That's the problem, right? Because his damage, most of it is just going to be instant, and especially in dampening, when the healers are struggling so much and they're so thirsty for mana as well, that's when you really see the effectiveness, like there's like two components to Zeepai and his Ellie Shaman. And the first one is, you get the sheep, you get, Zeepai with a big stormkeeper, and you just zap somebody 100-0. They have a mind games in a situation like that. They can just end the game early. But then the second thing is what Venrique was talking about with the Shaman pillar composition. Once you get to that, Lava Bursts are going to just be doing, significant damage. It's going to, going to have to start trading out cooldowns for that. And then in addition to that, he's in between the Lava Burst proc, spamming out things like Purge, Thunderstorm, always, using his shocks, things like that. And it really just all adds up. And then you also factor in the fact that Shamans just have so much disruption, and that's why they're kind of annoying to play against. You can Purge off Combustion, you have Grounding Totem, you have Lightning Lasso. So even if you get juked on your interrupt, or if Swapsy goes for an unending resolve to have kind of kick immunity when he's going for those casts, doesn't matter, because Zeepai can just press Lightning Lasso, shut you down, and that gives him his shock cooldown back and just allows him to continue to be disruptive. And that's once you get to that point late in dampening, that the only real way to actually deal with this is to just get a lot of crowd control out. Swapsy just needs to get a fear, goes out to Dispel, get another fear, and then he can cast something during that short period of time. So it's really, really hard for him to do that when there's a pillar in play, because he's just going to line aside the fears and just zap you in between, when he's lining. So Zeepai definitely going to be a key member here, and I think they just lock in the Ellie Mage and just send it. This is the comp that they got most of their wins on. This is the comp that we know them for, and that's exactly what they're going to do. You love to see that. And now it's TBD's. It's in TBD's corner. What are they going to do? Are we finally going to see Blizzo? Is that what they're scared of? Because that's definitely something you should be scared of. But
Turbo
in this Turbo, yeah.
I mean, look at the
that was
map,
a double
right?
Shaman Turbo. Double Shaman Turbo on Hook Point. Swapsy, Enhancement Shaman, Lontar on the Shaman, Blizzo on Fury Warrior. That's what I want to see.
I think that's good.
Is Richter Shaman good in this patch? Like, are they picked a lot on the TR?
Yeah, Shaman are doing pretty well.
We're not going to see one, but they're doing pretty well. If we did, it would have to be here, right? Like, they picked Hook Point. They're like, okay, pick Mage Ellie. We're going to pick our cleave, right? Like, if they don't pick the cleave here, what are they going to pick?
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. Like, what are they going to really pick? Unless they're saying to themselves, like, all right, as the Destro, we need to run on top of them. Like, let's just pick Hook Point, small map, run on top of them, and win before we get to that point in dampening and take the risk. But I would like to see Fury Turbo. They're going to play Fury Mage.
Blizzo. Blizzo.
Okay, there you go. So they're actually taking the comp.
They're picking the comp that didn't win a single game in game 5. Not the other
going
team.
to the small map. This is actually an interesting composition because this is a composition we saw in North America, I believe. Liquid played as well, right? Sidu, Mez, and Sam I am. So the Fury Warrior, Fire Mage, Holy Priest. Definitely a composition we saw them play.
They played a lot of Windwalker on the games that we watched. Did they play Fury with it? I thought they played Turbo.
Yeah, they did.
I don't remember
they
seeing
played this
them play
comp
Fury
too.
Mage. I have to see it. Today in the EU tournament hasn't won a game, right? It got kind of close. And the Fury Warrior has not won a game.
Got kind of close, yeah.
This will be the first win for you. So you're going to pick the 0% win rate comp into the Mage LE.
This time there's no annoying Warlock. So that new trinket, the Echoing Resolve, is, casters love it. Everyone else, it can be annoying to play into because you have to constantly deal with, someone being immune to CC. And it's particularly annoying if you're a warrior. I don't know if Fury Warriors... Do Fury Warriors have the root on their charge as well? Do you know?
They do have a charge root, but...
Yeah.
So you can proc.
So if they have charge root... Yeah, so it procs it. That's what's so annoying about chasing a Warlock is when you use your charge to reconnect, he's immune to Stormbolt and he's immune to kick. Okay, well, I guess what can you do at that point? You either just waste your kick and then he can cast on you, or, you don't really have that many good options.
Actually,
so...
Kicking to get rid of it and then stormbolting him for 5 seconds doesn't sound too bad. Charge, proc it, pummel it off, stormbolt him, and then go.
That's the one thing you can do
good?
for the rest of the game. For the rest of the game, you're not. The Warriors complain about that trinket more than anyone, and Warlocks love it more than anyone. Well, maybe Fire Mages too, but it's really, really powerful, and I think it's one of the reasons why it's been so difficult for them to actually train down Swapsy in the match as that composition. So maybe by kind of flipping it up. And now TBD actually running the Warrior composition, they'll be able to stick to either Maro and Zipa and really punish.
I think it's weird. You're picking the 0% win rate comp into the team that has like 100% win rate comp right now. I don't know. I think it's a big... Unless it's like the most insane counter we've ever seen. Ellie Shaman just flops. I don't know if I like this or not. I feel like there's melee cleaves that could really deal with Ellie Shaman very well that they have, like the Turbo. I feel like that would have been a great pick. Just lock down the Ellie, run him down. He's going to do nothing all game until he dies. But this comp, just because of its track record, maybe this is the game that saves it. This is it. This is the last Fury Warrior game of the day. I think, right? Like the next series is not a Fury. I don't think it's a Fury Warrior game at all. So, can Fury Warrior pull off a win in day 1 of AWC 2022? Because right now it's at a 0% win rate. They're pulling it off in game 5 as their counter pick into the Ellie Mage. And like Zipa and Maro just dominate at this. Although at the same time, Blizzo is an expert at Mage Warrior as well. Former teammates, now enemies, go head to head in game 5.
Now let's see how this one plays out. Blizzo is going to be going after Zipa in this match. So playing really aggressive early on, and it's not going to be nearly as easy for Zipa to get away as it was for the Warlock. So we'll see what they can get done. Lone Star and crowd control right now. Blizzo might just get dropped. Using the Eternal Aegis immediately to deny some of that wizard damage so he can stay on target. Zipa is going to be on the run for most of this game, and we'll see how long he can survive. I don't anticipate this match going to dampening.
Yeah, I would be shocked, honestly. And right now, Blizzo popping his wreck. Let's see what he can get done with it. Immediate Guardian Angel trades out for that. Zipa should be completely fine in this situation. Blizzo getting polymorphed up here. Tessia taking some damage as well by Zipa. Can they get anything more going? Maro's looking for some more damage as well here. And Dragon's Breath onto Maro. Sheep being casted out. Gets grounded. Gets counterspell on the next one. And now Tessia going to be blinking in. Zipa is still taking a lot of damage here. Blizzo now getting that Storm Bolt. Charging over to Zipa. And there is the... Yep, that's the trinket right there. Just allowing Zipa to walk out there out of that... and that's the charge route actually that procs it. So that Spear of Bastion is going to be doing absolutely nothing. But Blizzo still with great uptime here. This is an opportunity for them to maybe take him out. Can they get any more damage though? Asgraf has his work cut out for him, but he's not in crowd control right now. Flash heals coming out in normal heals as well. Lontar just sat a full polymorph, and his team is still doing fine. He can get aggressive here potentially. And now we're going to see Braum caught up into the fight, called into the fight as well. Blizzo taking massive damage there. do believe that that was the Guardian Angel as well coming out there from Lontar. Overlap there as well, actually, with the enraged regen of Blizzo. So a little bit of a defensive overlap there, and we're going to see how long Zeepai actually can survive here, because Blizzo is getting good uptime so far.
Yeah, they need to get Blizzo off target. You need to reset his stacks. He's at 2 stacks, 3 stacks now on that frame at the bottom. 4 stacks. That's maximum stacks. That's when the Fury Warrior is maximum capability. Nice lightning lasso, just pinning Blizzo. Needs to reset it. Blizzo's keeping that 4 stack, keeping his max haste. He is getting punished in terms of damage. He's down to half once again. Lontar into the fear, trying to recover Blizzo and trying to stay on target. But Zeepai needs to get some distance. Frost Nova, Blizzo going to Blade Storm, maintaining his stack, maintaining his Mortal Strike on the target as well. If he gets that to an 8 stack, it's 40% healing reduction. It's almost as if Zeepai's playing at 40% dampening, which you've seen how threatening it is throughout this series. Nice Dragon's Breath on the charge of Blizzo. That's going to get time to reset those stacks. Blizzo's Battle Trance potentially falling off in these polymorphs as well. And that's what they need to do. Reset the Fury Warrior. I almost don't even think he should be the target. Just control the Fury Warrior. Maybe even just go after the Mage, who's in midfield most of this game, and get Zeepai some breathing room. But you need to kite the Fury Warrior. If you give him up time, he's just going to KO you. And they're going after Tessia. They proc his Cauterize instantly. They just looked at him and procced his Cauterize there. Blizzo into polymorphs, and I think they've decided to switch the strategy. CC the Fury Warrior, go after the Fire Mage, and Tessia has to ice block 10 seconds after proccing his Cauterize on game 5, facing elimination. If SK Pieces can keep this up, they're going to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, this is an elimination series. One of these teams is going to be eliminated from the tournament. And you just look at the names of these players. That's absolutely insane to think about, not making that top 4 right now. Blizzo back on target, gets a fear on Zeepai, just kind of letting it sit right now, trying to just slow down the game. Tessia still in some trouble. Got alter time. Lontar has his trinket. He's got Guardian. Big damage coming in from Blizzo. Tessia taking a huge hit of damage, getting topped off and back down to 40% health. This damage from Maro and Zeepai on Tessia is really surprising in this match. Maro now trying to just peel for Zeepai as Blizzo uses Spear of Bastion. The Fleshcraft once again used by Zeepai to escape that Spear of Bastion. It's a really great combo in order to escape it, and it's denying Blizzo and basically his main burst damage.
Nice pre-Aegis right there. Coming out from Zeepai should be completely fine, but that physical damage doesn't really care about that one, but it at least will allow him to take 0 damage there from the Mage. Tessia still not in a great position. They force out those long cooldown defensives, and that's going to be their ticket potentially to win this match on the side of SK, but Zeepai still not out of the woods yet. Finally, they get some crowd control here onto Blizzo. Sheep onto Sheep on that Dispel, and now Stormkeeper, big zaps here, potential onto Tessia, realizing the danger he's in. Gonna duck for cover there with Lontar. Lontar now pushing aggressively here, trying to shut down potentially Ascraft there, but he does get lightning lassoed on his way over, and there's the Spear of Bastion coming out. Zeepai in a lot of trouble here. Holy Fire gets casted out. Zeepai in a lot of trouble here, dropping super dangerously low. And he will get a big hit there potentially. Zeepai still not out of the woods yet. Astral Shift is going to be enough, and Zeepai will fall there, and Blizzo will take down his former teammate right there. And they got so close, they almost was able to take that win there onto Tessia, but it is going to be TBD walking away with this one, staying alive for Championship Sunday, and SK Pieces are gonna fall.
That kind of blows my mind. I mean, when is the last time we saw Zeepai or Maro in Maro's team? I mean, they're always switching teams, but Maro, when's the last time we haven't seen him in the finals of a cup? I feel like it's never happened. Like, this might be the first time ever. So definitely a bit disappointing for them. This was a really well-fought series, and like I kind of said, it came down to the blind pick. I mean, teams had counters for each other, so the blind pick, winning that on the Grand Arena was absolutely massive for TBD. They played an excellent series. SK Pieces doing a great job. I think maybe locking in this composition of Warrior, Holy Priest, Mage may have been their downfall. If they had just played this composition the entire series, maybe they would have won, but maybe this is the answer that they were really, really afraid of coming in from TBD. But Zeepai did a good job surviving, but eventually takes one good setup where they kind of overwhelm Zeepai. Tessia gets his Rune of Power down, gets a bunch of damage with that Ring of Fire, and this is where Zeepai kind of gets overwhelmed without his Astral Shift. Eventually Tessia decides to pull the trigger with his Combustion as well, and that's where the damage is just too overwhelming. Zeepai can't get away. Blizzo leaps over and kind of seals the deal. Unfortunately for Ellie Shaman, it's pretty difficult to kite a Fury Warrior, and you can see just how devastating Blizzo's damage is on the scoreboard.
He was so close. He's like 2 seconds away from a Serenity for Asgrath, which, I mean, we saw that a couple times in the series, just top somebody even in dampening. He's like 3 seconds away from a Serenity heal on Z-Pi. No caught, no block. Really close match between these Titan teams. TBD advanced to Championship Sunday. SK Pieces are going to be out of it. And there's only one more series left, and there's some big names in that one as well. We got the reigning champions, MYWAY, already in the lower bracket, facing off against kind of the new, I say they're newcomers, but they're not newcomers in tournament scenes, but newcomers in terms of coming together as a team. Spawn of Damage, Aeritros, Luxia, and Bikmex. So this is a bit of Hunter showdown. Like, which Hunter is going to stay? We just saw the Wizard War, and TBD reigned supreme there in terms of the Wizards. Now we get the Hunter War. You know, who's going to come out on top on that side of the lower bracket?
I keep having to remind myself, Sipties, that we're not in the upper bracket. We're not watching some kind of grand finals. Like the last one that we just saw between TBD and SK Pieces went to a game 5. It was so intense. Both of those teams were really trying to stick around there. And now we're heading into just another one that feels like it should still also be in the upper bracket. We saw one team go home, SK Pieces. MYWAY versus Spawn of Damage, like you were just highlighting, I think I'm just as excited to see this. I feel like we're seeing a lot of specs that we haven't been able to see sort of showcased on the AWC in quite some time. And Venricky, are we going to see that again for this next series?
It's hard to say. I mean, we know what MYWAY is going to run, right? Like their composition pretty much always the same. As to what their opponents are going to run, I'm not exactly sure. To be honest, we'll have to see. It's likely we see them run the Shadow Priest, Survival Hunter, Resto Druid once again. They had great success with that. So we might see a Survival Hunter showdown in the lower bracket in this next series. Maybe not. Maybe Cassie just goes with the Beast Mastery specialization once again. But I feel like this could potentially, the one thing that's really nice about Jungle is you have so much support from the Feral, and a lot of AoE healing from the Disciplined Priest as well, where I think as long as the Priest has mana, they're going to be able to kind of live through the AoE damage, the massive damage that we saw Spawn of Damage put out on that Survival Hunter Shadow Priest. And I feel like this could be a decent matchup here for MYWAY.
Yeah, I think it could be as well. I'm excited to see, within this new meta, how that composition is going to be working. Obviously, it didn't quite work out for them this morning. They did lose the first match against Casual Dads, but I mean, I feel like you can't discredit any of the teams today. Just everywhere you look, every roster that you look at is just so stacked. It feels like all of the European teams, even some of the ones that were in the offline games that we didn't get to see play today, are just really, really well put together. Obviously, there's still quite a bit that we're working through in terms of synergy and meta that we're going to see really fully form later on in the season. But MYWAY, Spawn of Damage, their story is no different as we head into this very last match of the day. But overall, Zico, how have you been feeling about these games for the EU region today?
I mean, it's been, like you mentioned, it's just been cutthroat here in Europe. You kind of hit the nail right on its head. Just in the match that we just saw, I mean, you got Maro on one side, you got Blizzo, you got, all these super big name players. And even in the next one, you only have, I guess, the reigning champions down there in MYWAY. And then even in Spawn of Damage, this isn't a team to scoff at. They got Luxia. I think he placed, third at BlizzCon with Cervantes a couple of years back. And Bikmex as well, been, a really, really big name hunter in Europe. And Aeritros as well, been doing some incredible things on the Warlock. So these are all the players that have been competing at BlizzCon. These are people that have been playing for a long time and have a lot of experience in the game. And even here, looking at the bracket, in that upper bracket, you got KUNGARNA, which is, of course, Waz's new roster there with Raikou, with Meh, Chaz, just an incredible roster. And then you got Casual Dads as well. A lot of big-name players there as well. Nixie, former world champion, Alec, same thing there. And just in general, this whole EU bracket has just been absolutely stacked. So it's going to come down to the wire even on this last one. And it's going to be interesting to see which one of these two last teams that we have here, MYWAY or Spawn of Damage, is actually going to be qualifying for that top 4 for that Championship Sunday. Because so far, TBD, they're looking rock solid. KUNGARNA and Casual Dads as well. So I could see any of these 5 remaining teams, honestly, walking away with it this Sunday. So it's going to be interesting to see.
I think so as well. And, you know, to add to that as well, Zico, any of the teams that do end up with that championship Sunday for the European region, I feel like it doesn't even matter what side of the bracket you're on lower or the upper. Just every single team super, super strong right now. So we're going to catch up with them just a little bit. We're going to head to a break, and we will be right back with another elimination round up next. Hey everyone, welcome back. Sorry, we got distracted during the break there apparently, but we are going to be heading into the last match of the day. It's going to be another elimination round. We talked about it just a little bit before we headed to break, but we can get just a little bit more into that now. If you're just now tuning in, it is going to be MYWAY versus Spawn of Damage. After the first match that we saw with Luxia, I was able to talk to him just a little bit. He says he's loving the team so far. You know, like everyone else is dealing with, he's still trying to get this energy for that team, but he says Big Mex is cracked, were the words that he used. You know, they've been playing sort of out of pocket compositions that weren't good at the time. Like, he was playing Shatter, and I guess their team had a little bit of a difficulty in those earlier matches in the lower bracket, but they were able to make it here. They were able to make it to the top 8, and now they're kind of killing it. What do you guys think about that, Super T's?
Yeah, I mean, Big Mex, I want to see who can be like the top damage score at the end of a game. Like, to have a complete damage fight off, like, who is the highest damage output? Is it Zeepai? Like, we're not going to get to see. Zeepai's out of there, but he had a really insane game in that last series. I think he had like almost 4 million damage to himself. So it's like, that's the score to beat here for Big Mex from me. It's like, can he beat 4 million damage? against jungle. Can he get up there? Can someone catch that high score from Zpie? Because he was really close in that last game. With the power infusion from the Shadow Priest, like they are trying to just skyrocket Big Mex's damage as high as possible. They kind of have a wild card with Heaven's Feel on their roster as well. Like we're not sure 100% how they're going to utilize him. Maybe he could come in as a jungle counter if he's got anything like a Warrior Shadow Priest comp, something like that, maybe even potentially for them. But first match, I'd like to see them just come out with the main comp, just play the Survival Shadow Priest, see how it feels into the jungle, and then go from there. In the Grand Arena, final series of the day, first day of AWC 2022. We've seen Titans already knocked out of the competition. We've seen experiments. It's just kind of just been an insane day, really, in terms of comp viability, strategy options from the European region. It's just the first day. We got North America tomorrow, then the grand finals on Sunday. And it looks like we are going to get the Spawn of Damage, the Shadow Priest Survival Hunter, the only team really playing this. The first time we've seen Survival Hunter going up against reigning European champions, MYWAY, Relza, Kasu, and Tony. Who is going to take it in this best of 5 lower bracket?
What is that icon for Luxia in the bottom left? Like what is that ability? Next to Cenarion.
Flourish. Flourish. It's good if yeah, so he knows the Feral's going to play Necro, which means he only can attack one target. And if you know only one target's going to get attacked, then you can Flourish and extend your Cenarion ward, most importantly, almost to an indefinite duration. So it's just the highest single target output yield that you can get. That's a really smart tactic by Luxia in this matchup, knowing that the Feral's only going to go after one target.
Yeah, well, there you go. Eritros going to be that target. Let's see if it works out for him. Cenarion ward going to be used and committed. There's the bash over onto Luxia. Do they have any more crowd control? Full trap lands. Eritros going to likely be going for a massive spell. Let's see if they can interrupt it. This is a lot of damage on Eritros right now. Luxia finally out of the crowd control, catching a big heal. Eritros going to be completely fine. And let's see if Spawn of Damage can get some damage rolling, because right now it seems like MYWAY has all the pressure.
That wasn't too bad, though. That was the first trap attempt, and they didn't actually have to trade anything. Big Mex, though, getting absolutely crushed right there, but he will be able to survive, only using his Exhilaration heal there. So kind of a small victory there for MYWAY, and I guess it's not over yet. Kasu actually taking massive damage, forced to retreat a little bit, full trap into full intimidating stun into a trap. Big Mex actually using his aspect of the turtle right there as well to try to get that trap onto Relza, but they weren't actually able to force anything. Big Mex has no cooldowns. They can literally just take him down, but Big Mex knows that Eritros will be the main target in this matchup because of that Master Spell. If Eritros is free, well, he can Master Spell most of those traps. So Big Mex they're not in the greatest situation to be in, knowing that you have no cooldowns left, only like 2 minutes into the game here. Even though Eritros might be the main target, you want to be having those defensive cooldowns so you at least can push forward and play confidently, look for traps, look for aggressive plays, and knowing that you have something to fall back on if they swap to you. Big Mex right now pushing forward, and he's getting swapped to Tony. Kind of wants it, and he take him down, though. They don't have any CC right now onto Luxia, and Big Mex does catch that Iron Bark, so he should be fine. And now Tony on the back foot here, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, Big Mex, he's got Feign Death to reset dots. He's got Mending Bandage to reset dots. Like, I'm surprised he's under this much pressure. You'd almost think that Survival Hunter Shadow Priest is a hard counter. You can Master Spell the Hunter crowd control. You have all these dot resets, but they really kept him on the back foot early on. He has managed to stabilize, and Relza's mana is becoming a problem. That Night Fae Covenant that he's playing, and he played all last season, actually got a significant nerf on its mana return. So I'm not sure if Relza's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the other healers that have their mana ability to be able to extend for a long time. I think he's trying to drink right now in the backline. Eritros is moving at him to try and stop that. Kasu is rotting down to the dots at the moment. Tony can't stay on target, and that early aggression is starting to slip away from MYWAY. I'd say it's going more and more in favor of Spawn of Damage. Relza's in a stun, his whole team down to half health. Kasu Feign Deathing, trying to recover, eats the freezing trap for his healer. Nice play. Eritros now getting blasted. Luxia looking to recover. The well-timed regrowth. Kasu still taking some pressure. See the Mending Bandage come up from Big Mex. It's a huge counter to the Feral. Kasu under fire, down to 20%. And Relza's mana even lower than that at this point. He's got cooldowns, but needs to get a drink.
Yeah, he's going to need a drink to recover his mana at this point. Luxia right now, he's sitting down in plain sight, and Shadowmel's actually recovering a bunch of mana. Tony trying to shut it down. Luxia recovered. The damage is done. And now, Spawn of Damage, they have a huge lead in terms of pressure. They have a huge lead in terms of mana. Relza trades out the Rapture to try to stay ahead of the damage, trading out the strong Power Word shields. Eritros gets topped off as Spawn of Damage looking to continue their push. Dampening still not in for another 58 seconds. And Relza almost completely tapped already. That's how much pressure the Shadow Priest Survival Hunter is able to put out. Kasu getting low. And Kasu on that Hunter, that Feign Death is going to be so strong. He's going to be able to Feign Death all of the damage over time effects off very frequently. I don't think he goes down in this match. It's likely going to be Tony Farrell, if anyone. But yeah, we'll see how much longer MYWAY can hold on and if they can reverse the pressure.
Yeah, and that was the powered barrier right there, created out by Relza. Kasu and Tony just kind of chilling in the protection of that one for a second here. And now looking to make their push. Stun onto Luxia, freezing trap secured. Who is going to be the target? Master Spell immediately coming out from Eritros. And look at that damage with the Boy Torrent. Big Mix pushing in, stopping the drink there from Relza. Finding his own trap stun there as well. And now they have an opportunity to take maybe Kasu down. But Kasu doing a great job so far fighting here. And Tony now takes a big chunk of damage. Tony, another bomb connects there. And that is plenty of damage to go around here from Spawn of Damage. And Relza, he is not a happy man right now. He's a thirsty man. If anything, his mana bar is not looking great. And another Boy Torrent coming out from Eritros. This one gets kicked though by Tony. Great job by him. Kasu now looking to find the trap here potentially, but he's still not safe. Just permanently on low HP. Another powered Radiance coming out there as well from Relza. And that one does eat up his mana big time when he has to use it. So they need to be careful with that. Another trap onto Luxia, and they take somebody down. Big Mex gets stunned up. Mending Bandage comes through, and Big Mex should be fine with just that. And now Kasu once again actually going for the camouflage here for a second, just to get a little bit of a regen right there. And now going after Eritros once again in a stun. But Eritros, I don't think he's had to disperse once this whole match. And he's actually just having a field day on that Shadow Priest. Luxia has got plenty of mana still to work with. And Eritros actually, maybe Commentator's Curse might have to use it right now, but looks like he will stabilize just for now. Big heals coming out from Luxia in the back line. And that Scare Beast there into a full trap now onto Relza as well. Can they get something going here? Kasu dropping dangerously low. Can they find anything more? Kasu dropping super low and forced to use his Aspect of the Turtle. Finally, a big cooldown gets traded out there by MYWAY, dampening now at 9%.
So he's Scare Beast, Relza, and Soul Shape, because you turn into a beast temporarily. So he saw that small window to get crowd control and got big cooldowns with it. That was a great play by Big Mix. It's going to be a game-winning play if they do take it here in game number 1. Luxia pre-anticipating crowd control, using that Tranquility. Cenarian Ward is out. He's got big healing, but now he's caught into a stun. Kasu was patient, holding on to it, but he's under fire. Big Mix on the back foot, having to trade out his Aspect of the Turtle, spamming out Scare Beast onto the Feral Druid, trying to peel for his team and for them to recover. But Luxia's mana is evening out with Relza. He's struggling to heal. Big Mix barely goes back up to full there from the Nature Swiftness. Now Tony swaps over to Eritros, trying to capitalize on those Cenarian Ward and Iron Barks and punish them. Relza gets caught into a freezing trap here. Big Mix needs to go for the win, but Eritros is on the back foot. We're getting into dampening. Is he going to be able to hold on here? 10% left. Big heals coming from Luxia, proccing that Tree of Life off his Swiftmend. 3 Swiftmends in a row, and you get Tree of Life. And you got big heals, instant regrowth during that time to stabilize Eritros. But now Big Mix on the back foot. Game number 1, caught in a stun. We see in-cap roar after in-cap roar. We see a pre-flesh crap by Luxia, trying to anticipate the trap, trying to stay out of crowd control and stabilize his Hunter to go for the win. No Aspect of the Turtle for either side. Surprisingly, mana has evened out. Relza gets faked on his death. Big Mix traps the Soul Shape Blink. He's in position. He cancels the Soul Shape. He doesn't want to get Scare Beasted. Good cancel by Relza, but he's silenced out. Tony jumps in for a big bite. Big Mix gets topped off in the nick of time. Eritros trying to carry the team, going after Kasu. Kasu Feign Death resets the dots, but the Wildfire Bombs are coming in. Kasu is down to half. Who's going to fall first? Eritros still holds on to Dispersion. Luxia, 0 mana. Relza, 0 mana, 20% dampening. Stunlock onto the healer. They need this crowd control if they want to win. Full freezing trap. Can they do enough damage to take out Kasu in this position? Eritros pushing forward. Does he have a Psychic Scream? Doesn't look like it. Not in position to go for it, but dampening is so high. Relza is struggling to heal, and Eritros is going for the kill. He's in Shadow or Death range, and that will take it. Spawn of Damage, game number 1.
Ooh, I like how fired up Luxia is watching that.
Yeah.
He looks real pumped up. He's on his Resto Druid, playing this unique composition, the Shadow Priest Survival Hunter. They're doing absolutely insane amounts of damage. We're going to see it here on the scoreboards, and that's a huge victory for them. I mean, this is another one of those series. I mean, we're going to be going potentially going to the top 4 without MYWAY and without Maro's team, without SK. Like, that's pretty crazy to think.
That is insane, and you gotta love it as well. It looks like I really did get fired up there. I think you could almost read on his lips. He said, "Let's go, baby!" He's just super excited to take that one. You can tell it means a lot to these guys, and you know, it was a hard matchup actually. I thought, I wasn't really sure. I thought either way it would be a stomp when we see these two comps kind of clash. Either the Shadow Priest and the Hunter would just have such overwhelming damage that the Disc Priest just can't keep up, or the Disc Priest in the jungle would just have so much pressure that the rest of it couldn't keep up. So it's pretty crazy to see, you know, both teams really playing their hearts out here, trading back and forth, going all the way to 20-30% dampening. And then at the end of it all, you know, you can look at both of these healers completely tapped here, and they do find the freezing chop there on Relza. And Big Mex as well with the Scare Beast place as well. Beautifully done there. And here Aritros just going for the Shadow Crash, the Mind Blast, Shadow Word Death, and Relza a little bit too late with that pain suppression, unfortunately. And here's the look at the damage tied up there between Big Mex and Kasu in our special edition Hunter Showdown, only on youtube.com/Warcraft. And this would be a good time to hit that subscribe.
That's kind of interesting how evenly matched the Hunters are in terms of damage, survival, going up against Beast Mastery. I mean, I think Hunters are really strong right now, but I guess they both find themselves in the lower bracket. So, I mean, what does that say? I suppose this composition seems good, and I'm curious to see if we'll see Tony, Kasu, and Relza be able to bounce back in this series. They did have a few moments in the match. I'm trying to see the legend that Big Mix is playing. He is actually playing the Feigned Death, so he's not even playing. That's why the damage is even. He's not playing the offensive legendary. He's playing the defensive one, and it's still doing that much damage.
Oh, good point.
No.
Even with the damage legendary, Big Mix is tying Kasu on damage output. And we thought Beast Mastery was king of the jungle, but Survival Hunter has something to say here in patch 9.2, definitely on the rise. It's just so interesting to see the different types of builds that everybody is picking moving into today. Who's going to make it a championship Sunday? What comps are we going to see from NA? I think it's going to be the same type of Holy Priest meta. Is there going to be anybody breaking out any shamans? You know, we got Avsurge and Sidu over there, so maybe there's some potential for some flexibility in terms of healers over in North America. But I think the meta is going to continue to evolve. The only thing really established just now is Holy Priest. I think their damage output is definitely one of the highest contenders. Like Lone Tar able to keep up with his Fire Mage at the end of a dampening game, I think was pretty impressive on the Holy Priest while still healing the whole team back to full. This time around, we see Resto Druid versus Disc Priest, who's going to be the last non-Holy Priest to survive to Championship Sunday. This could go to Game 5. Like if they play these comps into each other, I feel like that was so close. Like, if they didn't get that Scare Beast play to get the turtle out of the way, then they don't kill Kasu at the end of the game. He just turtles, and then it's going to be Aritros on the back foot. So I can't count either one out at this point. This is going to be a fireworks final series of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious what map we go to. If you're MYWAY, does a large map help you more? Does a small map help you more? I'm not exactly sure. I get the feeling that they would do better with the small map because spawn of damage seems to just be kind of hiding around and just putting out as much pressure as possible. Smaller map might allow them to actually stick on a target for a little bit longer. But I mean, going after a Survival Hunter, especially if he's using the Feigned Death legendary to remove all the bleeds and magic effects, it's really, I feel like unless they take him down in a stun, he's likely not going to go down. So it's a tough spot to be in. You don't really have too many targets you can go after. In addition to that, another really powerful tool that the Survival Hunter has is the Mending Bandage. So it's kind of a nightmare for Tony if he goes after the Hunter, Feigned Death. If he goes after the Shadow Priest, Mending Bandage. And it's just a lot of answers, a lot of defense that Spawn of Damage has available. And I think it seems like a pretty good matchup when you think about it that way.
Well, another thing that about the Mending Bandage is we see a lot of assassination rogues actually in the meta right
so
now.
Good.
And maybe that will be the Survival Hunter's role, actually. When you think about it, you have the Mending Bandage to kind of counter Vendetta, and then you also have, the Roar of Sacrifice, which kind of counters the Fire Mage. So this really could be, a season where we do see a lot of Survival Hunters. They can opt in for defensive legendary, offensive legendary, and I mean, just imagine next week when you see them with double legendary, they can just have their offense. Yeah, they can just have a permanent offensive legendary. So they can play this exact same matchup and still just be, you know, doing insane amounts of damage while also not really dying that easily. So, yeah, you were going to say?
I wanted to add to your point, and another thing that's good about this composition and Survival Hunters is I think this composition not only good into rogue mage, like you said, or fire mages in general, and rogues in general, assassination rogues, but I also think this is a composition that's good into stuff like mage lock, like no joke, because you have, I mean, we saw what happened with the elemental shaman. Survival Hunter is very similar, except you don't have to cast anything. You don't cast a single spell. You just run in, you throw bombs with double legendary. You're gonna be super hard to take down. The Shadow Priest puts out a lot of AoE damage. Like I could actually see Survival Hunters feeling like a wizard role and literally playing with like Affliction Warlocks and Shadow Priests and Destro Warlocks and doing really well. So I'm really curious. Maybe we'll see some compositions that we've literally never seen before succeed this season.
Survival Hunter, Athlete Warlock.
Oh, really?
Of the wizard.
Yeah.
No,
Finally.
We could see it.
It's my patch where I can suggest random things and it's actually good.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's
I mean,
my
as long
patch.
as this random thing has a Survival Hunter, you're probably...
Or an
That's crazy,
Rogue.
Yeah, I don't know.
Assassination Rogue, Survival Hunter looking really good, but only one Hunter is going to make it out alive here. Only one non-Holy Priest team is going to make it out alive here. Already first game out of the way, and I can imagine they are running the rings for if they want to make a comp swap or anything for game number 2, because that was so close. Like that was one of the closest games we've had, definitely. Just constantly back and forth, and even with all that defensive utility, even with the Feign Death, even with the Mending Bandage, like they almost went down multiple times in that game. It's not as comfortable as I would have expected it to be based on the theory crafting for the comp. So they may want to consider another option. Maybe they do use Heaven's Feel. I don't feel like they have to, and I don't really. A warrior, the thing is, a warrior is going to just have such a tough time connecting against a jungle that I don't think it's a good idea. And they can also just be a target, a training dummy target without defensive stance against jungle. They're just going to get completely knocked out. So I think they're stuck with this, unless they want to try a warlock hunter, like Eritros competed at BlizzCon on warlock. So he's playing Shadow Priest now, which kind of functions as kind of like the quasi Affliction build, right? For a long time, I think it was like the substitute. Affliction's a little bit better now, but we still haven't seen it yet in the tournaments. But it's nice to see all the variety, right, between all these teams. Like there's a lot of different classes throughout all of these teams. Holy Priest seems to just be the only one that's overperforming by a pretty significant margin when it comes to the healers. But other than that, 9.2 is an open book in terms of what you want to try and run with in terms of comps. So pick your favorite, it seems like, and just do your best with that. And you're going to have a pretty solid run. Excited to see what compositions we see from casual dads in the future. Like, is this Outlaw, Rogue, Warlock their one comp wonder, or do they have anything else? Are they going to utilize their kitchen refurbisher Alec on the mage at all? Like, are they going to run some mage lock or mage rogue, because they could themselves? They face Kungarna on Sunday, so it's an RMP showdown between those two. Like that could be a really big treat. And this isn't even all of the teams, right? This is just the top 8 of this week. There's 4 cups. There was a lot of other teams that didn't make it in here that are all strong, that could make it into the next cups, earn points, and steal away some spots. So I'm very excited to see how the rest of this cup stage plays out.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it really is hard to say. I'm curious to see what happens in North America as well tomorrow. That's going to be another kind of side of the story, because sometimes these regions, like maybe Europe has figured it out first, or maybe North America has figured it out first. And both regions seems to have RMPs that are doing quite well. So we'll see if they can actually make it all the way. I think going into these tournaments, my prediction would have been that an RMP will win in both regions. So I'll be curious to see if I am proven wrong and if something can kind of rise up. I really do think that this Shadow Priest Survival Hunter composition could work well. The one thing I guess I would be afraid of is maybe like Druid swaps from the RMP, something like that. I mean, we could dive deeper into that specific matchup a little later on if we do ever see it. We kind of focus our attention on this one. Still waiting on the map pick. to see where they decide to go. So right now it is going to be up to MYWAY to decide. Do they want to go to a large map? Do they want to go to a small map on the Grand? Really, really close game, but ultimately kind of overwhelmed and taken down by all the damage the Survival Hunter and the Shadow Priest has. And now it's a problem with the main problem with MYWAY is that if jungle isn't good, their team is going to really struggle because they don't have a fourth member. Maybe they're waiting to see, how well they can do. I don't know if they're going to be able to pick up another fourth member, but well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Spawn of damage, we're going to Tiger's Peak, and they're going to lock in the Survival Hunter Shadow Priest, and it's going to be jungle, except Kasu is going survival himself. So that's a little bit of a change, and we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, I mean,
times change.
They probably took this time to change, the survival spec, of course, but they can also, that's the beauty of the jungle, right? Like when you look at MYWAY, you're like, oh yeah, well, they only have the jungle and that's it. But the jungle within itself, the jungle is a big place. There's a lot of different creatures that live there, There's a lot of different ways that you can kind of navigate yourself around the jungle. And Relza could be going Dark Archangel. They could be going Offensive Legendary on Kasu and just going for really, really big burst. And there's a lot of different tricks that they can utilize to play it differently. And that's kind of the interesting thing about comps like Rogue Mage and comps like Jungle, because you could just swap one person's spec. Relza could just go Holy, and all of a sudden it's a completely different matchup. It's a completely different win condition. Maybe all of a sudden you're trying to dampen them and play the long game with a Survival Hunter and a Holy Priest. Maybe all of a sudden you're trying to go full out aggression with a Disc Priest and Dark Archangel and things like that. So there's a lot of different ways you can play it, and that's why we consistently see things like Jungle, things like RMP always do well, because there's so many different ways you can play the comp and so many different win conditions that if it's your only focus playing that comp, eventually you will find them. So let's see what MYWAY decided to do here. Let's see what trinkets they decided to go for. Are they going to go for... You know what I want to see? I want to see Dark Archangel, Offensive Legendary, Resonator, just full send it on the Shadow Priest, or on the Druid, actually. Just you remember the old school jungle where you just chop down the tree and you just tunnel in the Druid the whole game? They just burn it. You like Eldrasil, just...
Dude, that was like 3 expansions ago for Jungle Train Resto Druid. I feel like...
but this is 9.2. We don't know if it works.
We don't know if it works.
It could work. This could be a good time to experiment. I mean, it's only your lives on the line here.
You're only down 1 point. You could just go down 2 to figure it out. Just run it the Resto Druid and see what happens. I mean, maybe.
Hey, when in doubt, zug it out. That's what a wise man once told me.
Okay.
Good advice.
It could work if Relza switches to Mind Games, but they're going to be on a short clock if they want to do that. I don't actually think it would be a terrible idea. You can play the Undispellable Trap, just crowd control the Shadow Priest, run it to Druid. It could work for them. Tiger's Peak is a neutral map, doesn't really give any giveaways that they're going to do that. They might just play a normal strategy and see how much more damage Kasu can do on Survival Hunter. I'm sure Kasu also doesn't want to. Kasu also probably doesn't want to get one-upped by Big Mex on Survival Hunter, so he's going to just mirror it directly and see if that works out for them instead, which makes sense. You're not going to have a huge advantage with the utility on Survival Hunter on their team specifically. Like, you're not going to be resetting Feral Bleeds. You're probably not going to be taking Mending Bandage at all, really, in this matchup. But I do wonder what their strat's going to be. If they want to run the Undispellable Trap, go Druid, or even go Shadow Priest to prevent the Mass Dispel.
Ooh, yeah.
Or go after Hunter. Like, what's going to be their target here? Is going to be the real question from MYWAY, because I don't think we've seen Kasu play Survival in this comp. We've only seen Beast Mastery throughout the last season. Did he play Survival? Was it his team?
Yeah, Kasu,
I feel like they have, yeah.
He was a Survival main before they buffed PM. He was he's good with it. He's good with it.
Which probably means they didn't win with it at that time. So we're going to get to see it when Survival is actually in a good position, and see how it plays out. But like I said, Spawn of Damage, they're playing a comp nobody else is really playing. Like Shadow Priest Hunter has been played a bit by the Golden Guardians, but it's really rare that you see this. It's kind of like that clutch pick. The fact that they're trying to make a tournament run with it, it kind of feels like it might be their only option at the moment in terms of viability. Like, I don't see a Warrior slotting into their team very effectively right now based on the performances of the Warriors if you don't have a mage to go with it. So trying to run through this whole thing with Shadow Priest Hunter is going to be a big undertaking. They need to win 2 more games. And I'm sure we're going to be getting these underway as soon as possible. Maybe Kasu is setting something up. I'm not sure as to what's going on with the teams and their prep for this, because this is the longest we've had between a match. But I can imagine that they want to be getting in here as soon as possible and sending these games and deciding who's going to be making it. Like, are reigning champions going home with Maro's team? Or are they going to be able to clutch it out, get to Championship Sunday, and face off against TBD? Face off against Swapsy's team. How is Swapsy's team going to deal with the jungle, right? Like, how do we think they'd measure up against either team? I feel like they'd be a bit worried about either of these teams making it through, a jungle or a Shadow Priest Hunter, because that the destruction kind of sit back, do damage and don't die strat might get pushed to the limit.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it at this point. Damage, I feel like right now is king. It looks like we are going to be getting the game underway between MYWAY and Spawn of Damage, going into game number 2 on Tiger's Peak. Spawn of Damage right now up 1-0. MYWAY switching it up and bringing in the Survival Hunter of their own. And we'll see. I mean, we've talked a lot about Survival Hunter and kind of its flexibility and its power with that 4-set. The double legendary is going to make it even better. And I do believe we're going to be seeing that next weekend. So some big changes. Things could be switched up even more. But for now, we'll turn our attention to this match and see if MYWAY is going to be able to battle it back with that Survival Hunter. How much pressure can they put out? You talked about you want to see the the ultimate kind of Lords of Damage, and we could finally see Kasu and Big Mix go head-to-head in this one, Sid.
Yeah, and I mean, Kasu's going to get to play the damage legendary, I would imagine. Whereas Big Mix is going to need that Feign Death to reset the Feral Bleed. So Kasu tied as BM. As Survival, he could just surpass it here. They're opening up on Aeritros to start things off. Switching over to Big Mix in a swap. They're likely swapping off that Roar of Sacrifice. And they're going to get a tremendous amount of damage onto Big Mix in that first stun lock. I thought that was lights out there in game number 2, but they hold strong. Relza pre-barriers this incoming stun freezing trap. Nice play by Relza. The barrier is soaking a bunch of damage on both of his partners. Really nice read by him. Good exchange, and Big Mix is the one that is on the back foot right now. MYWAY are not going down without a fight.
Yeah, there's no way at this point. Trap's going to land on Alexia. Aeritros getting interrupted. Not able to get the Master Spell just yet, but it seems like Spawn of Damage is going to be stable at this point in the game. Relza hasn't committed too much damage. Alexia now into a stun. Let's see what they can get done. Main stun over onto Aeritros. A bit of cross crowd control. This is MYWAY playing super aggressive in the match so far. Consistently landing crowd control as well as getting out damage, but a Spawn of Damage has been very stable the last couple of seconds, last minute or so. So looking good so far. Let's see if they can get crowd control onto Relza and actually get something going, or is their strategy literally just do damage? Trap on Alexia. Big Mix in a lot of trouble, having to use Aurora Sacrifice as well as his Feign Death, resetting all of those bleeds. And that's why it's so difficult for the jungle to actually take down a Survival Hunter. Every time he Feign Deaths, all the magic effects, all the bleed effects are removed, and normally should be safe after that happens. It has a very low cooldown, so they're going to have to work through that defense if they want to actually secure a win.
Yeah, and Aeritros is running that improved Master Spell talent as well, so he's going to be able to remove some of these traps now that we know that Big Mix is the target of choice. Pre-Iron Bark here onto Big Mix. That's going to force them to go after Aeritros. Aeritros with a beautiful fade. And then for the next trap, he's going to have that improved Master Spell once again. Kasu, though, taking huge damage here, and it's going beautifully in the way of Spawn of Damage right now. They're just doing a lot of damage, burning through Relza's mana. So far, though, yet to force out any real massive defensives from the side of MYWAY. As MYWAY, they have forced out some of Big Mix's personal cooldowns as well as that Iron Bark. So this trap right here could be big, but Luxia actually it doesn't get trapped right there. So Big Mix now potentially looking to push it. Oh, Relza sitting up for a drink. So this kind of a bait setup there, and Kasu now finally getting aggressive here. Relza getting a lot of mana here, kind of equalizing that win condition, but Luxia also sat down for a drink, so both healers tied on mana. Kasu, though, taking massive damage. Big Mix looking for the trap, blinks in, but he blinks in way too far. Big Mix almost going down right there, forced to trade out his human race shell as well as that aspect of the turtle. So now Big Mix in a lot of trouble. Trap gets master spot by Luxia, and if they can get that next freezing trap full and set up the damage, they could potentially take out Big Mix already. Now is the time for Spawn of Damage to start spawning some damage.
Yeah, Aeritros sending the Siphene. That's going to get sniped off pretty early on. He's trying to push forward and get aggressive, but Big Mix needs to be careful. Stun onto Relza. Where's the follow-up? Nice psychic scream on the whole team. Looks like it ended up breaking early on Relza. He's gonna get silence, drop a barrier preemptively for crowd control. Big Mix is patiently holding on to CC. Luxia proccing a tree form, so his healing is going to be amplified by quite a large margin here as Kasu and Tony try to make a push. Tree form is over. Stun into freezing trap. Aeritros needs a mass dispel here. Goes to the mass dispel, gets it. Now a mind control. They have to purge that, connecting the Iron Bark. Big Mix should be stable. He fakes the Shadow Word Death. Now the soul shape from Relza to blink away from the freezing trap. And he is cycloned up, unable to CC Relza. Luxia is drinking. Luxia knows that his mana actually evened out later on in the game as it went on, so he wants to make sure his mana is maximum at all times so it doesn't become an option for MYWAY to achieve victory. The Psy Fiend is a good adaptation by Aeritros if Big Mix is going to be the target. That's going to be their main opportunity to kill the Feral Druid through all of the extra healing that Tony provides to the team. Freezing Trap going to get mass dispelled by Aeritros. No stop for that. Relza down to half. Kasu in a stun. Silence on the healer. Kasu clutching out a big heal there. It was his exhilaration, so 2 minutes left on that before he can do another big heal like it. Tony will have to cover him in the future. Relza's trying to push in, gets intercepted by a Psychic Scream. Big Mix is a bit patient here, doesn't want to overextend onto Kasu with no aspect of the turtle. Just sitting in the back, waiting for that Roar Sacrifice, using the aspect of the Eagle. Now here comes the coordinated assaults. Big Mix has power infusion as well. He's going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage. Kasu down to half, but now Big Mix gets intercepted, caught in the main stun, down to half. Harpoon over from Kasu, freezing trap on Luxia. Mass dispelled by Aeritros, activates Empiric Embrace to heal his whole team, but Relza is now in a freezing trap. Kasu getting channeled with that Void Torrent from Aeritros. Has to trade out the aspect of the turtle, and it is back and forth. Bloodbath as dampening begins.
Yeah, dampening just starting right this moment. Kasu going to be in trouble with no aspect of the turtle. We'll have to see. Big Mix still has 40 seconds left on his. Getting aggressive, looking for some damage potentially. This powered barrier drops down to protect Kasu as Big Mix and Aeritros are looking to potentially make an assault here and push forward. Big Mix caught into the main stun. Feigned Death immediately clears him of all those bleeds, and it's Tony that's just getting absolutely destroyed here by Aeritros. A full trap lands onto Relza. Keep in mind, Relza is playing the Relentless, so he has no way to break out of this crowd control. One clean setup, but there's a silence. There it is, getting into silence. Pain Suppression is going to land onto Kasu. Kasu should be able to survive.
Cyclone.
A beautiful Cyclone there by Luxia. Shuts it down and denies any healing onto Kasu.
Beautiful stuff here from Luxia, and he has a massive mana lead. The Iron Bar gets traded out here onto Aeritros. Should be enough to stabilize it, but Aeritros doesn't feel safe. Trades out the Trinket, the Desperate Prayer, as well as that Stone Form, actually, that Racial. You're going to see big damage coming out onto Big Mix. Preemptive Turtle coming out there. Mass Dispel on the trap. Luxia in Tree of Life right now. Spamming out heals, spamming out the Cyclones here. Gets one onto Tony. Mending Bandage by Kasu. Looking to try to prevent himself from going down with that next trap. Big Mix pushing in for it. Aeritros loading up the damage here. There's the Siphon, there's the trap, there's the Dispel though from Relza. Should be enough to keep Kasu alive for now. He has that Exhilaration heal, and he will be forced to pop it. He gets topped up, but Tony gets swapped to as well. Tony could stabilize himself, but Relza has no mana left to work with. Has to just do damage to heal here. Kasu still not out of the woods yet. That Feigned Death Legendary doing some work, but it's going to be enough. Tries to eat the trap, not able to do it. Big Mix snipes it, and he's been doing a phenomenal job landing these traps. And look at Luxia actually bashing Kasu there to avoid the trap. Beautiful place there from Luxia, but now he gets stunned up into a full freezing trap. What are they going to do about it? Mass Dispel comes out. Kasu can't even push forward here because he's just taking so much damage. Silence onto Relza. Do they have a freezing trap? Do they have anything to back that up? Mending Bandage coming out, helping him for just a second. Roar of Sacrifice as well onto Kasu, but is it going to be enough? Fleshcraft from Aeritros playing it safe before he is out. It's Scare Beast onto Relza, and that could just be the game. Nice disarm there onto Kasu. Beautiful Vortex as well, and you can tell Spawn of Damage are on fire. The next trap might just be the game here, Stupid.
Let's see if they can close it out here. Relza's working on fumes at this point, but I feel like he's been playing Disc Caprice on fumes for years. So if there's a healer that could do it, it will be him. Freezing Trap onto the Druid, kick onto the Mass Dispel. Big Mix is alone, and Luxia trinkets, trades, but now there's the Freezing Trap. There's the stun on Kasu. They need to cover on Tony. They interrupt the regrowth into a Cyclone. Triple crowd control. 7 seconds away. 6 seconds away. 5 seconds away. 4 seconds away from the turtle. Big heals come in just in time. Kasu's aspect of the turtle is now available. A very close call for MYWAY, but they hold strong. They hold through it. And now they get the medallion from Luxia, and they stop that Mass Dispel. They could
close out the game. Psyfiend is down on Kasu, though. The healing is reduced significantly onto Kasu. They're going for the kill onto Big Mix. No aspect of the turtle for 50. Can they turn it around? Relza gets Harpoon interrupted. Big Mix right on top of him, looking to try and secure crowd control, but he is getting punished for it and taken out. MYWAY pull it off with nothing left, 1-1.
That was so, we're going to see it in the replay. I love that. Big Mix goes for a trap, and all 3 members just run on top of Relza and make it basically impossible for him to actually land that crowd control. And by trying to maneuver around and actually get that CC, he just basically exposed himself to damage. And that's why they got overwhelmed, and that's why they got taken down. I feel like that was a bit of a miscalculation there by Big Mix, and unfortunately, it's going to cost him game number 2.
That's unbelievable. Just, 15, 20 seconds before he actually goes down, it looked like Kasu was going to go down. They landed a trap where they all dogpiled as well onto Relza, and they get the trap, they get the silence. I mean, we're going to probably see it. It depends how early in this replay that is. Yeah, Big Mix here with the Iron Bark, snipes the trap onto Relza. They go after Kasu. There's the Void Torrent. They kick the heel. This looks like this game is done, At this point, they get the silence, and then here is where the chain falls. They get the bash, and Relza still has that human racial. And I do think that's a bit of a mistake there, actually, from Luxia. If he could have gone for the Cyclone onto the healer there instead of Tony, I think they might have actually secured the kill right there. But that every man for himself is enough to break that chain and allow Relza to actually keep Kasu alive. And then that's the moment that Venruk is talking about, where he's going for the trap, and here it is. Everybody's just stacking onto Relza, making it basically impossible to land it. And Big Mix just finds himself caught up there, kind of behind enemy lines, pushed up a little bit too much, and he does get taken down there. And that was really the last effort there from the jungle to do anything in that match. And Big Mix will at least win the damage. he will lose the game, but at least he wins on the scoreboard.
That's all that matters. If you won on the scoreboard, it means it's your healer's fault. That's just like the rule.
Yeah.
If we could go watch the replay and see whose fault it was, I mean,
I don't know. If you do more damage, it's the healer's fault. That is that's just a rule of thumb. It's an unwritten rule of Arena.
Okay, what if you're the healer that does more healing?
How do you do more healing?
Did he do more
healing? He did more healing.
He actually did more healing. It's no one's fault.
Yeah, it's no one's fault.
It's Aristro's fault then, right?
Is it?
Aritros didn't step up on the healing or damage.
No, he did the same damage as Tony, but less healing. So yeah, it's got to be Aritros' fault.
The number
point for point.
This is what happens when you try to just look at the numbers to tell the story. It doesn't always add up. But I feel like Big Mix at that moment in the game, he needed to just go back to the default strategy of it's the classic: do damage, don't die. If you just did that, I mean, why go for a trap? The healer has no mana anyways. Just do nothing, attack. Probably gonna win that one. So honestly, I feel like this matchup, even though MYWAY went survival and maybe looked a little bit better, I mean, the results definitely were better because they won. It felt kind of like a similar story. And if Spawn of Damage, plays really solid, they don't kind of throw away the match, I feel like this is still their series to lose based off these games.
I like this map, actually. This is kind of building into what we were talking about earlier, where Survival Hunter is starting to just become a wizard. Like just a straight up replacement, wizard. I mean, think about it. Spawn of Damage. They're playing God Comp. That's what they're playing. But with a Survival Hunter, that's actually what they're playing, right? I mean, instead of Sheep, they got Freezing Trap, and instead of a Mage, they got a Survival Hunter, which right now is doing significantly more damage. So yeah, they're playing God Comp, and this is what you would pick as a map if you were God Comp into jungle. I like it.
Okay. The Survival Hunter is an honorary wizard member.
I really think it is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like Hunters have been a wizard for a long time, but nobody wants to talk about it. You know what I mean? They're just a wizard that doesn't have to cast. I'm saying it.
Sting,
I'm saying what everyone else is thinking. They're a wizard that doesn't have to cast.
They got Wildfire Bombs, which are Chaos Bolt. They've got Serpent Sting, which is Moonfire.
They have their trap, which is Palm Sheep.
You speak your truth, man. You speak your truth.
I will. I don't care what anyone says. This is what I think. And I actually, like I said, I really think Survival Hunters, there's some stuff that we're going to see. Like, I really think like the Shadow Priest survival we're seeing right now, but I think that's just the tip of it. Destro Warlock is going to be one, Affliction Warlock. I want to queue. If there's any Survival Hunters that want to play with the Frost Mage, I'm down. Just saying. I'll try that one out too. Granted, you have, you know, your set bonuses and stuff. Otherwise, not for me.
See you in the creation.
Don't message me unless you have 4 set. Unless you have everything farmed up to 85.
Yeah.
Not interested.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Unless you're a Destro lock, because you need to preemptively apologize to them for ignoring them the past 2 years. And
I have not been doing that though. Have
you not?
I've been planting the seeds. I have a lot of Destro Warlock friends. I've been planting the seeds. I've been playing with Destro Warlocks nonstop.
Game.
No, I've been dropping ice walls for Destro Warlocks. Yeah. Finally, it's going to pay off. Finally.
All of your investing.
Nobody wanted to play with them. Nobody wanted to play with me. But now, you know, the Wizards will rule. Anyways, back to this match. MYWAY, they were able to secure a win, tie up the series 1-1 right now, going to game number 3. Spawn of Damage. I feel like they were just so close. They were at the finish line of actually winning that last game. They just need to clean up defense a little bit. And I feel like this is definitely a series they could win.
Absolutely. And we're going to see if they can do it. This could easily just be one of those maps, one of the series that just goes back and forth depending on the maps. We're going to see immediately a trap from KAZU out of stealth onto Luxia. Big damage coming out onto Big Mix. Will they get that same initial opener? Powered barrier actually gets traded out instantly as well in response to Big Mix's cooldown. Relza had a strong opener in that last game with that same play. Oh, nice soul shape there on the trap. And he does get it this time around. Relza very, very quick with it right there. And now as a result, Spawn of Damage, all they can do is just spam some damage. They can't really do anything, and Relza can just deflect that easily with that powered barrier. Nice root there on the grip by Tony, and they secure themselves a nice spear, but Erytros is there with the Master Spell, and since they did increase the cooldown of Master Spell, that means that the next time they get a freezing trap, that could potentially be big trouble if they can land it onto Luxia. Nice fake on the premonition there onto Relza. Big Mix lands the trap, but doesn't look like he actually is able to get anything with it. And next freezing trap, if KAZU can find it very, very soon, that could be an opening for them here for MYWAY to actually take that first big cooldown.
Well, let's see if they can keep up the momentum here. Relza, he's run out of mana every single game, and he just keeps going. Like, it just seems like if he hits 0, it's not actually 0. You know, it's like when you got your gas tank, it's like 3%, and you keep going, and it lasts for a really long time. Like, Relza is that type of gas tank with his mana bar. Like, it's insane what he is getting done with how limited his mana is throughout this entire series. His set bonuses are going to be really nice as well. In that Disc Priest, we just saw one of those penances empowered by his set bonus. Did a huge amount of damage to Erytros. So if he's ever getting those empowered penances from his Power of the Dark Side on his Radiance, like, he is going to just send out a machine gun amount of penances. And he's getting really aggressive with them on the Shadow Priest, constantly bouncing him down to half. But now he's caught in a stun. KAZU in position, trying to eat the freezing trap, but Big Mix is stunned and can't go for it. Luxia ducks in with a wild charge, looking for a bash, trying to set up some damage for his team. Relza is still just dodging trap, and KAZU eats the freezing trap. Big Mix has not been able to land one, although maybe you don't even need to. Like, look at Relza's mana. Just attack. Like, if you trap him, he regenerates mana. Maybe just keep attacking and don't even worry about trapping. Like, trap Tony. Tony's healing. Make Relza spend mana and put your traps onto Tony. Might actually be a better option for them.
Yeah, I mean, they can literally just default to the do damage, don't die strategy. Just survive, kite around, do as much damage as possible. I mean, it is one of the strengths of this composition. Tony getting rotted down right now. Erytros going absolutely insane on that Shadow Priest, putting out a bunch of damage. Rel's already down to 40% mana. Luckily for him, he is playing Night Phase, so overall his mana regeneration isn't too bad. He's been able to sustain quite a while in this particular match. Double Fear coming in. Tony forced to use the survival instincts in order to survive some of that incoming damage, freeing Relza, but Intimidation Stun comes in as Big Mix is going for a trap, lands the full trap, but a preemptive pain suppression. Big Mix needs to make sure he doesn't throw away the game once again. He's been playing a phenomenal series so far, but just needs to not get too aggressive. If Luxia doesn't have any way to help him, I think that's going to be crucial in this match.
Yeah, and Tony going for a Cyclone there onto Erytros, shutting him down a little bit there. Luxia helping to innovate, looking for those pre-hots. He gets trapped on it. Immediate Master Spell. Actually, that was a trinket. I was like, whoa, that was really quick, actually, even for an improved Master Spell. Luxia is just going to respect that trinket. Iron Bark, spamming out those hots there with that Innervate. Going to be able to, heal without actually spending any mana. Now Luxia looking to sit down for a drink, hoping that his hots will do enough, but I don't think he's actually going to be able to sit down for it. and he will get shut down. And now Tony going for the bash. And do they have the damage here? Who's going to be the target? Tony actually a victim of the Scythe right there. Fear onto Relza into the freezing trap. And now Kasu going to be the target. Tony just ducking around the corner, keeping himself alive. And Relza actually with a mana lead right now in the situation. And maybe Supertiz is right. Maybe just trapping up Tony and actually targeting Relza a little bit more, targeting Kasu to burn his mana a little bit quicker. Could be a strategy change that we'll see. Double roar coming out from Tony. Beautiful trap there onto Luxia. Kasu taking massive damage. Tony as well. And Kasu is going to eat another trap there. Big Mix looking for the powered barrier coming out. And that should be enough here to recover on the side of MYWAY. But it should be kind of expensive in terms of mana there for Relza. Tony actually topping himself up once again with those regrowths. And that's one of the things that actually allows Relza to conserve a lot of his mana. He heals a lot with damage and just heals a lot. Tony heals a lot. Luxia sitting down for a drink, and they're looking for him. Kasu actually very low. Relza gets faked on the premonition there. Big Max once again pushing for a trap. We've seen this movie before. No trinket onto Luxia for 20 seconds. Nasty spell coming out there by Aritros. Almost could have been the game right there. Big Max still has his aspect of the turtle to work with, though. Kasu still, I feel like every time I look on Kasu, he's always at 50% HP, but somehow Relza is still keeping up his mana. So I don't know how he's doing it, but so far it's looking good, and we are just entering dampening here. Both of these teams, I can't tell you who's going to win.
Yeah, 5.5 minutes in here. Mana in favor of Luxia, but I swear Relza's tank just keeps going and going and going. I have to wait and see if he can pull it off again here and move to match point or fall in game number 3. Big Mix is all over him, lands a freezing trap. Now it's one-on-one between Kasu and Big Mix. Big Mix using that mending bandage, resetting the bleeds. Tony taking some ROP. As soon as Relza comes out of crowd control, Radiance tops the team. Nice vortex by Luxia on the harpoon, but the trap landed anyways. Kasu actually sniped that while he's getting pulled back mid-air in a tornado. Like, you gotta have some laser vision to be able to land that while you're just getting yoinked by the Ursul's vortex. Despite that, they're not going to get too much, I think, in this position. Bash coming out here onto Tony. Tony going to trinket and kick Luxia. Aritros dips low, and Dispersion has been forced. Big Mix trying to bait Shadow or Death with the fake trap. Goes for a real one. Traps a pet. It looks like Relza was able to soul shape away from another freezing trap, man. MYWAY have avoided so many freezing traps in game number 3. Like, I can't even count at this point how many times they've soaked a freezing trap, dodged a freezing trap, or death a freezing trap. Kasu on the back foot still, though, despite all of that crowd control avoidance. They're trying to pick him back up. Luxia is trying to drink. This could be a time for MYWAY to get aggressive. They flare Luxia out of stealth, send the hyenas after him to stop him from drinking and prevent him from fully recovering. But Innervate is rolling. Luxia is getting big, expensive heals out with
whoa,
and Efflorescence, but Aritros is getting blasted. Huge heals come up from Luxia. Procs that Tree of Life exactly when he needed it. You get some big instant heals to stabilize the team. Now we see Void Form out from Aritros. He's starting to dig in, and Relza 0 mana. I'd say triple dot. Just do damage at this point. Try and get some CC on the Feral Druid in dampening is going to be the way to win this.
I think so too. Relza right now into a freezing trap, trades out the pain suppression. It is going to break. Put dots on Relza. Put dots on everyone. At this point, you got the mana lead if you're spawn up damage. Do damage, don't die is the name of the game. Let's see if they can hold on just a little bit longer. Kasu getting incredibly low. Fang Death removes all of those magic effects. And he is going to use that aspect of the cheetah to try and run away. Aritros in hot pursuit with Big Mix, not allowing to completely recover behind the pillar. Relza almost has no mana left, trading out Rapture, his last defensive cooldown. Get those shields, stay ahead of the damage at the same time. Aritros getting low. Dispersion is available, Fade's available. Aritros going to play it relatively safe. Going for the Master Spell, manages to find it, but I don't know how much healing Luxia has right now. He's got the Nature Swiftness. Doesn't look like he's going to trade at the same time. Kasu getting incredibly low. This is so back and forth. Anyone could fall. That 18% dampening. Kasu, aspect of the turtle. Are you going to trade it? He trades out the aspect of the turtle. Relza sitting down, looking for a drink. They need to shut down that drink if they can. They do. Big Mix not overextending too much. He's going in, stopping the drink. Now retreating, but this is great pressure from a spawn of damage.
Beautiful pressure, and now a trap here onto Luxia. Immediate Master Spell coming out there. Kasu, what are you gonna do? He's bashed up in the middle of the map. Tony's looking for the Cyclone, and Luxia actually gets the Cyclone onto Tony. Beautiful damage, and that's gonna be it. Nicely done there by Luxia. You can see this man is super fired up right now. They take the win here. What an excellent Cyclone into the Recyclone on the Trinket as well, and the Vortex as well. Really setting his team up there and keeping his cool throughout the game as well. I mean, there was the HP bars were looking like yo-yos here, on both sides. So the fact that he's keeping up his team like that, definitely doing a great job, keeping his composure, making sure that he has mana as well for the late game. It's very, very stressful, and both of these teams not playing a Holy Priest right now, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out ahead, the Disc Priest or the Resto Druid. But here we are going to see the replays.
Yeah, this is insane. Like, MYWAY ate so much crowd control, but Spawn of Damage said, okay, you want to eat our crowd control? We're just going to hit you all. And as soon as they started dotting everybody, they just fell to shambles in terms of being able to recover. And it really prevented Relza from being able to heal once he hit 0 mana. So I love that they adapted their strategy here in game number 3. I almost think that they should go for the Diamond Ice trap next time and just lob that out every once in a while, maybe on a target at low health, prevent its recovery on the Feral Druid, stop the Feral from healing. If they can remove the Feral healing, then Relza's mana is really going to be a problem. It's right here. Erytros got full dots on Relza. He's Flayed Shot. He's trying to AoE heal. 0 mana. Castle goes for a Freezing Trap, instantly removed. Power Infusion is up. And when Power Infusion is up, Big Mix is going to be big trouble here. So even though Relza avoids crowd control, he gets silenced at the last second. Tony's at half health, cloned. I really like the CC on the Feral at the end of this match. He's going to be the main target that you need to remove from the fight in those moments when you're going for the kill. Like, look at the scoreboard, 1.2 million healing on the Feral Druid. If they can execute that again, like, they're going to Championship Sunday, and it's unbelievable to think that the reigning champions won't be.
No, I mean, I really couldn't have said it better myself. We're seeing some basically some Titan teams, some former champions potentially getting eliminated. We already saw one. I mean, Maro's team, SK Pieces, getting eliminated today is unbelievable, not making the top 4. I had him in my top 4 pick, as well as MYWAY. So Spawn of Damage really stepping up with this composition, doing a fantastic job so far, just putting out the pressure, surviving, getting the CC when they need it. And honestly, I feel like this is very similar to how the last game played out, except there was a bit of a throw. So I still feel like tons of momentum in on the side of Spawn of Damage. MYWAY, I wonder if they go back to Beast Mastery. Maybe they go to Marks. Marks is another spec that's actually pretty good right now. I don't know if it's going to be good in this matchup, but really? Yeah, Marks is actually good too. Yeah, I've seen plenty of clips of Marks Hunters one-shotting with aim shot, one-shotting Sea-Doo in particular.
After seeing Outlaw Rogue, I am convinced anything is possible right now. We've been, if I see a demo look, I won't even be surprised. Well,
okay, demo you will see that coming.
Demo
you
is
will see a
good.
demo lock.
Oh,
yeah. The one thing you won't see is an Arcane Mage. I promise you that.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have to tell me that. I already know. Let's be honest. I did play some Arcane Mage earlier today, and yeah, let's just leave it at that. But back to the game. What an explosive matchup. And I really think that what we talked about a little bit earlier when the maps were picked, I think it's starting to come true here. We're starting to see big maps going in favor of the fake God comp. And the small maps looking like they're a little bit more in favor of the jungle. And you could tell, Hook Point, very, very nice selection here from MYWAY. I would give them a little bit of an edge in terms of map here for sure, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough because on one hand, they are going to have that aggression. They're going to have that, raw pressure, that single target pressure edge. But on the other hand, Spawn of Damage just has so many answers. Massive Spell, and Erytros has been very, very quick with it, very clutch, and as well Big Mix, Mending Bandage, Feign Death, things like that to just reduce the amount of damage that they take. And Luxie as well, with this random broccoli form procs, is just owning. He's just topping people like this, and he seems to always just get them exactly when he needs to. So I feel like Spawn of Damage has a good, it's like they're like a brick wall that MYWAY kind of needs to run through, and even on a small map, it's a hard thing to do.
I was gonna say, I feel like at least on the public test realm for 9.2, Resto Druids were absolutely insane. Like they're really good. I feel like it might be one of those specs that's kind of flying under the radar. I know there's some teams in North America that have been using it. Like I know
it got Omega buffed and then got nerfed on top of the Omega buffs at the same time.
Do you think it was a
Holy
net
Priest?
nerf, though?
Holy Priest didn't get nerfed along. Like Resto Druid and Holy Priest got those really big buffs for PvE.
Yeah.
Resto Druid got counter nerfed in PvP, and Holy Priest didn't really.
Did everything get counter nerfed though?
Everything except Holy Priest, I think.
No, I
At
mean,
least-
the Druids, like, Druids got a lot of changes. Was it just
So the
net
mana
nerfs?
regen is still good. The problem is that like they made Overgrowth cheap, but then they nerfed their mana regen to even it out in PvP. So their mana regen in PvP got nerfed, but Overgrowth is a lower cost, so you get your full row of hots a little bit better. I think Resto Druid is still good. So, I mean, obviously, as Luxia is able to pull off wins here, maybe he wins the whole thing, right? In the Holy Priest meta, one tree stands alone. So he's going to convert people over to the Bark side eventually. There's too many people left in the light of Holy at the moment. Luxia is going to be the Bark side. It's all the Holy Priests are okay. I can sometimes be funny.
That's my favorite one of the day. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I wonder. I wonder if we'll see many Shaman this weekend. Mistweaver.
The Shaman set bonuses are just not. Mistweaver set bonuses are really not good for Arena. Like you're not excited about those ones. The Essence Font ones in PvP.
Essence Font isn't great, but the 4-set is pretty good.
You think it's enough for Monk and Tournament?
I don't know.
I saw Foxy on it actually against Sea-Doo. Or against Golden Guardians. He was playing it. It looked okay.
Yeah.
I just don't think you compete with the value.
The one thing that is going in favor of Mistweavers is their mana. They're the best mana regen of any healer. So if they could find a comp that could maybe, go the distance, I could see it maybe working out, but haven't seen it yet. We'll have to see if we do see it this weekend whatsoever. We're going to be going to North America tomorrow. This is our final series of the day. I do believe Game 4, Spawn of Damage, is one game away from knocking out MYWAY, which would be unbelievable. MYWAY, the current champs of Europe. And if they get knocked out here on basically day number 1 of this season's AWC, I feel like that would be a real statement.
Yeah, I think, it could become the reality here. I mean, Spawn of Damage has 2 chances to essentially knock him out, and so far it's looking like they are just on fire. Spawn of Damage here have a chance to just upset the whole bracket with this Shadow Priest Hunter Druid. Like, this is not a comp that you really see almost ever, so it's going to be interesting to see if they can do it. They just need to do it one more time. MYWAY, reigning champion. Let's see, can they pull it off? The gates are open, the game has started. Full trap onto Relza. Big damage coming out there. Double fear coming out here from Aritros. They're finding some pressure onto Big Mix. They're finding some pressure onto Tony, as well as Kasu. Beautiful silence. Void Torrents gets channeled in. Kasu needs to be very careful here. Catches a couple of big heals. Rapture coming in here as well. Big Mix still a little bit on the back foot.
Resonator.
Cast it out by Luxia. And the Resonator is on the ground, about to explode here. They keep him in it. And it looks like Big Mix is going to be completely fine there. I think he used his Aegis right there to counter it. And Big Mix is going to be completely fine. Looking for the trap here, but there's a powered barrier down. So not sure how much they can actually get done if he does land that trap. And Relza, what a nice premonition there on the trap last match as well. He's been on fire with the soul shapes. And also his teammates eating those traps. So far, both teams playing an excellent defense. And no one's really going to pull ahead with any big cooldowns.
Yeah, let's see if they can maintain it here in game number 5. That mana bar of Relza is the name of the game here for Spawn of Damage. Silence on the healer. Kasu down to half. Relza tops him off with that Power of the Dark Side penance. Stun from Big Mix. Is he getting the trap? Freezing trap lands. Kasu's down to half, but they're just going for the kill. Big Mix on 10%. Luxia interrupted. Barely surviving there. Close call, but now Tony and Kasu are still rotting down. Aritros is tearing in with that Void Form, trying to push for that aspect of the turtle. Not finding enough damage. Now swapping back to Tony. And they're going to trigger the Rapture from Relza. Big power shields. Luxia jumps away from the Psychic Scream with that Wild Charge, but gets caught into a stun. Gets gripped by Aritros, trying to avoid the freezing trap. Good crowd control avoidance from both sides, honestly. Like, you can tell the caliber of players from both sides is top notch. You're not going to get much better than this, but Big Mix gets blasted. Feign Deathing almost going down, disengaging back into the back line of his team. Kasu now taking huge hits from Aritros. That Void Torrent, maximum value. Feign Deathing trying to reset and recover. And by time for Relza, Big Mix harpoons in, goes for the freezing trap. Says, I know you're going to get mind games here and not use Shadow or Death. And they get a full aspect of the turtle from Kasu with that freezing trap. And the mind games are insane. Every time Relza's been deathing it, look at the damage. Aritros stepping up in game number 4. 2 targets just always at 50% health almost immediately after they recover. This is a scary Spawn of Damage.
Yeah, it definitely is. Big Mix once again gets gripped away Resonator Trinket looking to do devastating damage, but as long as they can stack on it, they can kind of soak the damage and split it, as well as getting gripped out of it is going to be a huge win as well. Rel's mana about even, so this smaller map is actually looking much better for MYWAY. I don't think Lexi's been able to actually escape and drink. Casu in the meantime getting incredibly low. He needs to be careful. Big Mix also caught into a stun as they're looking to take him down. Double roar! Beautiful play there by Tony. Catching the CC on the small map, pulling out a victory just 3 minutes in, tying up this series.
This is incredible. We're going to game number 5 for the last series of the day. Loser gets knocked out, and it's going to be, you know, it's going to be a nail biter. This was an incredible setup, though, to get that kill, that last little roar there to shut down any defensive plays coming out. And it's just little micro plays like that that can just turn things on its head. And MYWAY going to be walking out with that one. And who knows, honestly, where we're going to go next. I would imagine we're going to some big map. But first, let's take a look at the replay here. Relza, this is when they get the full freezing trap. This is where they get the aspect of the turtle from Casu there. Casu just almost going down. And then Casu actually going for the Door of Shadows. Gets a couple of heals to Resonator Trinket. Gets lobbed out soon. And I think they life grip that one. Or maybe that already happened, actually. They go after Big Mix here. Big Mix actually pushing in, or pushing back rather, to his healer. He gets stunned up. There's the Resonator. He gets gripped. There it is. And Casu here pushing forward, looking for the trap there, but doesn't commit it just yet. Relza once again in a trap. And they're just building up a lot of pressure. And if you ask me, at this point, it looks like Spawn of Damage are just in the driver's seats. They have, I mean, look to the right. They have every single button. And then they get the stun there. Big Mix gets counter stunned. They get a silence onto Luxia.
Wow.
Beautiful roar, and they just take him down. You know, they're both preparing there for the freezing trap, but Tony just says nope. Goes for the roar, and they just find the kill just like that with that spider sting. You know, this is a very unconventional setup. Typically, you see a stun into trap, but there's a stun into a spider sting into a roar, and it's just barely enough damage to take him down. And you know, they have all of their cooldowns, but it's just such a surprising setup that they just don't react to it in time.
Can't count them out. MYWAY moved to game 5. It's looking grim there, but with map pick advantage to Spawn of Damage, then they can get a lot more space to work with. The one thing that those Resonators forced was things like mobility cooldowns, right? Like we see Disengage used to avoid it, Grip used to avoid it, which means you can't grip a trap now. If you grip a Resonator, you can't grip the crowd control.
That's interesting.
So even if the Resonators aren't necessarily directly hitting, they're forcing cooldowns that would otherwise stop future crowd control or future setups. So they're indirectly getting value. Or you connect the Resonator and maybe the target just dies. So it's a nice little adaptation from MYWAY in game number 4. The 9.2 Resonators, perhaps it's going to get them to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I think my prediction for map would probably be Maldraxxus Coliseum. I think we're going to be going there for the 3rd time today. And yeah, we'll have to see if that does work out.
Should we tell them?
Yeah, I feel like there's been like a little bit of an inside joke. Super T's and I had like a little friendly handshake wager. He didn't think anyone would pick Maldraxxus Coliseum today, and I thought, or this weekend, he didn't think anyone would pick it this weekend, but
yeah,
we've seen that a few teams have.
Yeah. It's not looking good for you, Super T's.
Hey, I took a risk. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because usually teams don't actually select the new maps. Like when we saw, like how often do we see Mugambala?
We didn't though here, just for sake of saying, we didn't go here. Okay? It's not every time it's happened.
Well, for fake God Comp, it's not a bad map as well to go to Tolvir. Just saying. But it is interesting though, because usually when a new map gets added, like how often do we see the Robodrome? We see it like last season only when Destrolux would pick it and they want to stand up top on one of those little ramps and just be gods. Aside from that, we really don't see it picked. And
I like it too.
Yeah, no, Robodrome is awesome. But there's a lot of maps like that. Mugambala, we don't see it very often as well, because it's like you have to learn so much, to really know how to abuse it and what comps it works well for. That it's easier to stick to what you know. I think the biggest exception is like kind of maybe Hook Point. It's like the newest map that actually does get locked in almost every series. and that's because it's pretty straightforward map, you know, favored for melee cleaves. But anyway, we're not gonna see a new map, new-ish, but actually, Tolvir is pretty. Isn't it an old map at this point?
The one expansion old.
Yeah. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, we're gonna go to Tolvir anyway.
Is it actually only one expansion old? Didn't Tolvaron come out in Kata? The zone did.
What?
The arena didn't. The arena didn't, but the zone did.
Tolvaron was not.
Wait, how many expansions did it take for Tolvaron Arena to come out when Tolvaron came out in Kata? I actually don't even remember when Tolvaron Arena came out. Is it really that recent?
I think it's Battle for Azeroth, isn't it?
Did it come out in Legion?
There's no way it was WOD. There's no way it was WOD.
Nah,
I think it was Legion with Asher.
I think it was
Fall.
Legion. I think you're right on Legion.
Ashermane's Fall made sense in Legion. I was like, because that's the new zone.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm remembering that video, the 15 years montage, and like I feel like there's some Legion clips in there that it has full run.
Yeah. I love that. I love how that video starts, by the way, man.
Yeah, the orange marmalade clip is great. I agree.
Yeah, that one is great too, but I was thinking more about the Ruins of Lordaeron clip. That one was my favorite of that video.
What happened in that clip? I forgot.
There's no way you forgot. That video was, you know, you were the starring actor of that video. But anyway, we're going to the Sands of Tolvir, an excellent place for a cat to kind of have fun, as it is a big sandbox here. Let's see. Spawn of Damage versus MYWAY. Loser goes home. This is an elimination match. This is game number 5. Everything is on the line for these two teams. MYWAY, reigning champions of last season. Spawn of Damage. Very experienced roster, but this is a roster that recently came together that doesn't have that much experience playing together, and they are looking to make a name for themselves here in the AWC.
I love how expressive Luxia is. Sorry, I just want to he's so lasered in right now, like very, very intense. I mean, there's a lot on the line, this elimination series, but yeah, take it away, Sid.
Yeah, to see if he can keep it together here against reigning champions. Like, that's going to be, even if they don't make it through the whole thing, if you can beat the reigning champions in Cup number 1, that's still a great start to 2022 here for Spawn of Damage. But Casu actually switched back to Beast Mastery on the big map to guarantee himself some damage here if Big Mix starts kiting too much. So let's see if that works out for him. We see stun onto Luxia. Can they cross crowd control the Freezing Trap? They don't even go for the Freezing Trap. They're going to Freezing Trap the Shadow Priest. And not even go for it on Luxia there, but there's no cross, so this first crowd control chain is botched. Casu is now on the back foot. Relz is trying to power through with Rapture. Big power word shields incoming onto him. Full hots from Luxia onto Big Mix. Haven't seen him get crushed earlier on. He's probably saving the adaptive swarms and snaring wards for the Hunter and going to rely on the dispersion if the Shadow Priest ends up being the target. So let's see if they can manage to recover utilizing those hots in that manner. Luxia proccing a Tree of Life already. Casu disengaging over. Bash. Freezing Trap gets gripped by Eritros. Grell's a Shadower deaths the Freezing Trap. Like, both these teams know exactly how to play around that Freezing Trap, and they're doing an excellent job throughout this entire series, but only one can remain in the top 4. Who is it going to be, MYWAY or Spawn of Damage?
I mean, only time will tell. Casu getting low. That's going to be the power word barrier from Relza to keep his team alive and aggressive. Casu playing that Beast Mastery specialization, going to be able to put a lot of range damage, and might actually be something that's really nice on this map. Beast Mastery Hunter gets out a lot of consistent damage, especially at range. Big Mix right now getting a little bit low. Casu as well, as both these Hunters kind of exchange blows, but it's Big Mix into the stun. Silence onto Luxia. Big Mix might fall. It is going to be a Void Shift, so I don't know if it was necessarily needed because Big Mix did get off the Feigned Death, but better safe than sorry, I suppose. Eritros going to use that lifeline in order to keep his team alive. I believe that was actually the trinket, or recently the trinket from Luxia, so Spawn of Damage is quickly trading through the defensive cooldowns here.
Yeah, and Eritros is playing that Void Shift now, so that's one of the adaptations there, but that is unfortunate that he overlapped it. Shadow of Death. Oh, they almost eat the trap there. Beautiful route there as well onto Casu, securing that trap right there, but you don't really get too much done with it. Luxia still with no trinkets. The next trap could be devastating, but what a beautiful vortex. Look at Luxia here, just using that map, re-stealthing here actually, just to avoid Tony, knowing that he needs to buy some seconds. And the preemptive Iron Bark here, it's going to come out from Luxia right there, and Casu actually fakes it there, so that's beautifully done there by Casu. They're just going to buy themselves a little bit more time. They know that that next setup could be absolute devastation if they can land it, but a counter go launched here from Big Max lands the trap, lands the fear. What can they get done? Void Crash coming in here from Aritros. Mind Blast, beautiful damage coming in. But now, here is the setup. This could be deadly. Stun onto Big Mex, stun onto Luxia. Big Mex into a restun. Almost taking him out there with the disorienting roar. But this time, they will deny it. Big Mex says, no, not again, Tony. And he will answer with the Roar of Sacrifice. Should be enough to keep him alive. And now this freezing trap is just there for show. It's not really going to amount to anything. Luxia with that broccoli form as well, able to keep Big Mix completely fine. And now it's going to be Aritros here doing tons and tons of damage. And he does have that Void Eruption and ready to go. Relza, 4 minutes in, completely tapped here. And this could be the win condition for Spawn of Damage. They just need to stay alive. 5 seconds left on that trap or on that trinket, but it gets Master Spell, that trap right there. Big Mex should be able to survive another setup here with that innovate with the Wild Growth, with those big heals from the Resto Druid. And now another fear onto Relza. Relza needs to find a drink immediately, and that is going to be the aspect of Eternal forced out as well from Kasu. Things are not looking good for MyWAY.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off here. Relza's the disc priest, the last one really, playing with 0 mana. Can he keep it going for his team? Big Mix down to 10% on match point. Game 5, do they qualify? Big Mix survives, disengages behind the pillar. Pressure onto Kasu. It looks like Relza stabilizes with that big heal Radiance. Big Mix is trying to go for the kill here. Aritros is chasing down Kasu as well, trying to go for the game-winning damage. 5 minutes in, dampening has just started, but Luxia is struggling to heal. He doesn't have many options for his team. Silence onto Relza, but Luxia is into the bash. Void Torrent gets feigned death. Aritros damage is going to be reduced significantly. Relza in the trap. They need more. So much trouble on Relza, but Kasu on match point barely recovers. Relza picks him up by the skin of his teeth. Tony now getting rotted down to half health, trying to retreat, but he's going to get stunned up in midfield. Love the crowd control and the Feral Druid. Take Tony out of the fight at this point. He's going to be the backup healer, but Relza snuck away. Got a tiny bit of mana, but he's caught into a fear. Can they keep the chain going on Relza? Into a full trap. Kasu down to half. Void Eruption coming up from Aritros. Massive damage incoming on to Kasu. That is it. Game over. KO. Spawn of Damage. Go to Championship Sunday.
Look at Luxia, man. You can tell he is so happy to be making it here to the top 4, and what a well-deserved victory. Is that a message? Free Scalia? Free Scalia, let's go. Let's go. I have no idea what that means. Oh, actually, I do know what that means. Okay, so I think I read about this on Twitter. I think his girlfriend was playing at his place and she got allegedly falsely banned. So that's what I think his girlfriend is probably called Scalia, and that's what it means. I think they're talking about the free Scalia Blizzard.
Okay. All right. Well, on that note, Spawn of Damage are going to be taking that game number 5 victory. We can see how they did that right here in game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's just really, honestly, it was a beautiful crowd control that eventually concludes this game. But I'm really surprised. I mean, dampening is just kicking in now. Relza's got no mana left whatsoever. And unfortunately, it's really, really difficult to recover. I think he actually goes and sits down for a drink at some point here. He does manage to escape, but these full traps, Kasu feigned deathing off, but getting incredibly low once again. Aritros just so on point, immediately redotting him and almost taking him down after that feigned death. And I think it's at this moment where Relza tries to escape and go for a drink. Tony's just going to preemptively trade out his survival instincts. Kasu's going to go for a feigned death, and then Aritros pushes in for a fear, and here's the fear into the trap. And it's at this point where Kasu, there's just nothing really left for him to work with. He doesn't have cooldowns. His healer's in a long extended crowd control chain. Tony's already used all his mana, and that's what kind of happens. I mean, once again, you can see the damage. Spawn of Damage is a team that's really impressed me. I didn't put them in my top 4, but now seeing this composition play out and at the level that they're playing it, it's been really, really impressive, and they definitely have earned their spot in this top 4.
Oh, 100%, especially when I was talking to Luxia specifically about just that lower bracket run that they've had to do in those offline games, and that they've continued to do today. I mean, if you look at the day that they've had, they beat Bugs, they knocked them out of the tournament, and that was another really good team. I mean, every single team that showed up today, incredibly well done, and they were able to stick around, and we're going to see them play another day, and they're going to fight TBD on Championship Sunday. So I think, Fen, to your point, if they continue in this way, this is definitely a team to look out for. Do you think this is a team that can make it to the grand finals?
100%. I believe. I feel like this composition, Zico kind of mentioned it, really well-rounded. I think it can go toe-to-toe with Rogue Mage. I think it can go toe-to-toe with the Wizards. I think just overall, I can't really think of a composition that would outright just destroy it. I mean, maybe some sort of cleave, like a turbo cleave or something like that, but I'm really curious to see how far they can push this composition.
Yeah, I mean, and this is only day one for them as well. I think they're like a week-old team, one of them said on Twitter. So they've still got a lot that they can develop as a team, and they're starting off on a really solid place. So I'm excited to see how this team develops over time. But I mean, we got to go back to that topic of just how strong Zico for day number one the European region is. I was talking with Alec during those games, and he said that every single roster is completely stacked. He thinks the competition is really fierce. He's from Casual Dads. So I think like the sky's the limit with this region, Zico.
Absolutely. I mean, you said it yourself. KUNGARNA, they're no strangers to this. You know, we always see them up there in that upper bracket, just hanging out. And it's going to be Meh, it's going to be Chaz, it's going to be Waz, Raikou. You know, all of these very, very established players. And then Casual Dads. You know, these guys, sure, they're in their kitchen. You know. Renovating and whatnot, but they're also ex-BlizzCon champions. You know, these guys definitely came to play, and they really, really impressed me with their Outlaw Rogue, Destro Warlocks. Picking up Nazarins on that Destro Warlock has been huge for these guys, and it really shows. And of course, you know, PBD, another just massive, massive team. And I mean, forget about which teams that made it. Sure, all of these teams are stacked, but look at the teams that didn't make it.
Yeah.
Like these
that's not even including
MYWAY just
Zico.
MYWAY just got knocked out. Yeah, exactly. We're not even looking at the offline bracket. You know, teams like you know, Kara's team playing that Red Warrior, they were one of the top dogs last season. They didn't even make it here. And when you look at MYWAY, they literally just now got knocked out. Look at SK Pieces, they just got knocked out right before them. Imagine a top 4 without Maro in it. Like, what is going on? Europe is definitely just stacked. And I think a lot of it also comes down to the fact that we're starting to see some of these teams that some of these players that don't actually sign up for the AWC and that don't actually compete that often. We're starting to see them actually get picked up on some of these rosters, right? Like Meh is a great example of that. Big Mex, another great example of that. We've seen them around. We've seen them at the top of the ladder for God knows how long, but we don't actually see them in an established team, you know, signing up and actually doing their thing in a competitive environment that often. And sure, when they do, they shine, but there's a lot of players like that actually in Europe. Nazarins, another one of those, you know, always at the top of the ladder, always doing well as a Warlock. Now we see him on a great team. Now we see Big Mix on a great team. Now we see Meh on a great team. And also kind of the dynasties that we've had in the past has been, you know, Waz, Raikou, XXX, and of course Maro, Zepai, Blizzo, all, you know, kind of on the same rosters, and it's been those two teams. But now you're seeing Blizzo on one team, Maro on another team, Waz and Raikou on another team, Swapsy on another team. You know, all those players that typically play together are just scattered on different rosters, and it just makes the overall teams a lot stronger because every single team has, you know, some superstar players like that on their roster.
Yeah, 100%. And also to add to that, a few players that, you know, we didn't see for a couple seasons and now they're returning, such as, you know, Alec and Swapsy. So it's good to see them back. It's good to see those really strong players sort of spread out and create just a plethora of this top 8 team, and just, you know, how strong we are seeing them come out today for this Friday. We can also take a look tomorrow. We are heading over into the North American region and we can see which rosters we've got over there. Do you feel like then it's the same story here in North America?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, there's a few rosters that immediately stick out to me as basically teams that... I'll give you an example. Like the new Cloud9 has 2 players. I mean, Chun-Li has had teams in the past, but I feel like this is the most well-rounded team he's ever been a part of, as well as Flop. So Flop is a healer, never really had, I would say, the best team to compete with, but now has a chance to really showcase himself. And I mean, we know Cubsy as kind of one of the best wrestler druids. I think personally the best wrestler druid in North America. potentially the entire game. And he's actually going to be taking a back seat to allow Flop to heal. So Cubsy actually going over to DPS. Wealthy Man, Flop healing, Chun-Li. This is an absolutely insane roster. In addition to that, I mean, you have a team like Unitas bringing in Aiden, Brua, Jaywalk, Korlik. Just every single one of these teams. Some new kids on the block as well. With Nuvis, you have a Dopamine, Whaler, and Polymore playing RMP, and then Nuke, Calvis, Fuse, and Kearney. That is another team. They primarily play RMP, but Calvish, I think is kind of like an all-star on Rogue at this point. Kind of reminds me of like a young Peekaboo. So I'm really curious to see.
Peekaboo's old, bro?
I mean, Peekaboo. I mean, everyone gets old eventually.
Old?
Okay.
He's seasoned at this point, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's been around for a while. I mean, he's still owning, but he's been around for a while. Let's just say that. Nothing against Peekaboo. I love Peekaboo. He's a great player, phenomenal rogue. But I'm just saying, you have some new kids on the block, like Calvish. I'm really curious to see if they can actually perform. Been at the top of the ladder for a long time in North America. One of the best subtlety rogues, has a really solid roster around him. So their team is one that could definitely kind of rise to the occasion and make an name for themselves. And they do find themselves in the upper bracket as well.
Yeah, it's going to be just as fun and exciting to see these North American teams face off. There's, like Ben already said, returning players, new rosters, and they're going against the same thing that the European teams were. They have that new meta. They're on the tournament realm as well. So they're in that new patch, and they really have the freedom to experiment with whatever they want. So just like the European teams, we're kind of bringing out those pocket picks and specs that we really haven't been able to see shine in a while. I can only hope that we're going to see that with North America once again. We can look at the bracket. These are the matches that we're going to be seeing tomorrow, starting off with Golden Guardians versus Unitas. We're going to be eliminating teams right off the bat, and it's just, it's the same thing. It's like we're looking at the lower bracket, Sid, but just even down there, it's a Shark Tank, as you like to say. I wouldn't want to be down there.
Yeah, I think Zen Ching was actually the team that knocked Golden Guardians down. They're Ret Warrior. So, like, they're just a sledgehammer team. Like, Ret Warrior, they're going to be the only Ret Warrior, really, I think, actually, in this lower bracket. And Ret Warrior is so prevalent. Curious to see how Team Liquid are going to deal with them, because they had a nail-biter qualification phase to make it through here as well. Like, just, again, this is a tournament where, like, we could potentially not see Golden Guardians or Team Liquid in the top 4. Like, there's a possibility for that, just the same as to Europe. Like, this is actually insane between North America and Europe, both regions possibly having the biggest teams eliminated so early on. It's the similar story with rosters kind of getting shaken up. Team Liquid and Golden Guardians still staying strong with the same rosters, but like Cloud9, Ben talked about it, picking up Flop with Chanimal and Snuts taken to the sidelines for now in Shadowlands. So how are they going to adapt with their new members? How is Cubsy going to perform on a DPS in a tournament setting with his team? I'm very excited to see it play out tomorrow.
Yep, I am excited as well. So that is going to wrap things up for the day. We're going to have, like we said, those North American teams playing tomorrow on Saturday. This is going to be Championship Sunday for both regions on a Sunday, starting off with Europe and then ending the day with North America. So we're going to end up with 4 teams just as we did today. Tomorrow for North America, so we've got to eliminate a number of teams tomorrow. You can bet that these guys are going to bring the competition, the level of competition that we saw with Europe. So any closing thoughts before we head off for the day, Vinricky?
Closing thoughts? I mean,
yeah.
Like I said,
put you on the spot.
It's been a joy today to see these teams kind of step up. Lots of different class representation, lots of Holy Priests, we'll say that. But it's really, really cool to see these teams kind of utilize new builds, new strategies, new compositions. Europe was definitely a treat, and I'm really curious to see what happens in North America tomorrow. So looking forward to that quite a lot. As just a fan of WoW Esports, I'm looking forward to it.
I have some closing thoughts.
Okay, Zico.
Tomorrow's going to be crazy. Golden Guardians might just get eliminated right off the bat. They're the first game. And trust me, you don't want to be even a second late tomorrow. So what do I propose? Hit the subscribe button and hit it fast. That's my closing thought.
Where is it?
There you go.
It's over here.
Right there. It was down there. You had it. Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm wrong. There we
I
go.
have to learn my hand position so I can
No, but
poke
he
out.
does make a good point. If you subscribe and you hit the notification bell, you will not miss a second of the action because we are starting same time, same place, youtube.com/Warcraft. You can also follow us on WoW Esports on Twitter if you want even more updates. There's a really handy viewer guide that right now is pinned at the top of the Twitter page that has quite a lot of information there if you want an even more in-depth breakdown of the schedule and the teams and everything that we're going to be seeing in the AWC season. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. Come back for more North American games tomorrow. See you soon.